Okay, we're going to go ahead and call the July 21st Lake County Board of Supervisors meeting to order at 9:01 a.m. As always, we will stand for a moment of silence. Do we have a moment of silence from any board members today? Any dedications? Hearing none, we'll stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. Supervisor Sabatier, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, moving to item number 4, considerations of extra items not appearing on the posted agenda. Go ahead, Carol. Do we have any items that are not posted, any extra items that are not posted on the agenda today?
None that have been brought to my attention, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to item number 5, our consent agenda. Consent agenda items are usually non-controversial, which can pass my motion before the meeting here. And do we have any items that need to be pulled from the board?
Chair, this is Supervisor Sabatier.
Yes.
I'd like to pull item 5.8. I have a quick question I'd like to ask, and if it's possible to maybe text Ms. Ringen, the tax collector, so she can respond and maybe take it up at that time when she's available.
Okay, are there any other items?
Mr. Chair, I'll reach out to Barbara Ringen.
Okay, are there any other items that need to be pulled from the board? Okay, hearing none. Are there any items that need to be pulled from the board or from the community? From the public, I apologize. Jake, can you open the room?
Yes, I can unmute the floor here. The floor is unmuted. If you would like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
Okay, hearing none, go ahead and close it up, bring it back, please.
All right, will do.
And Mr. Chair,
Okay,
we have nobody here in the room that wishes to pull any item.
Thank you, Bruno. Okay, we'll go ahead and entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with pulling item 5.8.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve consent agenda 5.1 through 5.7.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. Johanna, can you please do the roll call vote?
Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall. Supervisor Crandall.
He said yes. I guess his voice isn't working.
Yes, it wouldn't let me
Okay.
unmute for some reason.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Scott.
Aye.
Supervisor Brown.
Yes.
And Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll address 5.8 when we have our tax collector, Barbara Ringen. So we'll go ahead and move to our 6.2 item, consideration of an update of COVID-19.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Baker.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Supervisors.
He said yes. I guess his
Somebody said yes, so we're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So today, give the coronavirus update. I'll try to make this brief today. So the overview is we have 151 total cases, active 31. One person's in the hospital locally, one person is in the hospital in the Bay Area at this point, needing subspecialty care. We are in pretty much the same situation we were last week, which is, new cases coming in, but we're not seeing a sharp escalation like we are in the surrounding counties. Mendocino's having quite a surge. There are over 200 cases now. They've had one death. There's an outbreak in one of the nursing facilities. Sonoma County is having a big surge as well. They're having multiple deaths in one of the nursing facilities as well. They've got almost 1,000 active cases at this point, something like 40 or 50 new cases a day usually. There's a large surge in Southern California, and there's some discussion about putting the shelter-in-place orders back in place down in LA. That's not there yet, but they're starting to consider that. In terms of the variance data here, locally, we're doing pretty well, about the same with that as well. We're still kind of near the border where if we cross over, we would get put on the watch list, but we're still maintaining underneath it. And it seems to be going okay at this point. As long as our staff and the staff of different places around when the case is identified are able to keep kind of working with these situations and containing the outbreaks, I think we're continuing to do okay. So in terms of the testing, the Verily test site is going pretty well. We are getting some help with the staffing supposedly on Wednesday, which will be very helpful. Some of the other county departments and some volunteers in the community are helping out with the traffic control. So that's definitely an improvement for us. There are some problems with the supply chain, not so much locally right now, but we're seeing it around the state, and it may end up being a problem here as well. So, what's happening is the testing infrastructure is a little bit stressed at this point. They're having trouble keeping up with the demand. And, but locally, we're kind of doing all right at this point. The housing issues for the folks that need to be isolated and can't do it at home, there is the RFP was kind of closed for the homeless sheltering, and I think there was one bid, so we're waiting to see how that works out, but there's a possibility that that may be able to continue if this works out. The contact tracing part is going reasonably well. People are keeping up. We've got some new volunteers. The sheriff is sending a couple people our way. One of the folks from the tribal community is coming to get trained, and behavioral health is helping out. So we are able to keep up and at this point, and we are getting some reinforcements, which is extremely helpful. The local hospitals are involved in their surge planning. At this point, there's not a particularly strong push of COVID patients, but we're feeling it regionally. There's been some absorption of some of the folks from down south up here, and it's definitely just kind of one of the main benchmarks that we're watching. Remdesivir, which is the medication that's being used pretty successfully, is still in limited supply and being allocated kind of sparsely around. We do not get any allocated to us because we've had so few cases at this point, but the places where there are a lot of cases, they're having trouble getting enough. The last section would be just talking about the reopening and the kind of how it's going with all the businesses. The schools are a big topic of conversation now, and of course, with just the school year coming in just a couple weeks, the LCOE and the superintendents are hard at work on coming together with plans on what this will look like. The governor came out with a big statement on Friday where basically tying the ability to open the schools to whether you're on the watch list or not. So if you're not on the watch list, you are able to open the schools. If you are on the watch list, you have to close and you have to be off it for 14 days before you can reopen again. Again, we're not on the watch list, but we're surrounded now by counties that are on it, and so we'll be pretty lucky if in a month from now we're not on it. But at this point, we're okay, and so the schools are able to go ahead and make plans to open in-school people there with the kids coming in to get education, but they're working on a variety of plans to have a hybrid plan or also distance learning plan, and then they can kind of move back and forth across those possibilities depending on how the cases are in the county. So just to reinforce, the current status in the county is we are on the same level as the whole state, where basically bars are closed, indoor dining at restaurants, indoor serving at brew pubs and wineries, and that's basically it. So that's all closed. Indoor movie theaters and indoor family entertainment centers like the skating rink. So those are all closed indoors, but they can move some of the businesses outdoors. The other counties, the counties that are on the watch list, have several of the other indoor businesses closed. So hair salons, personal care, like nail salons, they can do business outdoors if they can figure out how to do it, but they need to close the indoor services. The indoor worship services are closed in those counties, not in our county, and a few other things like that. So basically the push is getting the businesses that are considered at risk away from functioning indoors and being outdoors where it's considered safer. There is now, so the third step that seems to be hovering in the air, especially around LA area and probably Imperial County, is the state going to make those places go back to full shelter in place? So it seems to be this sort of stepwise process that they seem to be considering as things get worse. If they don't see the improvement, then you go to the next step. If you don't see the improvement, you go to the third step. Sonoma County is now on the watch list, so they've closed those indoor businesses that I mentioned. Mendocino County, last week they were sort of thinking they were going to close those things Friday night. They seem to delay that now until next Friday. So this coming Friday, it looks like they're planning on closing the businesses like they were on the watch list. I think they're anticipating going on the watch list. They're having a big surge, and so they're just sort of messaging that that's what's going to happen so that the businesses can plan. Napa is also on the watch list. So the last piece just to talk about is the compliance and enforcement sorts of questions. Several places around the state now are starting to put into place kind of citations and mechanisms of having compliance officers go out and do that. So Napa has done something now. Mendocino has done something now. And Sonoma County is planning on discussing it at the board meeting this Thursday. Several of the places in Southern California are also doing this. Usually what it involves is a lot of education up front. And then when if there's a recurring problem, they start with a gradated, a stepwise increase in fines. But, there's just a lot of shifting around the state, because as the number of cases are going up, people are trying to figure out how to slow this down and really turn the course. And so ensuring compliance is one of the ways of doing that. So I think that's all for today. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pace. Go ahead and turn it over to the board for questions or comments. Supervisor Sabatier.
Thank you very much. Was wondering if you could see me or not. I guess you can. So thank you for that report. I did want to make a correction if possible. I did go to the Mendocino website because I have been paying attention to see if they will be closing down or what they're moving along. And it looks to me like they're reporting they have 3 deaths now, not just 1. So there may have been some changes in the last 48 hours because I think that was up there yesterday as well. We are definitely seeing a surge all around us. I was also looking at that list. I concur with Dr. Pace. We're basically surrounded by all counties except for Mendocino, which may end up on the list later on this week. They are on the watch list. So Yolo, Sonoma, Napa, Glen, Colusa, they're all on there already, and they're seeing their surges going up. And so definitely something to keep an eye on, and I appreciate staff doing that and keeping us apprised as to what's going on. I do 2 major things I wanted to ask, or actually I have 3 questions. One is, a couple weeks back, there was an issue, and I may be stepping in something I shouldn't step in, but there was an issue with our hotels not taking a patient for isolation purposes. What is going on with that to make sure, because those rooms were being accounted for our local variants. By them saying no, does that cancel our contract? And by saying no, are we still paying them when they're saying no? So I'm kind of curious as to where we are, because I want to make sure that if we are allocating money to a certain number of rooms, that we actually have access to those rooms, and it seems to me like we were denied that access. I'm kind of curious as to where we are with that.
Well, I can't speak to the billing, so maybe Denise or somebody will hear this.
Yep.
Oh, Denise is raised her hand, so.
Yep,
you wanna
Dr. Pace,
have
I
her-
see Denise has raised her hand, so.
So why don't we have her answer that? I'll answer the other part afterwards.
Go ahead, Denise, if you're unmuted.
Hi, good
Denise
morning, your board. Denise Pomeroy, Health Services Director. We have our logistics team, Katie Galvani, was working on that. Yes, there was a contract with a local hotel. We had about 5 or 7 days left on the contract. We tried to isolate someone who could not safely isolate at home, and the hotel denied us access. We were able to acquire a different hotel, so the client was safely put into the SSTU program and has since done very well. Katie was working out the logistics of not paying for those last whatever days that they would no longer allow us to put people there. I don't have the final answer on that. I apologize, but I can check with her and find out. We do have an agreement with a new hotel. We were able to secure independent nights in the gap period. And so the contract with the new hotel keeps us in line with our variants. So at this time, we have three different people in the program isolating underneath the new agreement.
Okay, I appreciate.
Thank you, Denise.
I appreciate
You're welcome.
the answer, and I think that answered the part that Dr. Pace was looking to respond to as well, if I'm correct.
Well, I think there's two parts of it. Denise is absolutely right that we have the ability now to isolate people that don't have the ability to house on their own, to isolate on their own at home. The homeless part and the ability to provide housing for the homeless is a little bit up in the air right now. But if hopefully this works out with the services, with the community-based organization, and that we can continue some housing until the Hope Center opens up. But that's where we're on a little bit thin ice right there. It doesn't really look at this point like the state is pulling variances on anybody who's having trouble keeping up with some of the services. It looks like they're really focusing at this point on the numbers and on hospital capacity. That's, we're in the surge now. Before we were in the preparation phase, and they really wanted people to get services in place for when things were going to surge. Well, we're there now, and so now it's more like all hands on deck. Let's see how you do, and I think so. I don't even if we're not able to manage the housing piece, I'm not sure we're going to lose the variance at this point.
Okay. Thank you very much. The other one is for schools, and I know it's not within our jurisdiction, but I know that Dr. Pace, you've been having conversations with schools to help them with their guidelines. Obviously, each school district is figuring out its own plan. I know that Lake County Office of Education put out phase 1 through phase 4. And again, while it's not in my jurisdiction, I feel the need to say it's strange to me that each school district can decide which phase they are on when they're within the same county dealing with the same circumstances. And there are going to be some economic impacts when one school is 2 days a week, another school's 5 days a week, and another school is constantly online, that's going to have an economic impact on who's available for work and who's going to be having to be forced to not work to take care of their children. It's just a comment that we should all be on the same page as we go ahead and deal with this, rather than, because our jobs cross school districts, and sometimes our children do too. And so I think it's just a comment I wanted to make, that we would all be in a better place if we all do the same thing together. And then quick question for Dr. Pace. You say that we're close on the watch list. Could you be more specific on those numbers? Are we close on positivity rate? Are we close on the number of new cases in the past 14 days? Because I saw last, maybe yesterday, was at 4% positivity rate on our hub. Just curious as to what numbers we are kind of nervous about as far as possibly pushing us over the edge.
So I'm just pulling up the variance data right now. I mean, to me, the main one we're concerned about is the case rate. So the positivity rate, we're okay with that. We're doing fine with that. But the number of cases is where we get fairly close to things. The hospital capacity can be a bit of a problem, but really that's not related to COVID. That's just the business model of the hospitals. We've been having repeated conversations with the state about that, and they do acknowledge that for the small rural counties, some of their metrics don't make sense necessarily. But so, you know, we're in regular conversation. We meet again with them today, and so far it seems like we're okay. But the number of cases, we're able to be around, if we have 65 cases over the 14-day period, that's kind of borderline, and we kind of run pretty close to that. I'm not sure where we are right today, but I can look it up here. But so anyhow, that's the main concern, is the number of new cases at this point is the over the 14-day period.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Supervisor Brown?
So Bruno brings up a good point about the schools, and I get it. I mean, the schools, they set their own calendar, they do stuff anyway, but this is a little bit different where we're in these circumstances here. I'm hoping things go good for them because, you know, there's a lot of philosophical differences on how the schools should be treated, but I think we all agree that, you know, something needs to be done for the students and secondary for parents and teachers and all that, but mostly for the students. But what, maybe Moak or Eddie, maybe you could fill us in on what's going on with the casino part of it. That's a big employer in the county, and I know it's different as far as issues that may trigger a closure, but I would like to know, and I know there's a lot of people that do, what exactly happens there, what is happening there.
I could, I know for Robinson, they've closed everything in like the bar and the restaurant, so only to-go orders, and they just monitor it week by week. And yeah, so far that's where they're at, and it's always on the brink of a close.
Is it in the counties, and I'm not talking necessarily just ours, but statewide, in the counties where they're on the watch list and things have tightened up quick, a little tighter, are they still open? Are they still doing the same thing? I'm just curious what the triggers are for that industry.
I think most are open. There's very few that have closed, but there's most of them are staying open and in compliance with closure of bars. I know that the card rooms have been closed, so I know some places that close their card tables and whatnot. So I think it's a matter of those. And then a lot of them have compacts with the state, so they want to be in good graces with those compacts. So I think that's where most tribes are more likely staying open.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, a good question, Rob. So all the tribes are currently communicating with the governor's office. There's a weekly call that goes on. The ones that are in the watch list counties are reached out to directly to have those communications with the governor's office and his team. So those things are happening within 24 to 48 hours of someone going on a watch list, and there'd be direct communication there. And that, obviously is all some new stuff. So it's being worked through at that level. Eddie hit it on the head also. There's the state compact that goes there. So there's an obvious connection from there to the governor's office. So those communications are happening. I think to speak directly to the closures before in March, they were all voluntary closures that happened. The tribes were, preemptively doing what needed to do. Now that they've reopened, I think it's going to be looked at differently, just like every business is, and dealing directly with the state of California and the governor. From Lake County standpoint, I can't speak for all the tribes, but I can speak for Middletown Rancheria. We have been communicating directly with Dr. Pace. There is a weekly tribal call that happens to keep Dr. Pace up, kind of what's happening in our areas of our control under our sovereign immunity and our sovereign status with the federal government. And so we, at this point, just update you on ours. We are currently in line with the governor's orders as far as bars being closed, indoor dining, all of those things, and then working directly with the state of California, like I said, on our weekly calls as far as our hotel and our gaming operations. So that's kind of the update there. But that's how it's working right now. And next week we'll have some more to report since more folks have been added onto the list, if that question comes up again.
Thank you. It's a big part of our economy, so I'm appreciative of the update. And one of the things.
Can I add one more thing too, Bob Brown? I forgot
you're
to say
the chair.
too.
You can add whatever you want.
There is no smoking. Obviously, that was one of the big issues I know that all tribes dealt with. But I know from Middletown Rancheria, we have no smoking implemented. So there's no smoking. There's no alcohol for the removal of the mask or the indoor dining. So I think that's one of the compliance things that we're really looking to do as all businesses. The masking issue and making sure people are wearing them all the time. It's a challenge when you're doing a couple of those activities. It can't be done. So I know that's a big focus on our operations.
Well, one of the things that I did want to say too, and I don't want to get into this, because I don't. In this time, it's very risky to do "I told you so" or anything like that. I think anything can happen. Other counties are on the watch list. Close to us, they're experiencing things that we hope we don't, but we could easily. I mean, I hope it doesn't, but I am grateful for the businesses that just 3 weeks ago were said, Mendocino County is doing everything right, and why don't our counties get it? And it was actually confirmed by the not so local rectal flea about how bad things are in Lake County. But the Lake County folks are doing exceptionally well, apparently, and I appreciate that. And I know Dr. Pace and his efforts have contributed to that. But it's an effort that is community-wide. I know there's a lot of differences, but I know our businesses are working really hard, and they're doing it all without a heavy hammer on them. Nobody wants anybody to get sick, and I appreciate their efforts to do what they can as it applies to their individual businesses.
And I'll just add another thing if I could. Hello?
Go ahead, Eddie.
Okay. One of the things too is like you said earlier, Supervisor Simon, that the compacts, there's a lot of groups that are coming up on their compacts. It's 2020. And so they want to also be in a good place to negotiate that. But also I know for sure, like with Robinson and Upper Lake, for that side in my district, I know that they're in touch with the county. For example, situations of COVID and whatnot happening. Tribal Health, we've been on a call with Dr. Pace, Tribal Health, and with the tribe. So working on those type of things to make sure people are safe. There's all compliance measures in the casino to wear masks. If they don't have a mask, they have to leave. Things like that. So there's just, and it's also because it's on federal land, so you really don't. If they don't have a mask, they have to leave. That's just. It's unfortunate at times, but at the same time, it's to keep everyone safe. And so it's been going good so far. And but if it needs to change, it needs to change. Things get worse.
Supervisor Scott?
Good morning, Chair Simon. I don't have any questions. I just want to thank Dr. Pace for all his hard work. But I think right now, more important than ever, we can't let our guard down with compliance and wearing our mask. Now that we're seeing our neighboring counties having to close down, I would think that we might see a surge in people coming to our community because we are still open. So we want to continue staying open. And so we really have to do the right thing and wear our masks. I know we still have some businesses that are just not wanting to do that. And I think for their fellow other business people, we need to be doing the right thing, wearing the mask, 6 foot distancing, to keep our businesses open, to allow our children to go to school, and for Lake County to continue to thrive. So I just want to thank everybody for doing the right thing, but please, this is not the time to let our guard down.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Scott. I would like to just report, obviously with the reopening committee, I think in collaboration with everybody is, we've done a good job. We got to the reopening. Now we're transitioning that conversation of how do we stay open. Supervisor Scott hit it on there right, trying to be in compliance and, do the right thing if you can. Now we know there's instances where folks can't wear masks and other things. Each individual has to, make those decisions on their own. But as a business owner, I need to just do everything we can to be, as strict as possible with the masking compliance issue, just for everybody's sake. When the reopening committee, as we're talking about it as we move forward, I think 2 things still come up every week. Number 1 is, education, and then compliance. And the compliance issue obviously is getting some more attention around to the other counties. And eventually, that conversation may come back to the board here when we talk about how we're doing that, just from education. And then for the folks that may not want to buy or follow the governor's orders, and there's going to need to be at some point another conversation. So each week we're talking about those very delicate issues, but very important issues too, on keeping the economy open. We've talked about it from day one with this board and with Dr. Pace. Is everything we've attempted to do from the beginning is obviously to slow the virus, understand what's going to be going on as it comes through the community, being prepared for it, time to prepare, and then also opening and being able to stay open. And I appreciate each and every week having those conversations with the reopening committee. I really appreciate Dr. Pace's office and all the feedback they got. A lot of businesses are asking, okay, what if something does happen? What do I do on my return to work policy for the employees? I think that's very important. If something happens. Also, educating them on, what needs to be done just to get the message out to the public. If something happens in your business, this is what you should kind of do. And I think all those good conversations are coming down. Things are being created as we move forward. But I really appreciate everybody in the reopening committee and also everybody in our business community that sends in suggestions, ideas, and just keeps moving in the direction of trying to do what's best for everybody, but also balancing the health issue with the economy as we move forward. So, I know weekly, like I said, we have those calls. We're committed to kind of report on our reopening committee meetings, and just trying to do that right now. But I want to thank everyone for that collaboration. And that does include a report a little bit, I know from the schools, Brock Welkenberg, keeping us just updated on what the state or the federal mandates are. And I know those conversations are happening each week, and I know they're happening every day, trying to get that figured out, especially since our August is just around the corner. So it's just kind of a little report on the reopening committee and the conversations that are happening there every day. Any more questions or comments for Dr. Pace? Supervisor Sabatier?
I'll just make one last comment, echoing a bit of the sentiments from Supervisor Brown. I think that we're seeing our businesses do a really good job. I know that I approached a lot of the businesses, or all the businesses that I received complaints for. Some of them, I found the complaints were somewhat baseless, but others actually had definitely some issues when I walked in. I spoke with the owners or the managers, and I am seeing some changes, which I think is just, as we keep going, I think people are taking this a little bit more seriously and are doing their best to prevent any further close downs, shutdowns, or anything else like that. So definitely thank you to all our businesses who are making that effort, and everybody else in the public as well.
If I could agree with Bruno on that, meeting with the different businesses, I think they just always are like looking for guidance in some instances, and they get caught up in a complaint or something. And when we go there and talk with them, and just, there's just so much confusion because they're hearing stuff from a national level, and then they're hearing stuff from different counties than our county, and so they're just a little confused at times. But once we get on the same page, they're willing to comply. They're willing to do what needs to be done and be safe, you know, because they don't want to ruin their chances for their business, right? And so I'll have to, you know, I've just noticed there's just a lot of confusion around it.
Yeah, I guess, you know, ultimately, I'll finish up with the last comment here too is, you know, gone out and seen businesses. We do have businesses that do take in the education, and then we have some businesses that are just taking a hard stance on the masking issue. And if we can just work through that and give a consistent message that it is something that you can do it, you should do it. You know, there is a mandate, and you know, we all, I can't speak for everybody, at least in my district, we've got some people that are very vocal, or business owners that still are moving in that direction. So that's where long-term wise, 99% of the folks doing things correct. There needs to be some point where we have an enforcement conversation so we can get as many people on board as possible to protect the public and themselves. So thank you very much. Any more comments? Okay, hearing no more from the board, we'll go ahead and open it up. Jake, I don't see any hands up at this point.
Yes, I'm not seeing any hands up, but I will move to mute the floor.
So we'll open it up for public comment on this item, our COVID-19 update. If you'd like to make a comment, please do so.
All right. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too. I see Michael Green has his hand up.
All right, Michael, could be a.
Yeah, this is more of a question. You know, back when we were debating about reopening the lake, there was a lot of talk about locals only. That turned out to be kind of legally and practically unenforceable. But we have some bass tournaments coming up. One of the local tribes is hosting those. And there was a comment like shelter in place is no longer a thing, but isn't shelter in place still basically the thrust of the whole order? So I guess my question is, yes, we want businesses to thrive, but tourism businesses in particular, you know, if you can't get a hotel room for a sick person because there's a bunch of people coming in town grabbing up hotel rooms for fishing tournaments, I kind of need to refresh my own understanding of where we were at in March in terms of this gradual reopening to the businesses and this kind of practical reality now that for all intents and purposes, the lake, the county is wide open to tourism. So can you comment on the impact on hotel rooms in particular, and just what other types of concerns that might be allowing tourists from counties with higher transmission rates to come into our county?
Dr. Pace, I guess if you could go back over the order, the specific question, the shelter in place order.
Right. I mean, you know, this is a really good question. It points to some of the inconsistencies of what's going on now. The current status is the state shelter in place order is still in place. So people are not supposed to be traveling for non-essential travel. At the same time, hotels are open, parks are open, campgrounds are open, et cetera. So there's a bit of an inconsistency there. I think one of the things that's been interesting to see is that as we're closing things back down, hotels are not included in that. And I think part of what we're starting to understand, and this is still early in the data, so it's not, it's not etched in stone, but it seems that where the transmission is occurring is when people are mixing in groups from separate households. Usually indoors is worse than outdoors. So bars are a classic example. Large social gatherings indoors. Hotels don't really meet that. It's usually you're traveling together with somebody, you come in and, so it seems like probably in terms of the risk profile, a hotel is not such a big problem. Certainly bringing people from out of town, from higher incidence areas can be an issue. And I think that's why the shelter in place order stays. There's not really any way to enforce that right now or any way to do that. We can discourage things. The thing with the bass tournaments is, there's been a lot of discussion about that in the community and also in our thought processes. And we have talked to the state about that. At this point, the state is still allowing those permits to go forward. And we are trying to work with the specific tournaments to decrease gatherings. So when two people are out in a bass boat in the middle of the lake, that's not a particularly concerning situation. Where the concern is when they come back and they're gathering on the shore. And the major tournaments that we've had discussions with, they've put some reasonable plans in place to eliminate that. And so anyhow, that's the situation right now. I think the key points in this are the shelter in place is in order, is still in effect, and we're really trying to encourage people to not gather in large social gatherings, especially indoors. Those seem to be where the transmission's occurring. We have not traced any of them back to hotel rooms, but we have traced them back to, 4th of July gatherings, things like that.
Thank you, Dr. Pace. I don't see any other hands up at this point. So Jake, go ahead and open the room, please.
Okay, I will open up the floor here. The floor is unmuted. If you would like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
Okay, there's a chance to make a comment on our COVID-19 update, our 6.2 item. Please do so at this point. Okay, Jake, not hearing none.
All right, I will mute the floor.
Close the room up. Excellent. All right, Supervisor Sabatier, is there anyone I don't think there's anyone in the boardroom, but I will ask again, anyone in the boardroom that needs to make comment?
We do have an individual in the room, but I am not seeing that they want to make a comment at this moment.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board. Any final comments or questions from the board at this point? Okay, seeing none. Dr. Pace, thank you very much on your weekly report. Really appreciate it. And want to thank Denise Pomeroy, everyone that's helping through the process. I know that we're 4 months into this and you guys, everyone has been putting in just a tremendous amount of energy and time into this. I just want to thank you very much for everything that's being done. So, and that's all of our volunteers, our other fire agencies, the hospital, everybody that are working. So thank you very much. And with that, I think we're done with this item, Dr. Pace.
Thank you.
Okay, on our agenda, we'll move back to our 6.1 item, public input. Didn't see any public input, but I'll ask, do we have any public input today?
None was requested in any digital format, Mr. Chair. I don't know who is in the boardroom.
All right, excellent. So then we'll go ahead and open up. We'll go ahead and open up the room, see if we have any public input. Public input are on any items that are not appearing on the agenda. If you'd like to make public input, go ahead at this time. So Jake, open up the room.
All right, I will unmute the floor here. The floor is unmuted. If you would like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, we'll go ahead and close it down and bring it back to the actual boardroom. We'll ask anybody in the boardroom if they'd like to make any public input at this point on any item that is not appearing on the agenda.
And I do not see anyone that wishes to make a comment at this point for public comment.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and close public input and we'll bring it back to the board. Moving along with our agenda item, we'll go to our Carol, just a clarification question. Will you let me know when we have our tax collector so we can take up item 5.8?
Definitely. I've reached out to her and I'm still waiting to hear back from her.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and move to item 6.3, our 9:30 a.m. item, a public hearing, sitting concurrently as a Clear Lake Keys CSA number 1, number 2, number 6, number 7, number 13, number 16, number 18, number 20, number 21, number 22. Board of Supervisors, Kelseyville County Waters District number 3, and the Lake County Sanitation District Board of Directors. Consideration of a resolution confirming collections of annual lighting fees. Lighting fees, B, resolution confirming collections of delinquent water fees. C, resolution confirming collections of delinquent water and sewer fees. And D, resolution of delinquent sewer fees for the Lake County Sanitation District. So go ahead and turn it over to special districts.
Thank you, Moak. This is Jan Coppinger, Lake County Special Districts Administrator. And this is the annual public hearing that we have every year for rolling the lighting fees and any delinquent water or sewer fees onto the tax roll. The reason for the 4 different resolutions is because it is setting as 4 different bodies. Your board will be Board of Directors for Lake County Sanitation District, Kelseyville County Waterworks, and the Board of Supervisors. Jesse Someron, our Deputy Administrator Fiscal, will be presenting this. Jesse, are you there? Jesse?
I'm guessing he might have joined on a phone. I need to.
I saw Jesse's name earlier. He's here, but it looks like he's connecting to audio. So Jan.
Okay, well, while we're waiting for him, I'll
Yes.
just move ahead. Anyway, item A is the resolution confirming collections of annual lighting fees. And maybe we'll just go with that. You have the resolution in front of you. If you have any questions about it, go ahead and ask.
No questions.
Okay.
Any questions from the board? Seeing none, I don't see any questions, Jan.
Okay, should I just move on down, or do you want to approve them one at a time?
That'd be a good clarification question for Anita. Can we do them all? Can we do the approvals at the end all at once?
No, sir. Each one is subject to its own public hearing. So
Okay.
your board will have to call for public comment or objection, which is really the point of the public hearings in these cases. And then your board will decide to move forward or not, depending upon what occurs. And so each one will have to be taken up separately. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, if there are no questions from the board, what I will do is we're going to go ahead and open up the public hearing on this item. We're going to go one by one, Jan, just to let you know. So we're trying to get them taken care of as we're going through them.
Okay. So the first one is the collections of the annual lighting fees for County Service Area 1.
Excellent. Is there any public comment or anyone here to comment on this item for the public hearing? I don't see any hands up. Jake, can you unmute the room?
Yes, I will unmute the room here. All right, the floor is unmuted. If you would like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
Okay, not hearing none. Go ahead and bring it back to the board then and close the hearing on that item. Do we have any questions from the board?
Mr. Chair, this is Anita
Yes.
again, if I may. When I'm saying take each one up separately, I mean A, B, C, D.
Oh, okay. I apologize then.
Each A, B, C, D has its separate resolution.
So should I move on with B?
Sir, if you're done with A, then your
Yes.
board could stop the resolution if there were no protests, if that's your desire.
Mr. Chair,
Okay,
I'd like-
and that's what I was looking to do, obviously, was go each one, ABC, once it was completed, we could bring it back to the board for action, and then we could go to B and then C.
And that's absolutely your call, sir.
Mr.
Okay. So we're
Chair,
gonna go ahead, hearing no protests or anything on, our A, or resolution collections of annual lighting fees. We'll go ahead and bring it back to the board,
Mr. Chair,
for action.
I'd like to offer the resolution.
Resolution has been offered.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll continue on with Resolution B, confirming collections of delinquent water fees. Go ahead, Jan.
Yes, this is delinquent water fees. Any water fees that are delinquent more than 60 days are subject to being rolled onto the property taxes. And it includes county service area number 2, 6, 7, 13, 16, 18, 20, 21, and 22. Everyone received letters letting them know that their account was delinquent and subject to tax roll, and gave them the option of either calling us and making payment arrangements or allowing it to roll onto the taxes.
Thank you, Jan. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing on this resolution confirming of delinquent water fees. Jake, can you open up the room?
Yes, I will open up the floor here. All right, the floor is unmuted. If you would like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, thank you. Go ahead and close up the room. Supervisor Sabatier, do we have anybody in the room that would like to comment?
It does not appear that anybody will be commenting on this item.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and close up the public hearing portion on that, and we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I offer the resolution.
Resolution.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Go ahead,
Supervisor
Joanna.
Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott, Supervisor Scott,
She may have some technical difficulties. Looks like her computer is frozen.
oh, okay. Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Should I wait for
Mr. Chair,
her,
can you just
or-
hold for a moment and let me reach out to Supervisor Scott and ascertain what's going on?
And while it may appear
It's a yes for me, by the way, in case anyone's interested.
it may appear that Supervisor Brown is frozen as
Oh.
well, but he's still here.
Just because the buzzards are circling, don't confuse that with my lifeless.
yet. And if I may, Chair, I do have a question, and I was kind of waiting till the end to ask this.
Specific to all the resolutions or the current resolution?
Yes, it
you're
was,
speaking?
I was looking for a total of delinquent amount rather than asking for each individual. Just because I think it's important for us to know what the delinquency amount is. I also want to share my appreciation for special districts at keeping the cost of these services as low as can be. I know that you and I, Chair, have been in LAFCO to review some of these rates. And so I know for a fact that these rates are very low and very affordable, and I appreciate special districts making the effort to keep them that way. But I am interested in knowing what the total delinquency is that we are putting on the, we are approving with these resolutions.
And Jesse does have that number. It looks like he may have the ability to speak now, and I'll let him speak to that. What I do know is that our delinquency this year is very similar to the same as last year. That's one of the trends that I like to watch. But I'll let Jesse speak to the total amount. Jesse, are you able to talk? Jesse?
It appears his microphone is operational, Jan. Jake, is there anything you can do to get Jesse audible?
Jesse, you could come on into my office. I'm masked up.
It looks like he might be having a hardware issue. The mic is connected, but I'm not seeing any detail from it.
Okay, I know we're right in the middle of the vote here, so there's Supervisor Scott. There we go.
Yeah, she's back.
Johanna, can you please do the roll call vote again for our resolution, for our B, resolution of delinquent water fees? Go ahead.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
What was it last year?
She's frozen again.
Yeah, she's frozen again.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move with just continue through the roll call vote, please, Johanna.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Board. We're going to go ahead and move on to C, our resolution confirming collections of delinquent water and sewer fees. This is our C item. Any questions from the board? And I think Supervisor Sabatier, go ahead.
And it's the same question that I had earlier, just what is our total delinquency amount that we are placing on the books? I didn't have the question specific to each item because I believe that we should all be paying for these services and that the services are very affordable, but just to kind of be more transparent with what we are adding to the tax roll.
And Jesse did get me the number. It is $916,646 is being rolled onto the taxes this year.
Definitely adds up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan. Any more questions or comments from the board on this C item? Okay, we're going to go ahead and open up the public hearing on this item. Jake, can you open the room? Don't see any hands up.
Yes, I will open up the room here. If you would like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
Is it muted? No, Jake, couldn't you move for this Zoom? Right after.
Okay. Jake, not hearing none, go ahead and bring it back to the boardroom. Do we have anyone in the boardroom who would like to make comment on this item?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, are we on item number C?
Yes.
Or letter C. Did we get a quick summary of what C is? I know that I got a response of my question, but I don't believe that the public or the board was apprised of a quick summary of what C is.
C is actually the resolution, so you'll be setting as the Kelseyville County Water Works Board of Directors. And it is water and sewer because Kelseyville County Water Works does provide both to that area.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Vice Chair Bruce Sabatier. Okay, any public comment on this item?
Mr. Chair, I wanted to advise that Supervisor Scott is back in the room, but she had to just do it via telephone due to the technical difficulties.
Okay. All right, do we have any, on the public hearing, do we have any comment in the room? Anyone that would like to make comment?
Mr. Chair, we do have a comment here in the boardroom.
Excellent.
If you can come up to the microphone, please.
Thank you. Joan Moss? I would like it explained to me as a citizen what it is meant by $916,000 being logged onto the tax rolls. I'm a tax-paying, property-owning citizen, and I understand most of this, but I don't understand what that means in relation to your present move. Thank you.
I'll explain this. Any water or sewer payments that are beyond 60 days past due are subject to being rolled onto the property taxes. So if a person does not pay their sewer bill all year long, those fees get rolled onto the property taxes each year and are attached to the property tax bill. That's how we collect the money. I don't know.
I understand. So that means that you don't turn their water off. You just turn the bill onto their property taxes, correct?
No, we do turn water off when it's not paid. And if a renter or someone other than a property owner owes a water bill, that follows the actual renter. That doesn't go onto the property taxes. They sign an agreement with us that they're going to pay the bill, and when they leave, if they leave a bill, we turn that over to collections. We go after them in other ways. If it's a property owner that's responsible, then it can roll onto the property taxes. But most of the 900,000 that I gave are actually sewer bills. Very few water bills actually do get rolled onto the taxes. In the case of Kelseyville County Water Works, because we do provide water and sewer, if someone does not pay their water bill, their water gets shut off, they still don't pay it, maybe they don't pay their sewer bill either, that all does get rolled onto their property taxes.
Okay, in the middle of a fire season where children live in houses, I just don't quite understand the process, but thank you for explaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Thank you, Jan. Okay, if there are no more public comment on this public hearing we're having on our resolutions for collection fees for sewer and water for the Kelseyville district, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I offer the resolution.
The resolution has been offered. Go ahead and do the roll call vote, Johanna.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon.
Aye.
Thank you.
Excellent.
And then
Okay, moving.
our final resolution is setting as the Board of Directors for Lake County Sanitation District. It is for the delinquent sewer fees for Lake County Sanitation District, and that's all Lake County Sanitation Districts, northwest, southeast, and everything in between.
Thank you, Jan. Any questions from the board? Comments?
No.
Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing on this item. If you'd like to speak, please do now. We'll go ahead and start with the folks on the Zoom meeting. Go ahead and open up the room, Jake.
Yes, I will unmute the floor here. All right, the floor is unmuted. If you'd like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, hearing none, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the boardroom. Everyone in the boardroom that would like to make a comment on this item?
Does not appear that anybody in the boardroom wishes to speak on this item.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I offer the resolution.
Supervisor
John.
Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
And Supervisor Simon?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jan.
Thank you.
Excellent. We'll move to our next agenda item, our 6.4 item. It's a 10 a.m. item. It's a public hearing. Consideration of a resolution declaring certain retail property owned by the County of Lake as surplus and authorizing the sale and disposition of portions of said property for the benefit of the public. And B, authorize the county administrative officer to execute the vacant land purchase agreement with the Lake Transit Authority for a sale price of $200,000 to carry out all necessary actions to complete the sale. Okay, we'll go and turn this over to Carol. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assistant CAO Susan Parker is going to present this item this morning.
Good morning, Board.
Okay, welcome.
Oh, sorry. Good morning, Board. On January 14, 2020, your Board declared a portion of Lake County-owned property located at 7175 South Center Drive in the city of Clear Lake surplus. It was the intent of your Board to sell a portion of that property to the Lake Transit Authority for the purpose of constructing a regional transit center. Staff was tasked with negotiating a sale as bargain for sale exchange and to determine an in-kind value of direct public benefit. Working with the LTA, it was determined that the value of the direct public benefit, of which is $769,510, now and in the future will exceed the difference between the appraised value of $300,000 and the negotiated sale price of $200,000. Staff recommends that your Board adopt the resolution authorizing the sale and dispositions of said property and authorize County Administrative Officer to carry out all necessary actions to complete this sale. LTA Executive Director Lisa Davy Bates is also available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that update and report, Susan. Any questions from the board or comments? Supervisor Sabatier?
I just want to say how pleased I am that this is here before us. I know that about maybe 2 months ago, maybe it was 3 months ago, the timeline's getting all blurry for me here. LTA received a rather large grant from the state of California, which was somewhat unique for a rural area here in the state of California. But I believe it was around $13 million to help develop that piece of land into not just a transit hub for the county, but an inter-regional transit hub that can connect Shasta, that can connect us to I-5, that can connect us also all the way to 101, which can lead to San Francisco. And I think that overall this project is going to be huge and might be one of those extra dominoes to help move along other development in the area. So I couldn't be happier than to have this on the agenda with us today.
Okay, any other questions for the board or from the board? Okay, I see that we have Lisa Davy Bates. Lisa, would you like to add anything at this point? Can you hear? Hello, Lisa, can you hear us?
I don't see that she has audio connected. She might be connected to a phone.
Me?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you.
No, that's
No, you
different
mean
Lisa.
Lisa Davies.
Yes, that's a different Lisa.
Okay, I apologize about the confusion.
We also have James on the line in case that he can speak on the behalf of Lisa.
Okay, James, go ahead. Go ahead, James.
I can't really speak for Lisa, but I am happy that, LTA and the county have come to an agreement for this property. And as Bruno said, I think this is going to be a huge project for the county, for the residents and everything.
Can you please give your name and your title?
I'm sorry. James Sookney, Program Manager for Lake Transit Authority.
Thank you. It looks like Lisa is connecting to audio or attempting to at this point.
And if I may, while we're waiting, Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
I do want to repeat a little bit what Susan Parker mentioned, the more than $750,000 of community benefit that LTA provides to the community, whether that's the emergency rides that were offered during our emergency services after the fires, whether that's helping out with our college students to have free access to the bus, or the summer programs that they do with our youth, as well as the work that they do with social services and behavioral health to provide bus tickets so that there's access to transportation, to have access to the services that they need. I think seeing that value of more than $750,000 really delivers a huge spotlight on how much LTA does for the community. It's definitely no small feat.
Yeah, I'll follow up on that too. Since I've been on Lake Transit Authority, this is one of the first meetings and projects that I had attended down in Milltown at the Calpine Center when they talked about the transit hub. It just seemed like a great opportunity for the community to build on its transportation needs here for all of our folks that use the system. We have a low-income base that really does depend on getting around on this system. So greatly appreciate that. Also want to thank the Lake Transit Authority and ABC as we moved through the process. During the fires, they were critical. Even after the fires, they allowed folks to ride for free and other things to get their transportation to move around. So, I think it's going to be a great community benefit, and it's also going to enhance the opportunity for growth throughout the entire county.
Can anybody hear me yet?
Yes.
Yay! Good morning, everybody.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Sorry.
Lisa Davy Bates. Go ahead and introduce yourself, Lisa.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Davy Bates, and I'm the Executive Director for the Lake Transit Authority, and I'm sorry for the difficulties there.
It's all right.
Called in with my cell phone, so this is now working. So I just want to thank the Board of Supervisors and their staff so much for all their continued support and the sale of this property to the Lake Transit Authority. It's a great project, and we couldn't have done it without your support, so thank you so much. You guys have been talking a lot about it already while I was trying to get connected, but yes, we did receive a $13 million grant through the TIRCP program, which is the Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program. So this, and Bruno alluded to the fact that I believe, are the only rural county in California that has received this much funding. So we have a great project ahead of us. It is going to build the transit hub. It also, we will be receiving 4 hydrogen buses, which to my knowledge, there isn't another rural county in the state that is slated to get hydrogen buses like we will have in Lake County. We are going to work with the community colleges in doing a program to help coordinate the workforce development. And we're also going to have park and ride lots there at the new transit hub. We're going to have 4 fueling stations for vehicles. So it is a big project with a lot of opportunity. And as was mentioned already, we will be connecting as far north into Shasta County down to Sacramento. And then the new hydrogen buses will provide service over into Mendocino County, and then down 101 as far south as Santa Rosa, which will then connect to other
well, as far as it will go to the airports and then connect to other transit systems that can get people to the Bay Area and beyond. We'll also have 2 additional hydrogen buses that will go over Highway 29 into Napa County. So it's an exciting project. It's going to provide a safer hub for the residents of the county, and we're really excited. So I just want to thank you all so much. We will be holding a kickoff with the people who have the grant program within the next couple of months. We're hoping to get our first allocation in 2020, late in 2020, maybe as early as 2021. And we're looking forward to the project. And again, want to thank you all so much for your partnership in this adventure.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, James. Any questions or comments from any other board members?
Mr. Chair, this is Anita. If there aren't any comments from the board, may I just point out a couple things about the resolution to your board?
Absolutely, Anita. Go ahead.
Thank you. In addition to the transit hub portion of these properties that's designated in the resolution, you'll see under numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that it also resolved any outstanding issues or questions as to the disposition of the remainder of the portions of that property. And I should point out what I'm sure someone would have probably pointed out if I didn't jump in, that Gordon Haggett, the county surveyor, has done a tremendous job of going through all of these disparate pieces of paper and information in order to come up with these property descriptions and put this all together.
Anita, thank you very much. And yeah, thank you for giving the credit to Gordon. You know, I know Gordon does a great job up there for us. We're always asking for things. And yes, thank you very much for that, you know, for really pointing out the hard work that he's done. He always steps up and gets it completed. No, that's projects that he's just been phenomenal on. So, Gordon, thank you very much. All right, Anita, any more questions after Anita's comments? Okay. So we have 2 items on this agenda. We're going to go ahead and open up the public hearing on the consideration of a resolution declaring the certain real property owned. So we're going to open up on the resolution, and the B section we'll tackle next. So go ahead and we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Jake, go ahead.
All right, it doesn't look like we have any hands up, so I'll unmute the floor here. All right, the floor is unmuted. If you would like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
Okay. Hearing none, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the boardroom. Anybody in the boardroom like to make a comment?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to offer the resolution.
Okay, no one in the boardroom wanted to make comments, so we'll go ahead and close the public hearing portion on this, and Supervisor Sabatier has offered the resolution.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
And Supervisor Simon?
Aye.
Thank you.
Excellent.
And Mr. Chair,
Okay, we'll move to, go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
I move to authorize the county administrative officer to execute the vacant land purchase agreement with the Lake Transit Authority for a sale price of $200,000 and to carry out all necessary actions to complete the sale.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
And Supervisor Simon?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Good day, congratulations, and thank you very much, board, and thank you very much, Lisa and James, for being here.
It's awesome.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move to our next item. I will ask a question because this is probably going to be a lengthy one. To the board, would you like to take a 5-minute break before we start with our next item? We got a thumbs up from Supervisor Crandall. So we will take a break.
Mr. Chair, do we want to come back at 10:30 since the item is timed for 10:30?
What time we got here? 10:20, sorry.
10:21.
10:21. Yeah, we'll go ahead and come back at 10:30.
Okay, I'm good.
We're going to take a break. All right, thank you. See you all in about 9 minutes. Board of Supervisors meeting for July 21st. We took a 10-minute break and we're back here at 10:30. Our 6.5 item, our 10:30 a.m. item, our public hearing. It's continued from July 7th, 2020. Consider and approve the Gwinnett Valley Mixed Use Plan Development Project. AM 1804, DA 18-01, GPAB 1801, rezone 1801, and rezone 20-01, GPD 18-01, SD 18-01, SD 20-01, use permit 1849, and use permit 2082. Oh, I'm sorry, 02. So we'll go ahead, and this meeting was continued. We're going to continue this public hearing today, and so we'll go ahead and move forward through that process. I know that this was a continuation. We're going to go ahead and turn this over to our Community Development Director, Scott DeLeon. Interim Community Development Director.
Good morning, Board. Scott DeLeon, Interim Community Development Director. Thank you very much for the opportunity this morning. As you have commented, this is a continuation of the item from July 7th, and the applicant and our consultant that prepared the EIR will be making presentations. There were several comments received very recently, beginning yesterday afternoon. There are 4 items that were included in your package or added to this item as early as this morning. You have a letter from Ms. Denise Louie that was received yesterday, one that was received yesterday from the California Native Plant Society. The State Attorney General's Office submitted a response yesterday afternoon, and the Center for Biological Diversity sent in a comment letter last evening. In consultation with our consultant who prepared the EIR, we feel these submittals don't raise any additional issues that have not already been addressed. And again, this morning, you're going to hear presentations from Ryan Sawyer, who is with Analytical Environmental Services, and they are the consultant that prepared the EIR, and representatives from the developer. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Ryan, and my staff is available. Mark Roberts is in his office. Tokara Thomas is also on this meeting. And I, of course, am in my office and prepared to try to answer any questions that you might have of staff and the process that we followed. But the details of the project will be handled by Ryan. And so I'm going to turn it over now to Ryan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director DeLeon. Ryan, it seems like you're still on mute at this point. We can't. There you go, Ryan. There you go.
Thank you. Yeah, so I was waiting for the host to give me permission there. Good morning, Chair, members of the board, and the public. As Scott mentioned, I'm Ryan Sawyer with Analytical Environmental Services, or AES. We're the environmental consultant that prepared the EIR for the proposed project. As Scott mentioned, I have a brief presentation this morning just to go over the various exhibits to the supplemental staff report. So I'm going to share my screen here. Just bear with me. Oh. And I should introduce Peter Bonadelli with my office as well. He is here to help answer technical questions if anything comes up. So let's see here. Sorry, I have to switch around. There we go. Okay, so this is the first page of the presentation. Let me switch here. So as I mentioned, I'll be providing a summary and overview of the various exhibits to the staff report. So that includes Exhibit 1 to the supplemental staff report, that was just provided to you last Friday. So Exhibit 1 provides responses to various comment letters that were received following release of the final EIR. Exhibit 2 is an errata to the June 2020 final EIR, so we made a few clarifications and minor changes to the mitigation measures in response to the comment letters that came in. Attachment A to Exhibit 2 is an update to the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan, and Exhibit 3 are updated findings, which essentially follow the changes to the mitigation plan and the EIR that were made in Exhibit 2. And then finally, at the end of the presentation, I just want to briefly touch on the late comment letters that just came in last night and late last week that Scott mentioned. So Exhibit 1 to the supplemental staff report responds to several comment letters that were received by the county the evening before the July 7th Board of Supervisors hearing, including comments from the Department of Justice, the Center for Biodiversity, the California Native Plant Society, and the Sierra Club. Additionally, the staff report contains responses to several key comments and questions that were raised by the public at the hearing and in subsequent emails related to the Middletown housing site. So the key issues raised in the comments will be addressed in this presentation are listed here and include issues related to wildfire ignition risk, emergency response and evacuation. Some comments indicated that alternative C, which is the high density alternative studied in the EIR, could reduce wildfire risk and that should be elaborated on in the EIR. We received some comments related to compliance with road standards, related to greenhouse gas and vehicle miles traveled mitigation, related to biological resources. The land use policy 6.12 issue was touched on again by the Sierra Club, and then also the questions related to the Middletown housing site, specifically flooding issues are what I want to focus on today. So regarding wildfire, comments from both the Department of Justice and the Center for Biodiversity asserted that impacts associated with wildfire ignition risk, emergency response, and evacuation were not adequately addressed in the EIR. The June 2020 final EIR acknowledged that wildfire risk from development of the site would be potentially significant given its location in a high fire hazard severity zone, but in response to the late comment letters, the final EIR was supplemented to elaborate on the potential for increased wildfire ignition risk and to further explain how the wildfire prevention plan, project design features and commitments, and the mitigation would reduce these effects to a less than significant level. The Mitigation Monitoring Reporting Plan, or the MMRP as we call it, was also updated to list the project commitments related to wildfire prevention and response, including implementation of the wildfire prevention plan. So typically a project commitment is a part of the project we're studying. It doesn't go into the MMRP, but to clarify all of the project commitments above and beyond code and make sure that there is a tool for monitoring that those commitments are adhered to, we added them into the MMRP. The revisions to the final EIR explain in more detail that the project would expand the wildland-urban interface, which is a common place for wildfires to begin. And additional literature cited in the EIR indicates that many of the human-related causes of wildfire ignition have decreased in recent decades due to increased fire education, a decline in smoking, improved vegetation treatment along roadways, and modern vehicle technology. However, electrical power lines are still significant and frequent cause of wildfire spread. Project components outlined in the wildfire prevention plan, including the establishment of 100-foot fire breaks along all the project roads, and the undergrounding of up to 18 miles of existing overhead PG&E power lines, and the undergrounding of all proposed new electrical utilities within the site would eliminate two of the most significant causes of wildfire ignition. Related to emergency evacuation, several new exhibits were introduced illustrating that there will be 3 driveways leading out onto Butts Canyon Road, including an existing ranch road, an existing winery road, and a new road located near the eastern site border at McCain Canyon. In addition, Grange Road, which extends from Highway 29 to the neighboring properties to the north, can be utilized by emergency vehicles for additional access and can be utilized as an alternative evacuation route. And because there'll be a fire station emergency response center on site, first responders will already be present during any emergency situation. The project will include state-of-the-art early detection and warning systems that will increase the lead time for evacuation of the site, including the on-site emergency response center, mountaintop cameras, 24-hour security that would also be available to spot wildfires, a fire siren, and a hardwired underground municipal communication system for all residences. As a new project commitment, a wildfire evacuation plan will be prepared that will serve as an educational tool for project employees, residents, and guests that will identify and describe the emergency meeting areas, evacuation and emergency egress routes, and procedures in the event of a wildfire emergency. The evacuation plan would allow for orderly evacuation of the site that would not impede emergency responders from traveling and responding to fires, thereby exacerbating fire risk. The roadway design will adhere to CAL FIRE protection standards as well as local plans to ensure emergency access. This will include design requirements such as roadways that can handle the weight of fully loaded fire equipment, roads that are not excessively steep, and roads that are looped to provide double access to provide escape routes. Adherence to code will also ensure that emergency access can be maintained simultaneously with vehicles evacuating the site. Furthermore, the National Fire Protection Association standards indicate that for residential areas, the required number of access routes for projects with between 100 to 600 residential units is 2, and with over 600 residential units is 3. So with the 3 access points for ingress and egress on Butts Canyon Road, plus the 4th emergency access and evacuation route provided by Grange Road, the project is in compliance with these standards. Although an analysis of evacuation times is not specifically required under CEQA, nor are there any adopted standards or thresholds for evacuation timelines within the adopted emergency plans in the area, based on consultation with traffic engineers that have been working on the EIR, it's anticipated that the proposed roadway system can evacuate the proposed Phase 1 land uses in under an hour, and the Phase 1 land uses would not exceed the volume to capacity ratios of Butts Canyon Road. So this slide here illustrates the wildfire evacuation regional access plan. So it shows the 3 evacuation points and access points along Butts Canyon Road and the 4th at Grange Road. And then it also shows the locations of shelter locations within Middletown and regional locations of fire districts. This exhibit here, which was also included as an attachment to the staff report, demonstrates that all of the proposed land uses under Phase 1 are within a 5-mile drive distance from the on-site fire station. And according to the Insurance Services Office, being within a 5-mile drive distance of a fire station within 1,000 feet of a fire hydrant is one criteria for reduced fire insurance rates, indicating a lower risk of development to be impacted by a wildfire. The one exception to this, I should mention, would be the campgrounds up here in the northern portion of the site. Some comments noted that alternative C, which was the high density alternative evaluated in the EIR, could have a lower risk of wildfire related impacts. Although lower density subdivisions can have a greater risk of wildfires than clustered subdivisions, as explained above, that is not necessarily the case here with the proposed project, where the project design incorporates features and systems that eliminate the differences in terms of wildfire risk between high density and lower density development. Articles cited in the comments indicate that lower density developments may have a number of features that increase the risk of wildfires, such as natural vegetation and proximity to structures, and difficulty of firefighter access. However, the proposed project, which is designed with project elements that go above and beyond code requirements, including fire breaks, defensible space around buildings, an extensive vegetation management plan, and an on-site fire station and fire hydrants throughout the site with a reliable community water supply system, is not representative of a typical low-density development project and therefore does not have the same level of risk as usual rural subdivisions. Therefore, the conclusions in the EIR that wildfire risk between alternative C and the proposed project are similar are valid conclusions. Regarding the comments that the site plan does not meet road standards, the site is subject to road standards outlined by the state's fire safe regulations, and the condition of tentative map approval number 6 requires that Prior to recordation of final maps, the interior road shall be designed and constructed in accordance with the standards compiled and stated within the project's development agreement, which actually references the Lake County Road, CAL FIRE, and AASHTO standards. Any revisions to these standards will require approval from the Department of Public Works through alternative design standards or a deviation process. So, as I mentioned, we also received a number of comments related to greenhouse gas and vehicle miles traveled. Mobile source emissions in the form of vehicle miles traveled, or VMT as we abbreviate it, were the largest single contributor to the project's greenhouse gas emissions. A transportation demand management plan was proposed to reduce vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions and was included as a required mitigation in the draft EIR. The final EIR included the full transportation demand management plan with additional information about the implementation, monitoring, and reporting requirements in compliance with the recommendations of the draft EIR mitigation measures. Some comments on the final EIR indicated that the project's proposed mitigation for VMT and greenhouse gas emissions was vague and unenforceable, and that the EIR did not consider all feasible mitigation to reduce the project's impacts, including but not limited to mitigation options, including public transit and carbon credits. And while the TDM plan included shuttle service for employees, it did not include a transit option for the public and project residents. In response to these comments, the TDM plan was expanded to include free on-call dial-a-ride transportation service for employees, patrons, residents, and the general public within a 15-mile radius of the site, traveling between the Gwinnett Valley site and the community of Middletown, that would also provide connections to regional transit service. Additionally, the TDM plan was revised to include specific performance criteria to achieve a 15% reduction below the baseline vehicle miles traveled as disclosed in the EIR, and the TDM plan was revised to include a quantified reductions associated with the measure. So essentially it discloses what the anticipated reductions in VMT would be as a result of the implementation of the measures. Also, we added a mitigation requiring the purchase of greenhouse gas carbon credits to offset the project's remaining greenhouse gas emissions that are above and beyond the stated thresholds in the EIR. However, the EIR's conclusion of a significant unavoidable greenhouse gas impact was not changed given the limited supply of carbon offsets and the uncertainty regarding the availability of offset credits throughout the life of the project. Related to biological resources, some comments question whether the mitigation ratios were sufficient to offset impacts to sensitive habitats and requested additional information on how success criteria will be measured. Within the EIR, sensitive habitat mitigation was based on the type and the quality of the habitat observed. Mitigation measures generally required at a 2-to-1 ratio of mitigation acres to acres impacted. The final EIR mitigation was revised to note that preservation is the preferred form of mitigation and to extend monitoring of habitat restoration and enhancement to a minimum of 5 years. Habitat must meet the muster of its in-kind to qualify as complete. Comments also requested setbacks for aquatic habitat be extended up to the full dispersal capability of species that utilize the aquatic and upland habitat, stating that proposed setbacks would be insufficient to preserve water quality and habitat quality. Riparian corridors on the Gwinnett Valley site are narrow, and many of the linear features are channelized agricultural drainages and lack significant riparian vegetation. Development beyond setbacks is low density and utilizes wildlife-friendly fencing to promote dispersal beyond setbacks. But Snort Creek, the most prominent riparian corridor on the Gwinnett Valley site, is preserved in the open space combining district. The final EIR contains several mitigation measures that are protective of water quality in addition to the construction setbacks. Comments also stated that there was no east to west wildlife migration corridor preserved on the Gwinnett Valley site and that the corridors were too narrow. The final EIR includes supplemental analysis on wildlife movement that extensively discusses the Mayacamas to Berryessa study. Wildlife movement routes in the M2B study, as we refer to it, were minimally modified based on existing development and proposed development such that all terrestrial pathways, including an east to west pathway, were preserved. Development near narrow corridors is low density and utilizes either no fencing or minimal wildlife-friendly fencing. Corridors were developed based on the topography observed on the ground and the wildlife species that may traverse the Gwinnett Valley site. We also received a few comment letters indicating that California red-legged frog and western bumblebee have the potential to occur on the site, and therefore they should have been analyzed and addressed in the EIR. We did a bit more research on this subject, and it appears that the Gwinnett Valley site is out of the current range of these species. They have not been seen within miles of the Gwinnett Valley site for decades. Therefore, it was determined that no additional analysis or mitigation was needed for those species. Related to oaks, comments noted that the canopy cover of 10% or more, any canopy cover of 10% or more should be considered woodland, and that historical oak woodland habitat or potential future oak woodland habitat should also be considered woodland for purposes of impact analysis. And comments also asserted that transplanting of oaks should not be allowable as a mitigation measure. The responses in Exhibit 1 indicate that oak woodland includes areas of 10% oak cover or greater, as defined in the final EIR. And areas that were historically oak woodland or may support oak woodland were defined as their respective habitats at the time of the survey, so the existing conditions present on the site. Related to transplanting, this has actually been successfully accomplished on the Gwinnett Valley site in the past. And if, in the event that a transplanted tree fails, so in other words, it does not, it doesn't survive, it would be replaced as though it would remove. So the replacement mitigation would kick in at that point. Comments from the Sierra Club indicated that the changes to Land Use Policy 6.12 should be evaluated in the EIR and the draft EIR recirculated. In response to this, it was noted that the effects of the General Plan Land Use Policy Amendment for the project site to allow a higher ratio of residential homes is actually evaluated in detail in the EIR already, and therefore no further environmental analysis is required. Sierra Club also pointed out, though, that the wording of the proposed changes to Land Use Policy 6.12 is perhaps too broad and could have allowed additional residential units within the other special study areas of the Middletown Area Plan. So in response to this, in the staff report, it's proposed that the wording of that land use policy be adjusted to clarify that it only applies to the Langtree Gwinnett Special Study Area of the Middletown Area Plan. And so that refined language and the motion related to that is in your staff report. A number of questions were raised at the previous Board of Supervisors hearing related to the Middletown housing site that are responded to in detail in the staff report. A few clarifications have been made to the Middletown housing plan and to the EIR to address these comments. Of note, it was clarified that access to the site will be via Santa Clara Road only, and that the Park Avenue connection shown on the plans will be emergency access only. Because there were a few residents located along Park Avenue that were concerned that the increase in vehicle traffic would be a nuisance. So that has been changed to be designated as emergency access only. Also, some of the comments raised concerns that developing the Middletown housing site and the access roadways could exacerbate existing flooding that occurs in the vicinity. So to ensure that the potential for development of the site, including the road access improvements, won't increase flooding on adjacent properties, some additional discussion and mitigation was added to the final EIR. Specifically, mitigation measure 3.9-4 was revised to require a floodplain analysis certified by a registered professional engineer prior to issuance of a grading permit for that site. The floodplain analysis will need to describe any drainage features if needed to ensure that project impacts do not increase the extent or depth of flooding in adjacent areas. And mitigation measures to address that issue could include the addition of additional on-site drainage swales. Exhibit 2 to the staff report titled Errata to the Final EIR identifies the specific changes made to the June 2020 Final EIR in response to the comments described above. Changes that were made to these sections are shown here, and I will briefly describe on the next slide. So Section 2, project description, was revised to include an added discussion of the amendment to Land Use Policy 6.12. Section 3, biological resources, was amended to include clarifications to mitigation measures that I described above. 3.7, greenhouse gas emissions, was amended to include additional mitigation requirements, and specifically the requirement to purchase greenhouse gas offset credits. hydrology section was amended to include the discussion of flooding at the Middletown, an expanded discussion of flooding at the Middletown housing site and the mitigation requirements related to that. The transportation section was amended, and specifically the mitigation that section, to include additional performance criteria and also to require the dial-a-ride service as a component of the transportation demand management plan. The wildfire chapter was expanded to elaborate on the discussion for potential wildfire impacts and how the wildfire prevention plan and project commitments reduce those risks. And Appendix TDM, which is the Transportation Demand Management Plan, was essentially supplemented to bring it up into compliance with the new mitigation requirements in the EIR. An updated MMRP was provided as attachment A to the errata and incorporated the edits to the mitigation measures described above. These include the addition of supplemental and increased requirements to the previously recommended mitigation measures listed here. Additionally, a new table outlining the various project commitments above and beyond code was added at the end of the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan as table 4-2. It should be noted that the commitments listed in that table are not inclusive of all of the project commitments above and beyond code, but just some of the key ones, and also specifically the ones that address wildfire. Of note, project commitments outlined in the wildfire prevention plan were added, which makes them enforceable by the county through the standard conditions of approval number 1. And new project commitments are listed here on this slide. So these are project commitments that weren't previously described in the draft EIR. And they include requirements that the on-site helipads are constructed to meet CAL FIRE requirements for helicopters for firefighting purposes. The requirement to prepare an emergency evacuation plan as an education tool for project residents, guests, and employees that is generally consistent with the contents and information provided in the South Lake County Emergency Plan, and that emergency evacuation plan must be prepared in cooperation with CAL FIRE, the South Lake County Fire Protection District, and the Lake County Sheriff Department. And finally, a requirement to make sure that maps marking the locations of private ranch roads within the site are provided to emergency response personnel so that these roads may be used in the event of a wildfire. And the findings, which were provided as the final exhibit to the staff report, were updated to reflect the changes to the mitigation measures described above and to provide additional information related to the financial and feasibility of Alternative C as the result of a recent memo provided by the applicant. Additionally, I want to take this opportunity to address several comment letters that have come in since the posting of the final EIR errata and the responses to comments on the county's website last week, including a letter from the Department of Justice received last night and letters from the California Wild Foundation and California Native Plant Society. The letters from the California Wildlife Foundation and the California Native Plant Society raise issues primarily related to biological resources, and our biologists here and resource specialists have taken a hard look at those letters and are advising that they do not raise any new issues that have not been previously addressed or substantially covered in the EIR. If there are any questions related to this, Pete Bonadelli is available to answer, and we can bring on some other specialists within my office to help address those questions if any come up. However, I'd like to go through the points raised in the Department of Justice letter here briefly. So the Department of Justice letter states that, again, the EIR does not provide the required project-specific analysis of increased wildfire risk that consider all of the factors at play, and states that the final EIR must analyze whether the project in its location and with its land uses, arrangement of structures, density, spacing, topography, grading, etc., exacerbates the risk of wildfire ignition and spread. So contrary to this comment, a multi-factor and project-specific analysis is precisely what the EIR provides. The EIR summarizes the extensive mapping of the multiple wildfire risk factors, including vegetation, wind patterns, topography, aspects, CAL FIRE severity zones, and regional risk, and concludes the potential risk of wildfire exacerbation is indeed significant. It also summarizes available research related to wildfire risk, such as the effects of density, to inform this conclusion. Then, in light of the existing setting and what we know from current research, The EIR evaluates whether the unique elements of the project, including the extensive measures outlined in the wildfire plan, reduce this risk to a less than significant level, and concludes, again, based on the existing conditions of the site, research and consultation with representatives at the South Lake County Fire Protection District, that taken together, the project reduces the risk of wildfire ignition to a less than significant level. The Department of Justice letter also indicates that the errata to the final EIR does not analyze whether alternative C would reduce impacts to wildfire risks. To clarify, the final EIR does acknowledge that wildfire risks may be higher with low density developments, but here the proposed project was specifically designed with wildfire prevention in mind, incorporating fire breaks, underground electrical lines, an on-site CAL FIRE response center, an adequate wildfire water supply and suppression system, and enforced defensible space maintenance. These components and commitment of the proposed project go above and beyond code requirements and would eliminate the wildfire risk normally associated with low density development. So they're specific to low density development, that is. Therefore, the conclusion of a less than significant impact is valid. While the EIR does point to the financial and feasibility of the wildfire prevention measures under the high density alternative, it does not rely on this to make the conclusion of similar wildfire impacts. Although the proposed project is less densely designed than alternative C, the ability to implement specialized fire protection measures lowers the wildfire risk level, giving the proposed project similar wildfire impacts as a more densely designed development. The Department of Justice letter also indicated that the EIR does not adequately address evacuation, including the capacity on internal and external roadways in the event of a wildfire. As I mentioned previously, although an analysis of evacuation time is not specifically required, nor are there any adopted standards or thresholds for evacuation timelines within the currently adopted emergency plans in the area, based on consultation with traffic engineers working on the EIR, it's anticipated that the proposed roadway system can evacuate the proposed Phase 1 land uses in under an hour, and the Phase 1 land uses would not exceed the volume to capacity ratios of Butts Canyon Road. The Department of Justice letter also indicated that the final EIR still does not adequately address post-mitigation level of service at the Butts Canyon Road and State Route 29 intersection. As stated in the responses to comments document, the post-mitigation level of service at Butts Canyon Road was shown in the traffic study appendices. And as shown therein, the Butts Canyon Road intersection currently operates at a level of service C and would continue to operate this level of service C under baseline plus project conditions after the implementation of mitigation measures. Additionally, under cumulative conditions, so future cumulative conditions in the year 2040, the intersection is anticipated to operate at a level of service E. And after the addition of project-related traffic plus the implementation of the recommended mitigation, it would continue to operate at level of service E. So the project does not exacerbate the poor operating conditions of that intersection. The DOJ letter indicated that the final EIR still does not reconcile the EIR's reliance on vegetation removal to reduce wildfire risk on one hand, and its limitation on vegetation removal under the biological mitigation measures. So in response to this, I want to clarify that the EIR identifies 6 sensitive habitats that may be impacted by the wildfire management activities, and of these 6, 2 are grassland and shrub communities that do not require vegetation clearing to reduce the wildfire risk present there. And 2 of the other habitats are riparian, and they occur only along natural aquatic wildfire breaks and compose less than 1% of the Gwinnett Valley site. These habitats can be avoided without posing a safety risk. The remaining 4 habitats are tree dominated. Mitigation measure 3.4-18, which prevents significant impacts to sensitive habitats from wildfire risk management activities, allows for the necessary vegetation removal through use of hand tools and avoidance of tree removal. Grazing is also allowed in all of these habitat types to help manage fuels. Therefore, this mitigation does not prohibit wildfire risk management within the sensitive habitats. Rather, it identifies the least impactful methods that allow for wildfire risk management without adversely impacting those sensitive habitats. The comment letter from DOJ indicated that it's unclear if the wildfire prevention strategies are enforceable and that they remain vague. As stated in the response to comments, the strategies in the wildfire prevention plan have been added to the mitigation monitoring reporting plan to clarify that they shall be implemented rather than the optional tone used in the plan itself. And implementation of the project as described in the EIR, which includes the commitments listed in the mitigation monitoring plan, is a standard condition of approval in the proposed conditions of approval document. And then finally, the Department of Justice indicated it did not have enough time and has requested a continuance. Obviously, it's up to the decision makers if you wish to continue the hearing to allow more time. But strictly from a CEQA compliance perspective, it's noted that the AG's office did not comment during the NOP review and scoping period, nor during the draft EIR review period, and there are no mandatory review periods for a final EIR. So that concludes my presentation today, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Scott, it's my understanding that the applicant also has a presentation that they wish to share.
Yeah, and just like last time, I think we'll allow the presentations to move forward and then we'll go to start with questions from the board and then open it up to the community. So, Scott, I don't know if you want to, who's going to do a next presentation?
Scott, we're happy to.
There we go. Okay, does the applicant want to do a presentation at this point? Here we go.
Sure. Good morning, Chair Simon and members of the Board of Supervisors, and for those of you who have joined us online, my name is Kirsty Shelton, and I'm with MAHA, and I've been managing the many designers and environmental consultants for over the last 3 years. Thank you again to the Chair and the Board for the 2-week extension so that we could thoughtfully and thoroughly respond to the public comments provided. I know that the EIR consultant already responded to the majority of the comments. However, we thought it would be helpful for you to see our active participation in response to the community concerns. To that end, we put together some slides to walk you through the various project elements that have been influenced by the recent public process. There have been some public comments that it appears that we haven't provided enough time for the agency or the public to review the document. This schedule shows that we have been working with the county for over 3 years, 7 years from the adoption of the area plan that forecasted the development in this area, the EIR consultant for 18 months, and the community for over 2 years. As you can see, our first public notice was for the scoping of the EIR, which was in the spring of 2019, over 15 months ago. In addition to the very public process over the past year and a half, I would like to point out that at every opportunity for the public to comment, it was extended by approximately 2 weeks. The draft EIR public comment period was extended from 45 to 60 days. The first hearing to request a recommendation before the Planning Commission was continued for 12 days to allow more time for review and comment. And as you remember, we were just before you 2 weeks ago, and we continued this hearing to allow more time to respond to the community. Since we have seen you last, our team has reached out to the members of the community, attended the Middletown Area Town Hall meeting to discuss the Santa Clara property, and provided formal written responses to the letters received. One of our recent comments was about the impact to the California native plants. And because the EIR consultant formally responded to the academic aspect of these comments, I wanted to introduce to you a concept that is not a requirement of the EIR, nor was it included in the multiple volumes of use permits that we submitted. Ever since this landowner purchased this property, they hired a landscape steward to literally listen to the land. This concept hasn't been addressed before the board or any of the public, but I thought it would be helpful for everyone to have an inside view of what it looks like on the ranch as it relates to native plants. It is my pleasure to introduce a key member of the ranch management team, Spencer Woodward. Spencer is a design ecologist and a logistics planner at Island Planning Corporation. Spencer's foundation in landscape design and anthropogenic agroecosystems began 20 years ago with the study of plants, traditional pre-colonial land management, ethnobotany, agroforestry, and horticulture. Spencer's role on the ranch doesn't really have a job title. However, his role is vital to the fundamentals of the landowner and our commitment to the native plant community.
Hi, hope everyone can hear me. Thanks for the introduction, Kirsty. I'll start by saying a few words about what we're currently involved in on the ranch and what some of our aspirations are for the project's future. But before I get into that, I wanted just to show you a few images of the native plant nurseries that we're developing and offer a glimpse at the incredible and important range of botanical diversity that we are currently working with. On the top left, you'll see the second generation of a plant called Prunus ilicifolia, or hollyleaf cherry, that we have propagated in our nurseries. This California native cherry relative has been cultivated for centuries for its edible fruit and leached seed meal. Flowers provide an important forage for bees. The plant is also the larval host for a number of native butterfly species. Beneath that photo are just a few of hundreds of narrow leaf milkweed seedlings that we've germinated last fall, propagated from wild seeds, collected along Pewter Creek and other areas of the ranch. Of all the milkweed species, this is considered to be the single most important host plant for monarch butterflies in California. And there are a number of other milkweed species native to the site that we are also growing as well. The photo on the right was taken under one of our shade structures, showing the varying stages of propagation and some of our many species of native perennial bunch grass. And on the next slide, at the top is a view of another smaller shade structure that we have dedicated to seed germination. In the photo, you're looking at basically a wide variety of species, from oaks and grasses to the local coffeeberry, Rhamnus californica, and redbuds, Cercis occidentalis. The bottom three images show from left a bucket holding hundreds of oak seeds ready for germination, while the two images on the right show germinating and transplanted Rhamnus ilicifolia, which is a local drought-tolerant evergreen shrub. This is an excellent plant for rocky slopes, erosion control, and provides an important food source for a number of native bird species. This project's commitment to California native plant communities has really been a core focus since inception. Beginning back in 2017, I've been fortunate enough to explore this property and discuss it with some of the world's most prestigious designers and master planners as they familiarize themselves with the land and work through their design process. On each of the behalves, there's been a firmly held desire and commitment to integrate each project facet into the larger property-wide system dedicated to sustainable land management and stewardship. That's where nurseries and plant propagation play a central role. Over the past 2 years, we've implemented an increasingly diverse on-site plant nursery focusing on seed and cutting propagation of California native trees, shrubs, and perennials, with a particular emphasis on perennial bunch grasses and geophytes. These are two exceedingly important, yet increasingly scarce, marginalized plant groups within the California flora. Most of our propagation material is collected on site throughout all seasons of the year. Our local nursery staff are being trained in the many nuances of native plant horticulture, working with a vast diversity of species, many of which are not commercially available, even in some of the best native plant retail nurseries in the region. Throughout the past years of discussion and planning with the client and developer, we've outlined the methodology and budgeting necessary to continue to scale up our propagation goals and planting initiatives in order to provide the nursery production, training, and resources necessary to undertake long-term native landscaping, restoration, and ecological stewardship of this property. It's very likely that you won't find another development in California which has committed the resources to establish native plant nurseries and propagation programs as robust and well-established as ours. And really, we've only just begun. We see this as a constantly evolving model for others to learn from and hopefully replicate. As the principal landscape designers on this project, we approach our role from the perspective of conservation, enhancement, and ecological restoration. We think this property provides a very rare and exceptional opportunity to create a working model for native landscape design and sustainable land management in the context of a residential and hospitality development. And before I turn this back over to Kirsty, I'd like to just extend an open invitation for any of you, anyone interested in coming by this ranch nursery, take a more in-depth look at some of the native plant propagation initiatives that we are working on. I'm there every week and will be for the foreseeable future. And I love nothing more than showing people what we're up to and discussing plants. So thanks a lot for your time, and I'll turn this back over to you, Kirsty.
Thanks, Spencer. I hope everyone enjoyed a little inside view of life at the ranch. When Spencer and his team first arrived at the ranch over 3 years ago, the first thing that they suggested was, in lieu of removing trees that were proposed to be removed as part of the previous vineyard entitlement, that they should consider saving these trees. And over the past 3 years, over 250 trees that would have otherwise been cut down and burned to accommodate vineyards have been intentionally root pruned and successfully relocated. This graphic shows the oak woodland coverage on the site, 5,645 acres of the 16,000 acre ranch, or 35% as recorded by the certified biologist. A question was raised about the adequate definition of oak woodlands. You heard Ryan talk about it earlier. As part of the response, the certified biologist submitted a letter outlining the definition and distinction between an oak woodland and an oak savanna. The draft EIR analyzed a woodland to be an oak woodland with 60% and greater tree canopy, and 10 to 60% was defined as a savanna. In the forthcoming slides, you will see how we responded to this comment. Our initial submittal proposed a 1.5 acre preservation for every acre impacted. We analyzed 220 acres of oak woodlands impacted, or 4% of the amount of oaks on the property. As you can see on this graphic, that resulted in 331 acres of preservation. This graphic shows the additional preservation, almost doubling the preservation from 331 to 633 acres. This was guided by the increase of preservation to 2 acres preserved to 1 acres impacted for blue and live oak, and 3 acres preserved to 1 acre impacted for the valley oak, and the inclusion of the oak savannas to be included as a woodland. This resulted in an analysis of total oak woodland from 220 to 316 acres, or an increase of 4 to 5% of the total oak woodland on the site that is impacted as part of the project. These tables show the increase in mitigation ratio between the draft and the final EIR. As you can see, the total number of deed-restricted oak preservation has increased to almost 2,000 acres as part of the current project. The previous entitlements as part of the water rights EIR require that 2,675 acres of open space be preserved. As part of our project, we amended the area of the open space, as you can see the outline of the open space on the screen. In addition to the preservation of open space, I'd like to point out that in addition, we functionally preserved additional areas of open space by implementing the buildable envelope restriction of 1.5 acres to any lot greater than 1.5 acres. Therefore, creating additional indirect preservation areas throughout the study. Finally, we expanded the areas of preservation through the addition of habitat corridor easements, which connect to this open space, as you'll see in greater detail on the following slide. In response to the draft EIR, a comment from the Center for Biodiversity stated that we did not allow for habitat movement throughout the site. I wanted to take a moment and outline the process that we took in response. First, we hired a wildlife biologist to assist us in analyzing this. Then, once we had a draft, we presented our findings to representatives from the local Lake County Sierra Club and the local Audubon Society, who were the direct representatives of the study, which I will discuss. In 2018, a habitat movement and corridor study was conducted by local nonprofits to assess the regional habitat connectivity for a portion of Northern California between the Maya Thomas and the Berea mountain ranges, called the M2B study. However, it should be noted that this effort was never formally adopted as a county or community commitment. The project site is outlined in yellow. It lies in an area that is considered the heart of this M2B study, as you can see outlined in this image. This slide shows the result of the permeability assessment of the project site. What you see in yellow is the most likely land-based or terrestrial paths for wildlife to cross across the site, as defined by the M2B study. Please note that the background information for the study did not account for any existing development, such as vineyards, when creating these likely corridors. On this slide, what you see in yellow is the most likely wildlife pathway adjacent to aquatic areas or riparian. In this case, it follows the Fuda Creek within the northern property boundary. Here, you can see in light blue the wildlife paths as likely from the M2B study overlaid onto the project site and the proposed plan. Adjacent to the light blue is the dark blue dotted line and is our identified proposed wildlife pathway to accommodate both the existing and entitled vineyards and then ultimately accommodate for our project. This resulted in lot modifications, which you'll see next. The conclusion of our analysis is that the vineyard fencing is wildlife exclusion fencing. and they impeded the pathways identified in this 2018 MTB study. As you can see, these dark blue dotted lines take into consideration both the already entitled or developed vineyards as identified in the light yellow and green color. On the screen, the dark blue lines outlined in dark orange demonstrate the approximate 300-foot wide habitat corridors, and the pink represents the small segments that occur on residential parcels. We will go into more detail about these in the next slide. We refer to these as residential habitat connectivity easements, and they will be permanently preserved and recorded on the final maps. It should be noted that this exercise was very important to this project, given the deep commitment to sustainability and resulted in parcel reductions and modifications, and most importantly, an additional 425 acres of long-term preserved habitat connectivity easement. On this slide, I'd like to show an example of one of the 11 residential lots that has a residential habitat easement. Within their parcel, if they would like to install fencing, they have two options. First, as you'll see on the left side of the screen, if they would like to install fencing along the perimeter or anywhere within the residential habitat easement area, it must be a wildlife-friendly fence. For an example, think of a split rail fence. Second, if fencing which does not allow wildlife movement is requested, then this fencing cannot be anywhere within the 300-foot corridor of the residential habitat easement, as shown on the right. Again, this will be deed restricted, including the design elements and also in the homeowners association. In response to a public comment, we increased the requirement for the installation of the alternative energy to be installed prior to final occupancy of the structure. As a team, we have looked for creative ways to integrate solar into the project design. Here you can see some opportunities for solar. And in addition, we've integrated it into parking structures and other accessory facilities. In response to public comment, we further bolstered our mitigation measures to require installation of alternative energy at time of final occupancy. In response to the community concerns of the site of the Santa Clara Workforce Housing Site, we attended the Middletown Town Hall meeting on Thursday, July 9th, and had multiple meetings since with the neighborhood. I would like to highlight the key issues that were raised, one of them being the density, second being the regional drainage and flooding, and then finally access on Park Avenue. First, I'd like to discuss the density analysis. As you can see here, we are not requesting a density bonus, as the general plan density for this property could allow up to 63 units. But we are only asking to allow 2 units per one lot on the interior of the project in pink. This maintains larger lots and primarily single-family residential on the exterior of the property, which is adjacent to the existing neighborhood. This proposal yields a total of 36 lots with 50 units. In comparison to allowing the duplex units in the interior, as you can see on this slide, this is a 2008 County of Lake approved tentative subdivision on the same site. As you can see on the right side of the slide, the approval included 49 residential lots. There were 31 on the exterior of the property and 18 on the interior. In comparison, our request includes a similar unit count, 50 units, but only 36 lots, with 21 single-family units on the exterior versus 31. This results in a lower density on the exterior to blend more in with the surrounding land uses. In response to the regional drainage, here is a slide from the tentative map, and you can see the water retention areas are in dark gray and include water gardens to store stormwater. In addition, there will be additional conversations with the civil engineer and the neighborhood to confirm that the flooding matters are taken care of. This slide depicts aerial photography showing the surrounding land uses with the proposed subdivision overlaid into the existing site conditions. This helps to put into perspective the size of the site and the density requested. Lastly, I would like to point out that the access on Park Avenue has been revised to remain unapproved to allow for emergency vehicular access only. The primary route will continue to be from Santa Clara, and all roads will be publicly maintained by the county. Finally, there was some concern about the architecture not blending into the neighborhood. The original documents were provided as a massing study to support the duplex request. We are in the process of interviewing local architects, and here are some reference images to demonstrate the architectural flavor and design elements we intend for the site to be built with. Finally, I'd like to share that in response to another public comment, we increased the monitoring of the offsite well terms in the mitigation monitoring reporting plan. This concludes my slides, and now I'd like to introduce Catherine Philippakis from Perella Barada Martel. Catherine is the land use attorney who I have had the pleasure of working alongside on this project for many years.
Thank you, Kirsty. Good morning, Chairman Simon and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today. I would like to speak to you a bit about the wildfire-related issues, as I know you all received another letter from the AG's office last night, and I'd like to provide some context here. Briefly, you should know that this is really a model project from the perspective of wildfire prevention and defense. It's a benchmark for how larger developments should be done, and that is especially important here in a fire-ravaged community such as ours. This project has been the result of a lot of hard work and communication between your staff in Public Works and Community Development and the staff at the South Lake County Fire District and our team of experts. It will result in many improvements that we're very proud of, but there's one in particular that I'd like to talk about now, which is a brand new fire station that will serve not only this property, but this entire corner of South Lake County. It would even be available to our neighbors in Yolo and Napa County if they want to ask for help. To put things in perspective, I'd like to give you an example of how important our cooperation and partnership has been. After the last hearing was continued, I was talking to Battalion Chief Mike Wink about fire prevention and the firefighting features of the project, and we started to talk about the 2 helipads that we were building. And he said to me, you know, if you could agree to make those helipads 100 feet wide and give them a high pressure water source located right at the edge of the pad, then we could land the big firefighting helicopters there to refill them. Because although they can refill them from the lakes, at night, there's not very good visibility to do so. So it's obviously much preferable to be able to land and reload. And we, of course, immediately said yes. And we added this to the MMRP as one of our project commitments because we recognize, just as all of our neighbors do, that the more we give our local firefighters the tools to stop fires, the safer it is for all of us in the community. And making this part of the county safer from wildfires has been one of the key drivers in the design of this project. I think it's important to understand how this project is different from others. You have heard a variety of comments in the letters about the fire risks associated with low-density developments. And I want to explain how this community is simply not the same as the communities referenced in that literature that was cited. In order to understand that, I think it helps to first look at the setting. Although the property is in a fire severity area, the site conditions at the property are dramatically mitigated by both the existing conditions on the property and the proposed project conditions. So if we look at the first map, which is a map of the irrigated landscapes and water environment, it shows all of the irrigation and water features on the property. As you can see, there are vineyards, both existing vineyards and areas that have been cleared but not yet planted. And they're all throughout the area slated for phase 1 development. In addition, there are several large bodies of water, and there's a proposed golf course and the polo fields. We also, for your informational purposes, included the lands in Napa that are being developed to vineyard by our neighbor, who was the former owner of our property, in order to show how the development, particularly around Maha Farms, is sheltered by the lake and by the vineyard development, which sort of curves around the Maha Farms area. All in all, these irrigated and water areas total approximately 2,500 acres that surrounds all of phase 1. If we turn to the next slide, we have also shown all of the wildfire fire breaks and the defensible space associated with the project. Remember that there's a 300-foot fire break from commercial structures, 150 feet around residential structures, and 50 feet on either side of the roadways, as well as along the undeveloped edges of the property. Again, these fire breaks are areas where the vegetation will be managed to remove flammable material. These add up to another 2,500 acres. So the next page, if we can turn to that, shows both of those areas together to give you an aggregate picture of what the landscape looks like with these fire ameliorating features added in. As you can see, huge swaths of the property are now teal and purple. But I think if we turn to the next map, that's the clearest visual image of what's unique about the project. What we've done here is to take the fire severity map and overlay all of those irrigated features and all of the fire break features, put them all in teal for ease of visual analysis and acuity, and show you what it looks like to have this much green right through the middle of the phase 1 project and through the middle of the fire severity zones. And remember, these are managed areas that are enforced both by the Homeowners Association, the HOA, through the CC&Rs for the project, and included in the MMRP, which makes them enforceable by the county. That's something that's absolutely unique and very different from a typical community in a rural area. Finally, I want to talk a little bit about the issue of density with reference to this map. As you know from my letter, we engaged with a fascinating group of academics from the University of California at Berkeley, one of whom, Dr. Butzik, is one of the authors of the literature about low-density development and wildfire risk. When he and his colleagues reviewed our plans and the letter, one of his first comments was to say that we weren't really a low-density development, that what he had meant was parcels of 10 acres or more, not commonly managed or enforced, usually reliant on wells for their water source, but without fire pumps or hydrants, and without a centralized communication and notification system. When he looked at our plans, he pointed out that we were actually a clustered subdivision. We just had several different clusters with smaller lots grouped around a hotel or other feature and larger lots on the periphery. And all of these factors are significant because each one of them serves to ameliorate fire risk, and they are additive factors, meaning that as you take them all together, they ameliorate the risk very dramatically. That's one of the things that's special about the project. And I think it's one of the things that critics have a hard time getting their head around, which is that we voluntarily offered upfront as part of the project application to put into place all of these measures to mitigate wildfire risk. So rather than putting forward a project that created a lot of risk and then mandating mitigation measures to lower the risk, we lowered it from the outset. That's unusual, but it's in no way bad from a CEQA perspective. In fact, it's allowable and a good thing. And all of these unique design features that we have put forward make us unique from the perspective of wildfire analysis. And as I mentioned in the letter, the team from Cal is actually very excited about our project. And they have asked if this project can be the focus of an academic study on wildfire prophylaxis and defense, because they believe that the project could be used as a model for wildfire management for future projects throughout the state of California, which means that this project could have an impact well beyond Lake County. They're very excited about that, and so are we, because frankly, they are the best minds in the state on the issue of wildfires. We are incredibly fortunate to be able to host them and for us all to benefit over time from the addition to academic literature that will result from their study of our project as it's being constructed. If we turn to the next slide, this is a close-up to show how all the different layers work together. Thank you. If you look at this, at first it just looks like wildland, but let me take you through it. On the left, you have managed grazing lands so that undergrowth is continually being cleared away from these lands. In the middle, in yellow, is a property fire break, typically 50 to 100 feet, which will be throughout the property. Then there's a roadway fire break of 100 feet on either side of the road, plus the road, so over 120 feet. And then followed by the sort of Venn diagram, which is each of the houses with their overlapping defensible space. Then you see a stream, and then there's irrigated vineyards on the right. So that taken as a whole, what looks at first like a wild landscape is in fact a very carefully curated landscape that removes flammable matter that could allow a wildfire to spread. If we turn to the next map, you'll see the distance, the 5-mile map, which Ms. Sawyer also showed you. It's important because it shows that every single parcel in phase 1, which is what will be immediately constructed, is within 5 miles of the new fire station. And that means that first responders can reach every single parcel within 5 to 10 minutes. And because we've committed to putting fire hydrants all along the roads so that all of the parcels can be served with high pressure water for fire suppression, it's essentially just as if they were in a municipal area. So this is not at all a typical rural development. If we look at the next map, which is regional access, it shows the regional access routes and where your local evacuation centers are, which are the 2 schools at Hidden Valley in Middletown and Twin Pines Casino. And as you heard Ms. Sawyer state, the phase 1 project can be evacuated in under an hour, and the road absolutely has the capacity to handle that traffic. We also show the road to the north, which could be used for emergency vehicle access, or guided evacuation, as well as the 3 roads on Butts Canyon, which are the primary access for the project. And I think it's important to spend a few moments talking about the communication system associated with the project, because frankly, these systems are really phenomenal. I'm sure that all of us here on this call today have signed up to Nixle, which is a wonderful system, and we all rely on it during wildfire season, but it's a voluntary system. You have to sign up for it in order to get notifications. The system at the property is different. It's going to be mandatory, which means everyone who enters the property will have to sign up to receive emergency notifications. In addition, the project will have a complete internal security force, as well as the emergency response center. So that means that the security personnel know who's in residence, both in the homes and at the hotels. Each hotel guest will have emergency evacuation instructions, and each homeowner will get a similar packet for their homes. If there is an emergency, everyone will be notified, told to go to one of the gathering points, and then if an evacuation is necessary, people can be led from the site rather than just all leaving willy-nilly. And I think it's important to mention one other feature that hasn't really been pointed to, which is that all of the emergency notification lines are going to be hardwired into the joint utility trench for the project. That means that even if the power goes down, the emergency lines will remain open and active. That sounds like a small detail, but for all of us who lived with the power outages associated with recent fires, I think we know that that's the kind of feature that saves lives, and the project is really rife with these kind of features. The next 2 slides show the exterior and interior building strategies from our wildfire prevention plan. And briefly, we can highlight some of the small details that are very important. There are exterior sprinklers, fire-resistant materials, non-combustible vents and roofs, fire-resistant eaves and overhangs, and most importantly, underground utility connections. Right now, there are PG&E poles all over this property providing power to the various lakes and the vineyards, and those are going to be placed underground almost everywhere. The next slide, if we can turn to it, shows the corollary, which is the interior building strategies. Interior sprinklers, forced chimney maintenance, quick release windows, and basic firefighting tools. For those of you who know Randy Sternberg, our ranch manager, you may know that for years, he gives every visitor to the ranch a shovel and a fire extinguisher to put in their car while they're on the property. And we've basically taken that principle and extended it to everyone on the project so that they all have those same basic tools with them. The next map is important because it goes to the changes that we made in response to the letters. On the first map, as you can see, this was the original parcel layout. And if you look at the very northeast corner and northwest corner, there are several parcels that were part of phase one that abut open space and are in those corners. When we received the comments just before our last hearing, we went back over the roads with staff and they reiterated that they were comfortable with the road network. But as we looked at everything with fresh eyes, and let's turn to the next slide, we decided that it would be better to eliminate the smaller parcels at those two corners and to replace them with two larger parcels in each corner. Similarly, we added some road connectors so that the long roads didn't dead end, but had a loop at the end. If we can go to the next slide, we can focus in on some of those. Along the top line, you see the parcels that were removed, 10 lots at the northwest, 4 at the northeast. And then on the bottom left, you see a loop connector that was added within 2 of the residential parcels, some removal of lots, and another connection. These all result in the longer roads having loops at their terminus rather than dead ends. And we think overall that although they're minor changes, we're very pleased with them. We think they're a beneficial addition to the project. So if we could turn to the next slide. The final page here outlines the project changes that we've committed to make since the FEIR was released. We actually very much appreciate the fact that the AG's office submitted their letter and gave us an opportunity to clarify some of these aspects of the project. We were a bit taken aback when we first received the letter at the end of the day before our first hearing 2 weeks ago. And of course, it would have been better had they offered their comments at the time of the DEIR when everyone else commented, so that we all could have reviewed and responded earlier in the process rather than at the very end. But the fact remains that we think some great things resulted from our response to the letter. First, we reduced the parcels down to 385 to eliminate those smaller parcels that abutted open space. We added the loop roads to improve the interior circulation. We got to meet an incredible group of scientists from Cal, and now they're going to be part of our team going forward, and they're going to assist us with our FireWise certification and with doing studies at the property. We had a chance to work more directly with the neighbors on the Santa Clara property access, which we feel was very valuable to that project, and we hope it was valuable to them as well. Similarly, if we look back at the project one more time, as we have in the last 2 weeks, we came to appreciate fully all of the design features that will be very important, both for this project and for the community. The fire station, the communication systems for emergency response, the helipads, the underground utilities, the well-designed and improved road network. We want you, the board, today to have confidence in this project and to know that approving the project means that you're voting for an incredibly robust system of wildfire prevention and defense that will benefit not just the future residents of this property, but everyone in the vicinity. I think it's telling that in the most recent letter that we received from the AG's office, they didn't identify a single additional mitigation measure that they say we should have incorporated. I think that points to the fact that this project has a very comprehensive wildfire management program built into it. As to the rest of the letter, I know it's always a concern to get a letter late in the process, but I think you'll find that it really just reiterates what was said in their first letter. Their critiques that they raised the first time and a request that we adopt Alternative C. But the problem with Alternative C is that it does not meet our project objectives, which simply invalidates it out of the gate. It also does not allow us to invest in all of the infrastructure that gives us such a great wildfire plan and the other environmental benefits associated with this project. Of course, we are always willing to listen to anything that the AG's office has to say, We have tremendous respect for them and for the work that they do. But the fact is that we are at the end of a very long road that the county and our team and the residents of South Lake County have all been involved in for the past 3 years, from the initial scoping to the extensive community involvement in the DEIR, to the Planning Commission hearing process, and now to these 2 hearings. You should feel confident that this process has been thorough, that it's been exhaustive, and that it has incorporated all of the substantive input that has been worthy of incorporation or feasible. And in conclusion, there's one last point I'd like to make that I think we've lost sight of recently. As you know, some of the people commenting on the project only became involved in the project very recently. So I think they were not aware of all the hard work that was done by the citizens of Lake County during the Middletown Area Plan process. Remember that this approval only allows phase 1 to go forward immediately. Future phases were analyzed at a programmatic level, and they require additional approvals and additional CEQA review. Phase 1, with its 385 residential parcels and 250 hotel rooms, falls squarely within the ambit of what Lake County envisioned for this property in the area plan. The MAP process, which included an EIR, debated, analyzed, and ultimately approved an area plan for a project just like our phase 1 project. And so although we chose to do a complete EIR for the project and to include the programmatic level of the EIR so that the entire scale of the ultimate project would be under consideration all at once, you should remember that we are simply following the previous analysis that was already done and already approved for the Middletown Area Plan. As we turn this over to comments from the public, I, of course, like to request an opportunity to speak at the very end. And I and the other team members will be happy to answer any questions that you may have. We have our wildlife biologist, our engineer, and many of the other project team members here today. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Well, thank you very much for those presentations. Kind of the layout we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and start with the board comments. And then once we're completed with those questions and comments, we'll open it up to the public, and then we'll bring it back at the end for discussion and hopefully action as we move through this process. So thank you very much for the presentations. I would ask when we do go to public comment, anyone asking questions, please ask it to the board, myself, and then we'll have someone step in who can answer the question directly. So we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board at this point. Any questions or comments before we open it up to the public? Okay, right now I'm not seeing any. So if I missed you, please let me know. Tina, you are on the phone?
No, I'm back. I'm back.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. All right. So seeing none at this point, we're going to go ahead and open it up. We're going to open up the public hearing to public comment. And we'll go ahead and start with, seems like we got somebody up in the boardroom there.
Yes, we did.
Rob, did you have your hand up before we open it up?
I did. I just wanted to ask one thing. I know before we came live, Carol had asked about holding it to 2 minutes, and I think we need to reconsider that. As long as the conversation and the comments are relevant, like we're gonna really hold him to 2 minutes. This is.
No, Rob, I completely agree. I did talk about the 2 minute time frame, but we know this is a very important project that's going on. We'll definitely be lenient as we move through the process today in the public comment, because we want to make sure we get that stuff out, Rob. Yeah. So I don't know, I didn't want to finish your comment there, but go ahead.
Well, no, that's right. You're on the right track. I just, as long as it's relevant and doesn't get off on some windy curve, but this is the largest land use decision this board will ever make.
Yeah, I completely agree.
And the public is impacted, and I think they deserve to be heard on relevant topics. So.
So then, Mr. Chair, do you want me to time it all or alert you?
Well, no, I definitely want to time it. Just alert me at the 2-minute mark, and if it can be done there, we can go from there, and then we'll move through the process and see, like we said, each discussion, if it's relevant, if there's a question that needs to be talked out a little bit more, we'll kind of move through that process. I know we have a lot of folks that want to do it. That's why I was considering the 2-minute, kind of as a baseline, and we'll go from there. But I would appreciate the time on the 2 minutes. I see we have someone up for public comment. So we'll start public comment with the in-room folks, and then we'll move to the folks with their hands up and in the room. So go ahead, Chief, go ahead.
Thank you. Paul Duncan, Assistant Chief for CAL FIRE and the Chief of South Lake County Fire Protection District. I really want to thank the developers. We had some questions regarding a couple of changes in the agreement, and that's what I'm going to bring forward today, but they've been very reachable and approachable, and we appreciate their cooperation. And at the district direction of our Fire District Council, we'd like to enter a couple of agreed upon edits to the development agreement, and that would be section 7.4, which is labeled transient occupancy tax. We'd like to add an additional sentence which reads, quote, "These limitations specifically exclude the continued levy and collection of the special tax approved by voters of the South Lake County Fire Protection District in November 2018, end quote. Additionally, section 12.3, labeled Emergency Response Center, we'd like to add or change the wording in the second sentence of the section to insert the words ongoing maintenance costs. So that would read, at developer's option, the cost of design, construction, and ongoing maintenance costs of the Emergency Response Center, including permit and other governmental fees, shall be credited by the local agency against the first amounts of the fire mitigation impact fees. And that's Lake County Code Chapter 27. Those are the two changes we request, and it was agreed to by council with the developer. And that's our comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Chief Duncan.
I did have one question. I'm not sure who to answer this right now, but I'll ask while Paul and Mike are here, if I could. Mo?
Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Brown.
The fire. We've heard discussion of the fire station. Whose fire station would it ultimately be?
That's what this discussion centers around, and it would be through a permanent easement process.
Okay.
2 minutes.
Sorry, say that again?
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. A permanent easement process with them. So we would have access to the property. It would be fire district
No, I get the easement part of it. Okay, go ahead. I think you were just getting ready to answer, sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. It's complicated, but it would retain ownership of the land. The fire district have access to it and operate the fire station on it, but the ownership of the land would be granted through that temporary or permanent easement where we would be there, and if we ever decided to move a station or change that location, it could revert back to the property owner, and then they could handle that. And Kay, if she's still on, could clarify that even a little further on the discussion we had with both our council and their council.
Okay. Go ahead, Catherine.
Thank you. Yeah, Chief Duncan did a great job. The idea is that we would turn over the building to the fire department, so it would become theirs. The land would continue to be owned by the landowner, but would be subject to a perpetual easement in favor of the fire district for as long as they wanted to leave that station there. So, which was the mechanism that their council suggested to me, and I think it's a eminently sensible way of doing it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Does that answer your question, Supervisor Brown?
It does, yeah. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, do we have any more public comment in the room?
Yes, we do. Joan, would you like to come to the microphone?
Look, we have whoever's working the camera, Sam, there, I know you focused in on one individual in the boardroom. Can you back it out to where it was before?
Joan Moss. Last week, I asked where I could get a paper copy of this to study. I don't have access to internet. And I think I agree with the Department of Justice letter that the citizens need more time to read these documents and to digest it. I believe that I've heard on the media that we are now in a drought condition equal to the drought that was occurring when we had our first 2015-16 Valley Fire. I really respect CAL FIRE. They have answered many, many calls in the last week or two that we're not aware of. I believe that the public has the right to read the documents. I would like to read the letter by the Department of Justice. I don't think Mother Nature has been consulted about the water that will be needed for this project. I think that it's a pie in the sky. It's huge. It took many, many years to develop this project, and I don't think we can digest it and understand it in 2 weeks by a presentation in front of your board. I think the citizens have the right to read it and understand and comprehend it. I appreciate the work that went into this. I appreciate the fact that obviously CAL FIRE has read all the documents and understands the project. It takes a lot to comprehend. By law, you have to have the public record documents on a ledge out here. And I'd like there to be some way that people like myself and others can read it on paper. I see a map up there for 2 or 3 minutes, and I hear what it's about, but I would like to study it. I don't think it's fair for us to have 3 minutes when you've had 3 hours. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Do we have anyone else in the room who would like to make public comment?
It does not appear that there are any further comments in the boardroom.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Spatier. Okay, we're going to go ahead and open it up to public comment for the folks that are on the Zoom meeting. We do have, I see 4 hands up at this point. We will start with, if I get this wrong, P. Broderick. I see that they've had their hand up.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Simon, members of the board. My name is Peter Broderick, and I represent the Center for Biological Diversity. The center submitted extensive comments on the EIR for the project, and I'd like first to express our concern about the late changes to the EIR and the project materials that were recently made public and that we haven't had time to fully review. We're asking to give the public the time they need to review this significant new information and to circulate this revised EIR for public comment. Late changes to the final EIR are directed toward correcting significant shortcomings in the environmental review, many of which are identified in our letters, but they don't do nearly enough. And the center remains deeply concerned about the project's significant impacts to biological resources, water quality, greenhouse gas emissions, and wildfire and public safety. It will have a drastic effect on habitat and wildlife on the project site, including oak woodlands, critical migration corridors, and habitat for species such as the threatened foothill yellow-legged frog and western pond turtle, which are found on the site. The project provides inadequate buffers, which we commented about, around reservoirs, creeks, and streams, and will impede the existing corridors. The developer is proposing to permanently preserve only a tiny inadequate fraction of this 16,000-acre project site. We're also concerned that the project will substantially increase car traffic and vehicle miles traveled in the county, and this time when California needs to drastically reduce travel in order to meet its statewide goals for greenhouse gas emissions reductions. The developer has refused to consider reasonable mitigation measures that we've proposed, for example, creating or contributing to a transit fund in the county. Critically, the project proposes low-density sprawl in a remote, wildfire-prone location, and viewed scientific research has consistently shown that this type of development significantly increases the risk of wildfire ignitions. Now, the project proponent says that this
2
type
minutes, Mr. Chair.
is categorically different from the projects considered in that peer-reviewed scientific research, but has provided no evidence that this is the case. And the EIR, frankly, has failed to disclose the risk of increased wildfire ignitions to the public. Additionally, the project applicant has refused to prepare a wildfire evacuation plan project site despite repeated requests from the California Attorney General's Office for Biological Diversity, fire expert Dr. Thomas Kova, and members of the public. Given these unaddressed concerns, the inadequacies of the environmental review, and the threat from the project to public safety, the Senate asked the board to deny all project approvals, or at a bare minimum, continue the hearing and recirculate the EIR for further public review and comment.
Thank you for your comments, Patrick. Okay, we're going to move along to Denise Louie.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay, so I also want to urge you to delay decision on this EIR and the project and allow yourselves more time to read and digest all the comments that came in, either by letter, email, or from the public. And more importantly, you need to judge for yourselves whether the stated mitigations actually reduce the impacts that have been of concern to all of the commenters. Just because they say that the issues are mitigated to less than significant does not really necessarily mean that the impacts are less than significant. For example, the letter from the California Native Plant Society mentions Lake County Western flax. It's a rare plant that depends on the special soil within the project area. And the EIR does not address this in particular. So my only concern right now is that you not make a decision today on the EIR or the project, and that you evaluate all the comments for yourselves and not depend on project teams' evaluations of mitigations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move to our next comment here, Rosemary Cordova. Rosemary, can you hear me?
Rosemary, I send a request.
Okay.
There we go.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Rosemary Cordova, and I am a resident of Middletown. I am also a board member of the Calliope County Water District, which is the water district that serves the Middletown area. And then also I'm a board member of the Middletown Area Town Hall. And I'm not speaking on behalf of either of those boards at this point. I'm speaking as a private citizen. But I just want to say that my experience with the Gwinnett management and the project, I have found to be uniquely and exceptionally collaborative with our local community. I have just been terrifically impressed with how willing they were to be in communication with us, let us know what was going on, address all sorts of ancillary questions that came up from those meetings. It has been just terrifically illuminating for me to hear again their presentation today. and see that they have made changes like the change that they were just mentioning, that 3.9-3. We had a little miscommunication about the monitoring of the well that is going to be across from the cemetery. I was hoping to have indefinite monitoring of that well site to just make sure that it's not impacting the water source for our town. And there was just a miscommunication, but they were so quick in both their transparency and their responsiveness to our concerns. I just, in all these years of public service and also being a community member here, I have never found a business to be more willing to communicate and collaborate with a local government. I've just been really impressed by them. And I reserve my judgment to have opinions later, but I can say absolutely to this point, I have just found this organization to be exceptional. I really appreciate the plans that they propose. I'm looking forward to how it will stimulate business in the area. I look forward to the growth, like the new
2 minutes.
It's fantastic.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to really say that I support this project, and I hope you'll help it move forward, because it's really in my opinion, to our benefit. And just kind of in response, I was looking up Peter, who spoke earlier, and the Center for Biodiversity. I don't know, I just looked it up, and it looks like that's an organization center that has is based in Arizona. If there are concerns that you have about the impact in our local area, I really strongly suggest that you come and speak in a local venue so we can understand your perspective, just like the Gwinnett Project has. So thanks so much for your time and your service.
Thank you, Rosemary. Okay, we're going to go to the next hand up here, Marjan Chris. Chris Marjan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Marjan Chris, and I'm a graduate student at UC Davis. This afternoon, I want to express my opposition around the development project before you today. I want to highlight 3 elements that raise concern. First, whether we are talking about sensitive habitats, threatened or endangered species, or finite resources, the EIR does not take substantive steps to permanently conserve these vulnerable biological resources. In fact, it seems to completely ignore the scientific evidence that has been shared for the drafters' consideration. In addition, the report fails to tackle the greenhouse gas emissions that will result from this development, and instead defers to lofty and aspirational language for how to tackle these issues. If this proposal seeks to provide leisure for decades to come, then how will future generations truly enjoy this opportunity if the project turns a blind eye on really considering mitigation measures that have been suggested by organizations and state agencies alike? And I just want to echo the previous speaker. I think the Center for Biological Diversity is actually headquartered in Oakland, California. And I was looking at their website earlier, and there is a lot of projects that are local, and they have been doing a lot of work in the state of California. But lastly, we cannot solve the gaps of the EIR when it comes to addressing wildfire management by simply deferring to a wildfire prevention plan. Failing to include these comprehensive plans aimed at wildfire management as it relates to the present conditions of the area will have deadly consequences in the future. What this EIR and plan tells us is that we have much more questions than we have answers, and we are not planning effectively for these catastrophic but more frequent wildfire events. We don't need to think back to 5 years ago when this area was last hit by a wildfire. Rather, we can look to present-day events as wildfires are burning throughout the region. Or should we be reminded of the devastating fire that just happened 2 years ago in Paradise, California? We should look to our neighbors to understand that seemingly comprehensive projects are not unique. They are not quote-unquote unique, but in all honesty, wildfires aren't selective when they hit communities. Had it not been for COVID-19, I'd be in Lake County this weekend and, like tradition, jumping into Clear Lake with my friends and family. However, I am prioritizing the health and safety of the community, and I ask that you as elected officials do the same. The board needs to reissue an EIR that relies on science and expertise to maximize the safety of your residents and visitors. Whatever slight whatever slight delay this may take can mean the difference between being a best model or another case study of disasters to learn from. Despite it not being the easiest or fastest way to reach the end goal, it is necessary for the sustainability of the community. As it stands now, the county board should not in good faith approve this project, especially when new language has just been added or you have not been given an adequate time to consider it. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Marshall. Okay, we're going to move to our next hand up here, which is Sally Peterson.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. My comments are along the same lines with Rosemary in that revisions have been made to the EIR, but those copies of the EIR are available electronically on the website, and there's hard copies that are available at all the public libraries. So I did see notices in that regard. So I believe everybody has had opportunity to review the EIR. The revisions that are discussed were in response to concerns that have been raised. And I think the applicant has gone over and beyond addressing it be by mitigation measures or just outright altering their plan. But I think all the concerns have been addressed and all questions have been answered. So in response to the agency, or I'm not sure who they are, the Society of Biological Diversity, that is out of area, whether it be in Arizona or Oakland. I too would like to hear, I don't know why they didn't come to any local venue and speak to the citizens that live here. I live in Middletown. I'm a citizen of Lake County and Middletown. I'm also a citizen of the tribal nation here at Middletown Rancheria Pomo Indians. And the applicant has reached out to everybody, including the tribe, including the residents. They've spoke at the math meeting, the Middletown Area Town Hall several times. I'm on the board for the math, and they've been over and beyond everything that we've asked for, and they've come to speak to our citizens of Middletown several times. And so Middletown needs this kind of project in our area. We need the stimulus for our local economy. Our businesses here are suffering, and we need this kind of indirect impulse into the community here. And this is a project that would do that for us. I think that I disagree with the grad student that was on the line from UC Davis, although I appreciate hearing his concerns. I'm sure the board does. But again, I feel like all of these concerns have been addressed. They've been taken care of. The applicant is spending a lot of time. Time is money. They're spending a lot of time and money in addressing all these issues. And this has been delayed several times. There's been adequate time to address all of this. I'm not even sure how many times it's been delayed. So I am urging, as a citizen that lives here in Middletown, I am urging the Board of Supervisors to approve this today and not delay it any longer. It's ridiculous. All of these concerns are just over and over. It's regurgitated every time we meet. It's been taken care of. We need something like this. It's a good project. It's going to provide jobs. It's going to help the economy here. And so again, I just urge that it be approved today with no further delays. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Sally. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move to our next hand up here, which is Jay Webb. Check if you can get him unmuted. Go ahead, Jay.
Can you hear us, Jay Webb? Looks like you're unmuted. Can you give me a sound check? Might be having an issue with their mic. I'm not seeing any activity on their end.
Okay, then Jay, we'll we can get it figured out, we'll come back to you. We're going to go ahead and go to
Yeah, I'm still
Timothy.
not-
Let's go to
Sorry,
Timothy McDonald.
Okay, I'll move on to the next hand here. Timothy, you're unmuted. Can you give me a sound check?
Yeah, this is Tim McDonald.
Go
Yes.
ahead, Tim.
Great. Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Tim McDonald, resident and owner of the Red Star Preserve in North Pope Valley, just south of the Maha development site. I'd like to speak in support of the Maha development and about a few professional teams assembled for the Maha project. I'll speak to a couple of the important groups, including the project team, along with public groups. I'd like to recognize Sherwood Engineering, Granite Engineering Contractors, and CAL FIRE, and a couple of exterior fire protection companies. I'll start with Sherwood Engineering, civil engineers, and Cody Anderson. Sherwood Engineers are one of the most respected civil engineer groups in the nation, with multiple awards for environmental sensitivity, both public and private. Their notable projects include the Brooklyn Bridge Park, Cal Poly Field Campus, Presidio Trail, Santa Lucia Preserve in Monterey, and many more notable projects. They also created the China Wastewater Guide. World recognized for their rainwater runoff, riparian corridor protection, sustainable water use, and wildlife and biological protection designs. I would move from there to Granite Engineering Contractors. They call themselves America's infrastructure company, which I believe is very true. Granite is perhaps the premier public and private engineering contractors in the world. They have local offices in Ukiah with close ties to the community, and Frank Palmelia of Ukiah leading their local team. Granite has a long history of high quality and environmentally sensitive work practices. Granite also has modern equipment that adheres to air quality emissions controls and state standards. Their company size allows for exceptional maintenance and inspections without compromise to their equipment. The Granite team understands the risk of uncontrolled runoff, dust, noise, fire protections, and hazardous spills. International quality control of their operations provides the best monitoring of risks I have ever seen. Finally, Granite has close ties to both state and local water quality and air quality departments and is well versed in their requirements. With regard to fire protection, Mike Wink, the battalion chief at CAL FIRE, and some exterior fire protection companies have been heavily involved in this discussion with the development. And while well described by Kay Philippakis, I want to mention the team of fire planning on the site. There's been extensive planning and coordination with Mike Wink of CAL FIRE. A new firehouse is planned, including helipad, to provide protection in unprotected remote areas, in an unprotected remote area that endangers surrounding property. Fully manned by CAL FIRE in an area that was previously unprotected. There are planned exterior building fire protection systems, which are very unique. There are plans for an automatically deployed fire retardant and water solution, completely organic, that is triggered by infrared sensors when it sees a fire. The sensor sends a signal to deploy the fire retardant solution, covering the building and a 50-foot perimeter. This is the most innovative and effective building protection system available. This technology protects both the buildings and the firefighters fighting the wildfire if a refuge is needed. In summary, I believe the development team has assembled one of the most qualified, sensitive, and appropriate environmental teams ever assembled for a project like this. They not only understand the local sensitivities, they are well versed in the current technologies and environmental protective measures required to make this the world-renowned development it is planned to be. I believe Lake County can be a shining example of how to do it right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Webb. Okay, we have the next hand up at this point for comment is Victoria Brandon. Jake, can we get Victoria unmuted? There we go.
And this is Victoria Brandon representing the Lake County Sierra Club. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I want to raise an issue that I've raised several times before because I think it's really important. The developers close to the end of their presentation were saying, as they have in the past, how closely this project follows the Middletown Area Plan. It is certainly true that the general nature of the project, the combined resort residential nature of it, and many of its specific aspects are indeed very consistent with the plan. And the densities for which they are applying for phase one, the part of the project which is being covered by a project level EIR, that too is very much consistent with the area plan. However, that's not the only approval being requested. The request includes approval of a larger footprint, especially for residential, of up to 1,400 residential units, plus workforce housing, some of which may be on the project site, plus resort residential units, which share a kind of hybrid component of resort and residential impacts. These additional units and these additional requests, these entitlements have not been analyzed at a project level. This is proposed for the future, but if you approve the entitlements as requested today, if at some future date that request comes forward, it will not be possible to state, as is true at this moment, that this density is not consistent with the area plan, which only allows a maximum of 800 residential units on this site. And I don't see the necessity for approving this larger footprint at this time. It is conceded by everyone that additional environmental review will be needed. If the approvals that are given today or whenever the vote finally comes are limited to the aspects of the project which have been approved, which have been analyzed at a project level in detail, that definitely will be consistent with the area plan, and it will reserve the possibility of limiting the density in the future if that application is made, which is, I think, conceded that will depend on market conditions at the time. So I urge the board to consider modifying the approvals to those which have been fully analyzed at a project level in the EIR and this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Okay, Jake, I see the next hand up is Melissa Fulton. Can we see if we can get Melissa unmuted?
Good morning, supervisors and representatives of the MAHA project. Good morning. I believe that this project has the potential to make obviously large changes for Lake County that have been long awaited. I understand the hesitancy of many people to see a project like this go forward. However, it is quite obvious that the project developers have done extensive outreach, not just to a few in the community, but many in the community. And certainly all of the relevant agencies have been met with, discussed the project, and have expressed their approval of the project. It is a time-phased project. It does not mean if the word go is given, so to speak, by the Board of Supervisors, that next year, all of these impacts will be felt nor implemented. It will take several years for this project to come to total fruition, over which time a lot of the planning and processing that has already taken place will move through future processes with as much forethought and consideration as we have seen to date. It would seem that for the future of Lake County, that this project is more than deserving to be approved and to be allowed to move forward to benefit not just South Lake County, but all of the County of Lake and all of our communities. This will provide many, many job opportunities, housing opportunities of all levels that are so necessary for us now and in the future. So thank you for hearing my comments, and thank you for all of your dedication, both from the project developer's standpoint, but also from our many county departments who have put so much into this, up to and including the Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Melissa. See, there's still a hand up with Jay Webb. I don't know if that was previous comments, but it's just staying up there. We'll go ahead and open up the room at this point, Jake.
Real quick, Jay Webb was the gentleman who had, or the person who had technical difficulties. And I did see them turn on a camera, so I just wanted to check in to see if they reserved their.
Right. Okay.
So Jay Webb, I see your hand is still up. Can you give me a sound check? All right, so it looks like we're still not receiving sound from you. All right, so I will go and unmute the floor. You want to move ahead with that, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I see another hand just came up, Lisa Kaplan.
All right, you're unmuted, Lisa.
I believe so. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I just wanted to thank the board for consideration of this and for hearing the people. I wanted to echo Rosemary's comments that if these organizations that do not live in this area wish to provide comment and say that they're considering the general public here as well as generations to come, we would really appreciate them coming to the math meeting to speak to the people, and introduce themselves, because we are very much in appreciation of MAHA's continued dialogue with us. And I'm aware that when problems are presented to them, they make every effort to come and speak to the people who are having issues, including the water company, including neighbors to the site in Middletown. No project is perfect, but this group has done a lot more than most investors would ever do to try and address environmental and community concerns. So maybe there's more work to do, but I just really want to commend and thank them for everything that they've done so far. And I think that it's really, really noteworthy that if this project were not to be developed by them, we have no idea who would come and what they would do to the environment, and if they would even begin to have the kind of awareness and consideration that this group has. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. I see next up we have, it's under the name Valley Oaks. Whoever's going to speak for Valley Oaks, if you would please give your name once we get you unmuted here. Jake, can we see if we can unmute him?
Valley Oaks, I sent you a unmute request.
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay,
Yes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. At the last meeting I spoke, and after I got back to Middletown, I got quite a few phone calls from people that were not happy with my presentation.
One thing, can
yes.
you give us your name, please?
Fletcher Thornton.
Thank you.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Anyway, I got some phone calls after our last conversation. And sure that I reiterate, people of South County feel this project is. We have been languishing here for the last 12 or 15 years and have not made any progress to speak of. And this will give us an opportunity to really move South Lake County forward and, in fact, the whole Lake County area. I also wanted to speak about density and about, that was a concern on the Santa Clara project. We just heard one gentleman talk about low density and how bad it was. Last week, it was someone talking about high density and how bad that is. Well, 12 years ago, when we were doing the general plan amendment, the area plan, we talked about density and the traffic and the parking in Middletown. And we made a decision that density should be more increased downtown and larger lots away from town. Right now, we have lots that border Middletown proper that are 20 acres, that have one house on it and a field full of weeds and junk and everything else. It's all over. You have to take my word for it. You can come and look. We need density downtown. If this Santa Clara project goes through, just think of the people that are going to be living there. There are 2 blocks from a grocery store, there are 2 blocks from banks, restaurants, and schools. There are 3 blocks from the post office and 3.5 blocks from the park, senior center, and library. So that relieves the burden of traffic downtown and parking. So density downtown is what we want. It was called at the time walkability. The ability to go downtown, shop, move around town without having to drive. So density is important at downtown for not only for the people that live here, but the businesses. You get more people downtown because parking is not a problem, and it really would help the downtown businesses. So I would urge the board to move forward with this project. We've been hearing, we've had public comment for years on this, not just in front of the board of supervisors, but way back in 2012, 2013, and at math and so on. So we've had plenty of comment. Anybody that comes in now and wants to make comments should have been here years ago. And we just keep rehashing the same old thing over and over. Every time we get a new person move into the area, they don't want any growth. So I would urge the board of supervisors to move forward with this, get it approved, and let South County grow. And I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Fletcher. Okay, Jake, can we try Jay Webb one more time?
Yeah, all right. I'm gonna try to unmute him here. All right, you're unmuted, Jay Webb. Can you give us a sound check? It still doesn't look like we're.
There's 3 attempts to get audio from Jay Webb, and it just doesn't look like it's possible.
Yeah, I completely agree. I just wanted to make sure we gave him all the opportunities that we could. Appreciate it. So we're going to go ahead, Jake. One last thing. Let's. I don't see any other hands up. So let's just open up the room and then we'll bring it back to the boardroom, see if we have any final comment there.
All right, I will unmute the floor here. The floor is muted. If you would like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, here none. We'll go ahead and close it up and then we'll bring it back to the boardroom. Do we have anyone in the boardroom that would like to make a comment?
We do have one more comment in the boardroom.
Excellent. Then let's go ahead and go to the boardroom.
Go for it, Joe.
Joan Moss, I really appreciate being able to read this. This is what your agenda says. Any person may speak for 3 minutes on any agenda item. However, total public input per item is not to exceed 15 minutes unless extended at the discretion of the board. This rule does not apply to public hearings. I appreciate that you've let people who come up here go beyond the 3 minutes because it looks like your agenda says that public hearings are different and people cannot be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joan. Okay, any more comments in the room?
There does not appear to be any more comments from the public in the boardroom.
Okay. We are going to go ahead and close the public hearing this point. Catherine, go ahead, Catherine.
Thank you. I would appreciate a brief opportunity just to respond to some of the comments. I think really the only comments that I'd like to respond to are those from the CBD, particularly with reference to the report on wildfire that they referenced, the COVA report. And I simply wanted to point out to the board that that report is really a matter of apples and oranges because their report analyzed full build out of the project at 1,400 units, residential units. But of course, that's only being analyzed at a programmatic level. None of the roads have been designed for full build out. None of the additional wildfire measures that would be associated with phase 2 have been put. So it's not something that you can compare to the project. What you need to compare is the analysis that was done on the phase 1 project, which is before you, and that's what the wildfire mitigation measures apply to. The other thing I wanted to mention is that, you know, they have at every juncture submitted a barrage of documents the night before a hearing in an attempt to waylay this project, and then complained that they were not given enough time to review the documentation. There's a certain irony in that, and I hope the board understands that this sort of saber rattling at the hearing is a tactic to stop a project and not to improve the quality of the environmental review or to improve the quality of the project, because I submit that there is no set of measures that they would accept as adequate. They simply would continue to say it's not good enough. And then I did want to mention on the Oakland versus Arizona, just to clear that up, they do have a branch office in Oakland. They are headquartered in Arizona, and they were formerly known as the Southwest Center for Biological Diversity. I began my practice as a lawyer in Arizona, which is where I'm from, so I'm very familiar with them. On Ms. Brandon's comments on the Middletown Area Plan, we have heard her comments, we respect her very much, and we disagree with her. We believe that it was appropriate for us to come forward at this time with the complete request for what we want to accomplish over time and to have that be part of the board's consideration of this project. We will still require additional environmental review. All that this does is essentially rezone the property to allow for up to 1,400 units. So we are being allowed to ask in the future for more units. You will still have the discretion to decide whether the number of units is appropriate to the property and whether the impacts have been adequately mitigated. I also want to mention that the Middletown Area Plan, although it does say 800 residential units, it has no cap whatsoever on hotel units, which suggests that the Middletown area plan did allow for the possibility of larger densities than simply the 800 units. To wrap things up, this is a project that has received 317 letters of support from members of the community who live here, who work here, and who are part of the ongoing life of South Lake County. It is easy for lawyers in particular to come in and say a project is not good enough without providing any standards for what would ostensibly be good enough. And ultimately, as one of the speakers said, Ms. Louie, you are being called on to judge for yourselves whether or not this is a worthy project. And that means, is this, as a land use project, worthy on its merits to be adopted in Lake County? We submit that this is a worthy project, and we hope that you agree, and we look forward to hearing your comments, and we thank you for all of your time today.
Thank you, Kathy. Okay, we're going to go ahead and close up the public hearing and public comment point at this, and we're going to bring this back to the board for questions and deliberations. I see that Supervisor Crandall, you took yours off of mute. Are you looking to make a comment?
Yeah, I do, because I've been just looking through minutes and just to kind of, I've actually looked through the minutes a couple times, and I wanted to make sure that I highlighted that the draft EIR was conducted back in February. And then in the minutes, June 18th, it was stated that they needed time because they didn't receive the draft until April, and that it wasn't put out until 2 weeks after that, which was in essence end of May, early June. And this is June 18th. And then later on, it explains that it was submitted the night before. They needed more time to review it. And then later on towards the end of the meeting, one of the commissioners had stated that they would like more time to review, which pushed it an extra week. A couple others had confirmed that they would like to do the same thing, and they felt that they were being rushed at the time. And so they actually conducted another week worth of these hearings. And so, and then later it describes that some of these draft EIRs were conducted back in February, so that's reiterated in there, and that they had to go through the documents, and so they asked if they can extend it. So it was extended. Then we extended it an extra week as well because of these statements. And so I think I have a lot of faith. I know that the others have faith in their planning commissioners. I have faith in my planning commissioner. And so on the 25th, I looked to find out if there were any other concerns about those type of extensions or anything along those lines, and I don't see any. And so for me, I think we've had adequate time, and I'm ready to move forward. As much as I appreciate and truly care about Mother Earth per se, because I'm a Native American, that's how we speak of it, I do feel that we've had enough time to go over these things, and so I'm ready to move forward.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Crandall. Okay, other board members, Supervisor Sabatier?
Yes, thank you. I felt for a moment there that Catherine was channeling my inner voice about the irony of saying last minute is not appropriate when everything we've been receiving from the CBD has been last minute and over 100 pages for us to read. And it includes reports of looking at comparisons between us and the San Diego or Riverside area, which I just don't see as that being a simple comparison. You definitely want to do the research here, not just give us research you've done elsewhere and try to apply it here. That seems to be a bit of a Simpsons paradox, and I don't think that's appropriate for us to have to deal with. I think that the project itself is definitely a large dream. It looks ecstatic. I think there's a great amount of energy and effort that have been placed to make sure that it will be done in a safe manner. I do have a few concerns that I want to put out there, even though I don't think they will be barriers to the project. But one of them is that throughout my reading, it does talk about undergrounding of PG&E wires, and our presentation today talked about undergrounding of PG&E wires. But throughout the reading, it uses an adjective of as much as we can, or it sets the place where there won't be some undergrounding in certain areas. So I'm wondering if maybe Catherine or maybe Kirsten can provide more details of how much of the wires plan to be undergrounded, because I think that is definitely a part of fire safety. The less we have our wires showing up in the air, that would be increasing the safety of the area. And so I'd like to get a better idea of what that might look like for undergrounding, rather than believing that it will be 100% underground.
Go ahead, Christy.
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor Sabatier. The reason why we wrote to the extent feasible is in some cases, if we needed to bring high density or higher voltage lines, in some cases those can't be fully underground. So the intention is absolutely, as much as physically possible, we do intend to underground every aspect of lines as part of the project. But in some cases, if it's an easement for another property, we won't be able to obviously underground those. So that explains to the extent feasible.
Okay. And then another question was, some people brought up greenhouse gases. And I know that for the workers coming in and out of the area, that's going to be a different aspect. But I also know that the state of California is really moving fast and actually ahead of schedule of meeting our greenhouse gas emissions plan for the climate action plan for the amount of electric vehicles we have out there. And so I'm kind of curious, there's going to be obviously some maintenance vehicles and other vehicles on the project site. What's the plan for electric vehicles? And what's the plan for electric charging stations to try and make sure that you're helping those with electric vehicles to have access to your site, which may reduce the greenhouse gases overall in general?
Well, that's a good question. I actually, when I first saw the electrical vehicle charging station map, I actually thought it was a mistake. At this point, we're still in very high concept plans, but we're having over 100 electrical vehicle charging stations. In addition, all of the housekeeping, in fact, if you look at the TDM plan, which is the Transportation Demand Management Plan that we did in response to the draft DIR comments, we committed to 75% of our fleet to be electrical. That's a very big commitment. And we would have done 100% except for the commuter van, the Sprinter vans, things like that. We just don't know where the technology is, so we couldn't commit to that.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then as far as the fire stuff, I mean, the amount of extra above and beyond, whether it's every road acts as a fire break, whether it's the exterior sprinkler systems that are going to be installed on the residences or just buildings in general. I think you've definitely gone above and beyond, and I appreciate that, because we've all lived, whoever lives in Lake County has all dealt with fires, and we know what the anxiety is like to deal with those, and for you to have all these safety measures, I do appreciate. But there is one part, I know that you said even if the power goes down that there can be an alert system. Is it possible, are you looking at an old school fire alarm as well, just like we've recently installed in our areas down there, so that if all digital access fails, that there might still be a sounding alarm that all the residents can hear in the area?
Yes, in fact, we even call it the old school siren. So there'll be multiple. It'll be both a old school fire siren such as you have in a downtown small community, in addition to the hardwired old school phone line that would typically be in older subdivisions, so that in the event of any kind of emergency, there would be a direct line to either the hotel rooms or the residential unit. The siren will be designed so that everywhere around the property can be heard, in addition to connected to the fire camera.
Perfect. I know that when I went to visit the area, I did see the nurseries that are propagating the native plants. I also know that part of the philosophy behind this project is to, it's all about the environment. It's all about the scenery and anything that would destroy the native scenery, would destroy what this project is trying to bring to people who are going to live there or going to be guests there and their experiences. So I think you have to kind of see what's happening right now at the ground level, that there is this native plant nursery already happening. They're taking great care to make sure that that environment stays as pristine as possible. I think that it's never going to remain exactly as is. There's going to be some human impact. There's going to be some construction, but the idea is to limit that as much as possible. We've also seen some of the videos where they're using some of the same rocks on the side of the building so that it looks like it's really embedded in the area with some green on top of the roof rather than just your normal roof. Everything that I've seen suggests, again, that everything is above and beyond. And so I'm really hopeful with what will be developed out there. The last part of my questions, there's two more things, and it all ends up being back on the developer agreement. And on the developer agreement, I had mentioned last time that the community benefit was blank, but then we had been shown a slide with the community benefits. And the overall blank page was that slide, basically. And I can understand that the benefit of this is we're going to get some employment opportunities. The benefit of this is we're going to get some TOT opportunities. But I also see that there's other impacts that I've read being discussed, but don't see necessarily in the development agreement that we've agreed in our negotiations to make sure that those impacts will be dealt with. And one of those impacts is the Butts Canyon Road. In one section about the intersection, it talks about looking at doing a stoplight. And I mentioned this last time too. Caltrans is trying to get rid of all stoplights on our roads that Caltrans takes care of. So this would seem to be going against the grain of what the state is trying to do. And I want to see something that helps with the traffic flow, because you're going to have workers at the Santa Clara place, of course, but you're probably going to have some coming from Hidden Valley. They're going to want to cross over the road, the highway, to go down Butts Canyon. You're going to see an increased amount of traffic. That roundabout that was placed over at Hartman Road on Hidden Valley has made a huge impact in decreasing the traffic that we used to see at 8 o'clock in the morning every morning and at 5 p.m. in the evening every evening. I don't want to see something like that happen also right at Butts Canyon Road, and so I'm hopeful. I would like to see that being embedded in the development agreement, that we will work together and collaborate to help with that, rather than not seeing it within the development agreement, and especially away from the stoplight and more towards a roundabout. And my last comment has to do still with Butts Canyon Road, and that is, I don't believe that, and I could be wrong, I don't believe that there is a turning lane to go inside the project. And for purposes of traffic and for purposes of emergency, it would be really nice to see a turning lane dedicated for that project. And again, looking to get that into the development agreement and just for safety purposes. Those are my comments.
Supervisor Sabatier, greatly appreciate that. I did want to just do a time check here. What I would like to do is be able to take a lunch break until 1:30, and then we can continue deliberations at that point. I know there's a lot that needs to be talked about, but we've kind of pushed this thing as far as we can. I want to make sure get staff and the board a break here so we can be in good mind as we come back and continue these discussions. So at this point, what I would like to do is take a lunch break until 1:30, and then we'll reconvene at that time.
And if it's possible to get some remarks based on my comments when we come back, and
yes,
so that my comments.
And I apologize about there's going to be that gap there, but I just think it would be prudent that we do that at this point. Like I said, get staff and get some board members some lunch here or break for a few minutes. So we'll go. We'll come back at 1:30, Bruno, and we'll continue on. If we could, Catherine, you guys be ready to answer Supervisor Sabatier's questions when we come back. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and take a lunch break until 1:30. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. I want to thank everybody for their patience. I know we extended the time, but we are back here now at 1:45, and We're going to go ahead and continue on with the board deliberations. I know when we took a break, Supervisor Sabatier was just asking some questions, and I'm wondering if we can get the answers. Supervisor Sabatier, go ahead. Cannot hear the boardroom at this point, at least on my end.
Sam? There we go. Sorry.
There you go.
Didn't mean to yell, everybody. Thank you very much. Yes, I would love those questions answered if possible. And then I do want to add one bit, and that is that the last minute arrival of 100 pages of documents with almost seemingly no preparedness or having read the actual document that they're criticizing seems very politically driven. And I have issues when speaking with CAL FIRE and getting one side of, yes, we're doing everything we should be doing, following 4290, 4291, and possibly even above and beyond, versus the Attorney General saying that we're not. It's just, it seems like there's a lot of lacking of conversations or very politically driven motivation. So just wanted to make that statement because I appreciate looking specifically at a topic and arguing about the topic, but I feel like we're just arguing with one another rather than actually looking at the issue at hand that we're discussing today.
Okay, thank you very much, Supervisor Sabatier. Any other board members?
So, I'm sorry.
Supervisor Brown, go ahead.
Where we left off, did you get your questions answered? Or?
Not yet. We were waiting on that.
Okay, so we're going to do that now?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, we'll go ahead and go to Catherine.
Okay, thank you. Then I'll ask my question.
Or Christy, whoever's going to answer. I see Christy's unmuted.
Yes, thank you, Chair Simon. What I thought I would do is go ahead and provide a visual. Can everybody see the screen okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, so this was submitted as part of the project. The EIR analyzed it both in the impact analysis and also in the traffic section. And I wanted to share that there is 4 entrances on Butts Canyon Road, 3 of which will ultimately be constructed. It's either going to be primary entrance option 1 or 2. And out of those, 2 of them have both a dedicated left-hand turn lane. So what you see is the option number 1 here. Here is a dedicated left-hand turn lane and a dedicated right-hand turn deceleration. This is the back of house entrance plan. This is where the existing Langtree Winery entrances will be improved to be both a left-hand turn lane and a deceleration right-hand turn lane. This one will not be improved for a dedicated left-hand turn lane, but there will be substantial intersection improvements for sight lines to be able to adequately take that turn. And then this is the McCain entrance road, which will again have a dedicated left-hand turn lane, substantial intersection improvements, and a dedicated right-hand turn lane. So as I said, this was all submitted. I think this was February of 2020 as revised. And originally submitted in about a year before that. It was analyzed in the EIR. In regards to your Supervisor Sabatier's second question about the intersection of Butts Canyon Road and Highway 29, it is the applicant's obligation to financially contribute to the intersection improvements. And because it's Caltrans jurisdiction, I believe it would be up to Caltrans for the amount of introduction or involvement with the County of Lake. I did want to explain that the intersection improvements that we'll be doing will be submitted as part of an encroachment permit, as part of the grading plans, as part of the first immediate phase 1. And that is as part, again, analyzed in the EIR, condition of approval, and as part of our project. I hope that answers your questions. I know there's other people, if there's additional questions that can answer them.
No, I appreciate that, Kirsty, very much.
Okay, Supervisor Brown?
Thank you. I don't have a whole lot more to add. I do want to go off what Bruno said a little bit about the irony of the last minute submittals. the stuff that was sent to us, the folks that are asking for more time, the stuff that was sent to us is not relevant to the new information that the applicant sent in. It's about, plant life and vegetation and all this. Nothing's changed as far as that's concerned. It's a tactic. I recognize it after 20 years that it's just a stall tactic, and it's unfortunate because there are some legitimate concerns that people have, but that doesn't happen to be one of them. And for them to whine to me about last minute submittal and then submit something at 10:30 last night and 6:30 this morning, I found a little ironic. So I appreciate what Bruno said about that. Okay, that being said, I'm still trying to wrap my head around why the DOJ would get involved in this. They've never been involved in any project in Lake County, and I'm not aware of any project at all that they've gotten involved with initially. They go after folks environmentally, criminally, and all that other kind of stuff after the fact. But prior to this, and so, and I had a conversation with the chief earlier too, and there's no person who could have been involved with any of the wildfires that we've had over the last 5 years that would not be concerned with ingress and egress, one way in, one way out, all those issues that we've had in the past. And so you want to make sure that we don't make those mistakes again that were made back in the 60s and 70s when the Rivieras and Buckingham and Hidden Valley and those major subdivisions were done back in the 70s, was the most recent. So we don't want to do that again. But DOJ is concerned about ingress and egress of a 2-lane road, out Butts Canyon Road, that will dump out onto a 2-lane state highway. So I find that ironic too. I'm not sure what they're going to do about that. While we're on that subject of traffic, the roundabout is something I agree with the chief on that as well. That's something that should be considered. I'm not a real big fan of roundabouts because of the cost, but they are very effective. There's no doubt about it. The cost is a lot. It's way more than a stoplight, but it's far more effective. And I think for the amount of traffic that this will ultimately have, I think that's something that should be guaranteed in that possibility. It sounds like they're working on that. In this, maybe somebody can answer me. I don't base my decision on what neighboring counties are considering, but I am curious as to the lack of input by Napa County. I don't know if that's intentional. I mean, they obviously know about the project. They border the property and actually cross over in some places. So I'm kind of curious as to what their input has been or should be, for that matter, going out to Pope Valley Road and that area there that will definitely be impacted. But again, that's not necessarily my concern. I'm just curious about what their input was on that. And so another question I have about the fire station is, when will it be built? Is that something that is to be considered after there's a certain amount of homes that are built before that's triggered, or if that's going to be done initially up front? I think, I'm not sure if the fire department's concerned with that, or the fire officials are concerned with that, or if they already know the answer to that. But I would like to know that. I think that's something that, if there was a fire department out there without any development, I'd be okay with that too. I mean, I think there's definitely clearly a need out there. Let's see here, the benefit zones. So in the past, we've done these benefit zones for the roads, and I suppose Anita could weigh in on this. I think we could do that, but it would have to be voted on by everybody that's on Butts Canyon Road also. And basically, that would be a guaranteed source of funding for our road department to be able to maintain that road to a standard that would be otherwise compromised by that kind of an impact. And I don't know if Scott's given that any consideration, but to do that by a vote of property owners, and in this case, you have one owner owning that will ultimately own several hundred lots, and so they would have a significant say in that. But I think it's something that should be considered and could be considered prior to development if possible. And then the other thing is, I think the county should look at a new standard of benefit zones for fire mitigation, like we have in the Rivieras and Buckingham, where we have a certain amount of money that goes into the ability to be able to abate properties. I'm not saying that any of this property would ever need to be abated, but Rivieras have been around for 50 years. This is going to be around 50 years. Who knows what's going to happen after that? And so to have a fund available that the county could go in and ultimately do some hazardous vegetation removal on that, I don't think that's unreasonable to at least have that discussion and how that would look. All of these conditions that we have that sound really good, and all of the vegetation, everything that they're considering sounds really good, but I haven't really heard much about who's going to do the monitoring of that and, make sure that those conditions are still adhered to decades from now. Because we're not planning for next year, like Melissa said, this is something that's going to be ongoing for a long time. It's going to be phased. And so, maybe we need to also consider an ongoing fund or fee from this developer, this applicant, for monitoring of those conditions that we apply to this, because it does cost money. And we know from past experience in different use permits that we've offered that we put conditions in there and then no one ever follows up with them. And they do that largely because we don't have staff, because we don't have the resources to do it, but there are conditions that are in there, and why have them if you're not going to enforce them or monitor them? The other thing is, and this, I've had some discussion briefly with Anita about this, but we're dealing with an issue right now in South Main and Lakeport over annexation and incorporation and all this, and it's a challenge, it's costly, and it's caused a lot of division. So that's why I think that things need to be stated up front and considered up front, agreed to up front. And maybe we should talk about whether or not we want to have a condition in there that the incorporation of an area like this to make it its own town, village, or anything like that would not happen over a certain period of years. I think it would be beneficial for future boards not to have to deal with something that they would say, gosh, I wish they would have done this 30 years ago. So, either we can or we can't, and we can have that discussion if the board is so inclined, but I think it's of some value. I have heard that they would like some help on on their own zip code. I think that's appropriate. That's good to do. We did that for Hidden Valley. That was one of Ed Roby's pet projects, and we did it, and it was of a lot of value to that community of Hidden Valley when we did that, so I don't see where that would be a problem. Here's where it gets into where I have a real problem with this project, and I was hoping that this wasn't a part of it, that even if they wanted to separate this and bring it back, I don't know how that looks, but to have a water source that far away, the project should be able to stand on its own when it comes to water. And I know Hidden Valley's already set the precedent. They got water across the highway and all that. I didn't approve that. That was done years ago. And by past boards, I don't know what the thinking was on that. I'm sure they had good reason at the time, and maybe there's good reason now. Maybe I'm the only one that feels this way, but I honestly don't think that you should be taking water away from one community because of lack of water in another community. It's my understanding that there is no lack of water by this project, and so I would like to see that be their water source. Their water source be directly on site, as opposed to miles down the road that will ultimately and definitely impact the community that water source is coming from. So that's all I have for right now.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Brown. I don't know if Christie or Catherine would like to answer any of those questions from Supervisor Brown.
Yes, I'll be happy to start and answer as many as I can. I can't answer the one about lack of input from Napa County. I don't know why either, but perhaps it was a blessing. With regard to when the emergency, can you all hear me? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, with regard to when the emergency response center will be built, it's covered in section 12.3 of the development agreement. It will be substantially completed, and that's the sort of shell of the building. It's not a complete outfit of the entire fire station. As a condition to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy for the first commercial building to be constructed on the properties. So that means basically we're planning to start with the Maha Farms portion of the property, which means that before that first commercial building at Maha Farms could obtain a certificate of occupancy, we would need to build the emergency response center. And then the plan is that it will be kitted out, expanded, the staff will grow, et cetera, as the project grows. But the building itself will go in almost immediately. So as soon as anything else does. With regard to the benefit zones for the roads, maybe a question for Anita. The question of who monitors the vegetation, it's part of the MMRP, the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Plan, and it would be typical for that cost to be passed on to the applicant if the county wanted it to be. So on annexation into a city, you're correct, Supervisor Brown. We don't want to be a city. We would love to be a zip code. We'd like to have a Gwinnett Valley zip code for the project, but there's no desire to incorporate. So we would be amenable to language saying that we, for some term, would not apply for annexation. And with regard to water, you are correct that the project has adequate water for its needs. It has always been very important to the owner that there be an additional source in the event of some unknown eventuality. We were willing to add the condition of approval for long-term monitoring. We would certainly be happy to consider having that be even longer-term monitoring, but it has always been very, very important to the property owner that there be some alternative water source for contingencies.
Okay, no, that makes a difference because we could, we have the countywide, we have, the Rumsey gauge and all that. We do some measuring in order to, for Yolo County to take water and all that. So there could be some similar agreement that, when the water gets to a certain level, that they're able to pump it from another location. I think, that's something we could probably work on because it doesn't sound like that's going to be their primary source. It'll be secondary if conditions get to a point where it's necessary. That's what you're thinking?
Go ahead, Catherine.
My own feeling is that we have a very strong condition of approval that requires monitoring in the event of any use of that water. It has to be monitored within several hundred feet of the property for any impact on the groundwater table. So from my perspective, that's adequate, and from the applicant's perspective, but obviously it's for the board to determine whether you feel it's adequate.
Well, I obviously don't want to shut you guys off and not, have you build a, project where you ultimately don't have any water, and then it's your problem. I don't think that's reasonable either, but I think it should be identified as a secondary source. We do that within our own water systems when we're tied into another community as a secondary resource. We don't go from that secondary resource until it runs out and then use the primary. So I don't think, as we sit here right now, I'm not going to iron out the specifics of it, but just the general concept. And I think with a little help from Jan Coppinger, who does this kind of thing, or Anita, whoever, there's greater minds than mine that can figure out the details of it, but I think it's something we need to consider because water is, that's one of those things that we're dealing with now. We get accused of selling the water to Yolo County, and all that kind of stuff. And that didn't happen. So you need to make an agreement very clear right up front on what is required and what the intention of it is. So Just asking that we do that in advance. And just to go back to the fund for monitoring, go over that one more time for me, because monitoring of the conditions.
So the county, well, there are two enforcement mechanisms for monitoring of the conditions. One is that we've sort of parallel tracked the MMRP, which is a county document, and our CC&Rs, our homeowners association documents, so that they both have enforcement mechanisms. So on the private side, that means that any owner, resident in the community who feels that there isn't adequate, for example, vegetation management, can assert their rights and force the homeowners association to do a better job. And the county has the right to oversee and enforce the mitigation measures that are adopted as part of this EIR. So I think your question was whether the county could pass the cost of monitoring on to the applicant.
Well,
is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. What I want to do is, arrange that up front or agree upon that up front, because, and I'll give you an example. Right now, in Hidden Valley, there are probably 100 or so lots that are not in compliance with our hazardous vegetation ordinance and just common sense type stuff. And after a little research, I learned that those lots are actually owned by Hidden Valley Lake subdivision. They're owned by the homeowners association. They're not owned by private owners. They're in that sense. And so nobody's doing anything about that, including the county. And a lot of it has to do with we don't have the resources to do it, and they're not going to find and monitor themselves, apparently. And so we don't want to have a situation like that, in decades from now in any other development that we're responsible for now.
Well, and this may be something that Anita wants to weigh in on before I can continue to talk about it. I don't know.
Anita, I don't know if you have a comment or.
Thank you. I think it really depends upon exactly what we're talking about. If you're talking about some kind of clarifying language, that's possible to try to do today. As far as zones of benefit, that's an entire process, and it's always arguably on the table, but since it requires voting, you can't make it a condition, because obviously those eligible to vote get to exercise their rights there. So I guess it really depends upon specifically what's being asked, because again, some things just in terms of clarification can be adjusted on the conditions of approval, and some may not be. And as far as the zones of benefits and all that process, Scott would probably be able to at least explain to everyone what the requirements for those are. But I don't see how that could be an appropriate condition at this point for a zone of benefit. You could include some language that, that option remains on the table, but that's superfluous because it always remains on the table.
Yeah. So Anita, and maybe I'm calling it the wrong thing in this context, and I don't remember the exact details, but there was a little subdivision over behind the mountain, over by the middle school in Kelseyville. And there were like 8 or 10 lots there. And it was a private road, and they did one of the conditions, I believe, on that project. This was 15 years ago or so I'm a little rusty on it. But one of the conditions that we had on there was that they would do a zone of benefit for road maintenance on that little stretch of road there. And it was one owner that was doing it, so it was easy for them to do. But it was a condition that we put. It may not have been a zone of benefit, it may have been something else. Scott, I don't think Scott was here at that time either, but. So it seems like it's been done, but maybe a little different.
Well, I suppose you can require that they undertake the process, but I don't know how you can, depending upon when it was done and the ownership changing, you can't really guarantee an outcome with the electorate. So I'm not real clear on exactly how that would work. Scott, do you remember anything? Maybe Scott remembers something about, even though he wasn't here then, as to how that might work. Certainly you can require as a condition of approval that the road be maintained. You can do that without having to go through anything further. But I guess I'm not real clear on where you're headed.
Well, I'm headed, yeah, my ultimate goal is that there would be a funding source available to make sure that the hazard is mitigated to a level that, first of all, the county, okay, so it's Vista Mountain Estates Drive, if anybody wants to bother looking up, and it looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lots there, so I don't know if anybody wants to look and see what the conditions were of that, if they apply, but.
I'm wondering if it was impact fees?
Yeah, I'm not sure, I can't remember, to be honest with you, but the point of it is that there's a standard there's a source of funding to be able to hold us to a standard of hazardous vegetation control, that we're not at a point where we go, okay, we got to spend $100,000 of county resources to go in there and clean these lots, and then we got to go through the abatement process. But there would actually be a funding source there available, and it may not be ongoing. It may be just a one-time expense that's put in there by the developer. I don't know what that would look like, but I think any development that we consider from now on has to have something in place to avoid what we've already seen with some of the disasters that we've seen over the last 5 years.
Okay, Supervisor Bear.
Mr. Chair, what I might suggest is that once you get done with all your comments, if you could take a brief recess so that we could, staff and I could discuss this and also discuss it with the applicant to see if there's some language that could be added.
Okay, before you do that, before you go through all that effort, I want to make sure that there are at least 2 other board members that think this is a good idea to even pursue it, because maybe I'm off on the wrong direction here, but I'm not sure.
Okay, so at this point, obviously, we can go through the board here, we'll talk about the mitigation issues or a fund of some sort that you talk about. Obviously I'll got my comments that I'd like to make on the entire project, but ultimately I think that, setting up a fund at this point or sometime, I think, I wouldn't be in favor of that at this point. So I don't know, Supervisor Sabatier?
I agree that we need to ensure, I want to give everyone the benefit of the doubt, but at the same time, we've seen what can happen maybe 20 years later, 30 years later down the road, and without contingencies ensured that we can maintain a level of cleanliness, a level of safety in a high fire area, that would benefit us to make sure that that's there. And I don't think it's I don't think we're talking an arm and a leg here. I think we're just looking at a nominal fee, which I think is similar to what Supervisor Brown is talking about that occurred in the Rivieras in Buckingham, where that was a nominal fee, and it can have an impact by being able to have the funds readily available for us to take action versus waiting for compliance, which at one point, whether if things turn for the worse, that waiting for action might lead us in a direction that we don't want to go.
Supervisor Scott or Supervisor Crandall?
I think it's a good idea to look into it to see what we could do to make sure we're protecting ourselves as a county, if that is possible.
I think, Mr. Chair, that truly what you're talking about here is, rather than devising the mechanism that the developer would use, is just to make sure there's sufficient clarity that the project applicant would be responsible for vegetation management and hazardous, and should develop some type of a plan. And it may be somewhere here that Kay could speak to it. I'm trying to go through here to develop a plan where there would be sufficient resources in order to ensure ongoing maintenance.
That's it. That's exactly it. I don't know where this thing's going to go in the future. Is it going to have one owner of 500 lots, or is it going to have 500 different owners eventually? We don't know how that's going to go.
Okay, well, maybe that general language, and Kay, you may want to speak to that if there's already something here that goes to it. And again, it's not, telling the applicant how to do that is less important than just clarifying the fact that the applicant understands that that obligation is ongoing.
Yes, I think that it would be useful to have a break on this issue to look at what the obligations under the development agreement already are with regard to this issue, because I don't know that we'd thought about it. So it may be that there already is language in what is essentially our contract with you that would cover this situation. So
place to put it.
Perhaps, and if not, perhaps it's something that Anita and I can agree quite quickly upon some language. So perhaps a 15-minute recess?
Why don't, Mr. Chair, obviously this is up to you, but it might benefit to hear all of the comments so that we don't have to have these 15-minute recesses 5 times.
Yeah, I completely agree that we can work through, and I know EJ didn't weigh in on that the last conversation, but we plan on taking a break on it to at least let you and Catherine talk about it here after we get the reports from Supervisor Scott and Supervisor Crandall.
Oh, also, Mr. Chair, with regard to the Attorney General and letters, I can tell you in about the last year and a half, the counties of San Diego, Sonoma, and I believe Monterey have all heard about this. It is just now something that the Attorney General's office, the Department of Justice, is looking to and making comments, and it's becoming more frequent than it had ever been in years past. And their ability to do so is not anything that's brand new.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Supervisor Scott?
I don't have any questions for the applicant. I think they've been at every turn of this project has reached out to me to make sure that I'm aware of what they're doing. They've invited me out to the property. I honestly think they've gone above and beyond doing what they need to do to make sure that they are protecting the environment and answering all the questions from the community. We've heard from the community, and they are excited about this project coming to Lake County, and we know this will definitely be a game changer for all of Lake County. So I'm excited to move forward and approve this project and have it come to fruition. Thank you.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yeah, before we went to the lunch break, I spoke before Bruno and kind of gave my comments about I went back in the minutes and looked at the different times that we postponed and whatnot, that there's been opportunity for different groups to look at the draft EIRs and the final EIRs. And I'd stated then that our planning commission has done their due diligence in this. I watched a lot of that take place. And for me, I already said I'm ready to move forward. But I did see that Rob's question is going to be addressed, and so I'm fine with looking into that if it's going to be something that we can prevent something happening later on down the road. So other than that, I am ready to move forward, and I appreciate everything about this project. I like the approach that they're taking and looking at everything. Ever since I got the initial book that we looked at last year. The approach that they're taking to make sure that we have a fire mitigation and to try to stay as close to having not as much development and whatnot taking place, and making sure that there's a more natural environment that's important. So
excellent. Supervisor Brown?
Thank you. I would like to know if there's any interest on the board to discuss or to work out maybe some details on this water issue too, as a secondary source and not just simply monitoring. I mean, here's the thing. We only have one chance to get these conditions in, make them applicable and relevant to now, but consider what the future is going to look like. Back in the 70s, some will remember that Hidden Valley started out as a development by Weyerhaeuser. They were the owner of all of that. They're no longer the owner. And so now we're dealing with things that could have been maybe dealt with back then. So, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Just because it's what I think we should do doesn't mean it's what we should do. I'm just throwing that out there if there's any other interest in that. I think it's not complicated. I think it's very simple, and I don't think it's unreasonable either.
Okay, thank you very much, Supervisor Brown. I think we can answer that, or we'll get back to answering that. I know that I'll just start with my point of view on making it a secondary water source as you have stated. I know that the community meetings that have gone through, especially the last town hall meeting, which just happened this last month, there was definitely concern about the secondary well there, or the second well for the property. And I know some of the issues were addressed at our town hall, and I really appreciate the developer being there and listening to the community. One of the things they did want was the extension from the 5-year to the 10-year. You did hear someone, Rosemary Cordova, was talking about perpetual on that. And, so it definitely is a concern of the community. But I know this developer has moved in the direction to really work with the community on all issues. And I think for the long term, I've heard today, too, they may be willing to extend that time. And maybe that's the option of the monitoring thing, that there's an option to extend it either to 12 or 15 years. I don't know. I can't speak for them. But I did hear that. As far as making a secondary water source, I think they've done the studies that need to be done to look at this. They've made it very clear that it's just something that the developer is looking for, which a lot of folks have had to do, even some of our larger developments by the State Water Resources Board after the fires, to make sure they have a secondary water source for their projects. And, I think that's one of the big things, but, ultimately the board wants to have that discussion. It's up to them, but I wouldn't be in favor of that at this point. The monitoring and being able to work together collaboratively with the developer, I think over the years they integrate into our community, I think is one of the most important things. And since day one, they've showed that they're willing to do that. And ultimately it is, you're making decisions down the road for other boards, which we're dealing with, decisions that have been made in the past, but you can't see everything. And you don't understand, just can't be fearful of decisions that were made in the past. I don't know how they were done or what relationships were built as those projects were being brought into the county. But I think this one has been phenomenal. A couple other things too I just wanted to comment on is the road access at 29 in Butts Canyon. I know that back in 2014, 2015, I think, there was the SR 29 corridor study that was done locally through the Math Group and Caltrans and all the stakeholders in that area. And I know there are some roundabouts. I would be in favor of a roundabout project instead of a stoplight at that. And I know it's already on paper with Caltrans, and continue down that path with the success of the Hidden Valley Hartman Road roundabout, really would be something to keep moving forward with in that manner. We got some other issues obviously too that we'll be addressing throughout the South County as far as traffic flow. But, I think it was hit on the head before, dumping a 2-lane road into a 2-lane state road. You're not going to get much more besides traffic flow. And I think the roundabouts have proven, especially the Hartman one, that that's a good way to flow traffic through there. As far as the developer and working locally with CAL FIRE and other agencies to think about how to mitigate the impact for fire mitigation, I think it's been great what I've witnessed and seen in the collaboration of the meetings, both at the math meeting with CAL FIRE and other things that have happened in South County that maybe a lot of folks don't know, but I think they've done a good job of trying to mitigate those issues. The outdoor fire sprinklers, boy, to me, that just makes a lot more sense. The on-roof system and everything that's being implemented in this project, I would have hoped would have been the way that the sprinklers would have had to been added in our area instead of inside. It's great to have them inside, but outside I think is just as important in this environment that we live in here, especially since we've seen in the other fires. But everything that's been submitted, been best to read through it and understand since day one of what was going to happen with this project. And ultimately, I'm in favor and willing and ready to move forward here eventually today, no matter what time that is, to get this project approved, because it will be a game changer for Lake County. And I think that's one of the big reasons we got folks writing letters from all over, understanding that we are going to have something of a jewel here in Lake County, which I've always known this entire county is. So I'm excited about it. I don't have a lot more questions or comments than that, but be willing to go ahead and move forward. Or Catherine, if you have something to say at this point, go ahead.
I do. I took a quick look at the development agreement, and I think it covers Supervisor Brown's concern. Section 21 of the agreement describes a default of either party under the contract, which means like a breach of the contract. And for the applicant, it's a failure to implement or comply with terms and conditions set out in the project approvals, including but not limited to mitigation measures. And once that happens, so for example, let's say vegetation is not cleared. The mechanism for you to enforce that is that you send us a notice, and that's section 23.3, and we then have 30 days in which to cure, which means to fix, to basically fix it, or we are considered to be in default of the agreement. And obviously, we have a lot of rights that are dependent upon this agreement, so that's a pretty good hammer.
No, I appreciate that, but to put it a little bit of perspective, everybody in Lake County has that same agreement with us because of an ordinance, or hazardous vegetation ordinance, that was implemented about 2 years ago, and not one single lot has been, it hasn't been enforced. Anybody that's cleared it has done on their own. But it's not been enforced, and because there is no funding mechanism to do it, and so that's what I'm talking about. And I agree with Mo, right, as far as the developer and the thought that's gone into this and all the stuff that's gone into it. But can anybody here guarantee me that that developer is going to be the owner in 5 years, 10 years, 30 years? No, nobody can guarantee that. What we're trying to do is, we can't guarantee who's going to be on the board then. What we're trying to establish is an agreement, a permit that can be looked at in that amount of time in the future, and look back and say, this is what it says, this is what they meant, and none of this, we started doing early activations for cannabis, and it's just caused us nothing but problems. And this is, I want to avoid that kind of thing. Let's get the agreement first. We bought Canocti, and look at all the problems we had with that, because we were going to get all this stuff taken care of after the fact. Let's try to avoid that if we can. I understand how easy it is to want to support this project. I want to support it. The water thing has to be dealt with before I can support it. But we need to get this stuff dealt with in advance, and not, yeah, that sounds like a good idea, let's take care of it after the fact, and let's hurry up and get this thing approved today. I would like to get it approved today too, but those conditions are important for the future owners and the future enforcement agencies.
Well, there is a hook in the development agreement that is not presumably in your other ordinances, which is there's an obligation on the applicant to indemnify the county for their costs as a result of our failure to comply with the
This isn't a failure on your part. Don't misunderstand. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I'm not implying that this is a failure on your part to try to get something through. This is our obligation, that we need to make sure that this is done. There is a mechanism in place to recover costs. Our problem is we don't have the money to put those costs out to begin with. So basically what we do is what we do, and that is not enforce things because we don't have the resources to do it. And so I'm trying to avoid that. And I'm not talking about, we're talking about $500,000 for 500 or 5,000 houses in the Riviera. So you're going to have, a percentage of that, so it'd be relative. It'd be, less than $100,000 maybe, just to have some fund there available for mitigation if need be. And it would only be used for that. It would never be used for anything else. So as an example, I'm not even saying, don't quote me on that amount. I'm just giving you an example in context of what I'm talking about.
Okay, Supervisor Brown, I know Kirsty had her hand up.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I can't raise my hand by typical because
That's okay.
I'm sharing. So
I can't hear what she's saying. I'm sorry. Maybe it's just me.
can you hear me now?
I hear a voice, but
Is it possible for Jake or Sam to boost the volume?
Can she get closer to the mic?
Sure. How's that? Can you hear me better?
Perfect.
Okay. Supervisor Brown, I wanted to just bring up one additional component of this project, and that it's part of a homeowners association and as part of the CCNRs. So the CCNRs were submitted to the Community Development Department, and they outlined a plethora of different items, one of which the fire safe easements, both the defensible space around the house and the fire breaks on either side of the roads are defined as easements. As part of that definition of easements in the CCNRs, there is a requirement for funding and the homeowners association to have a savings account to be able to do it on the homeowner's behalf. For the most part, the homeowners association will be doing all the fire safe clearing under the direction of the fire personnel on site, and will be charging the homeowners. In the event that they don't, the Department of Real Estate and the homeowners association have the financial ability to clear that particular lot. So I wanted to add one other element other than the county and the applicant as part of the development agreement, that there's also the CCNRs as part of the homeowners association.
Kirsty, I want to thank you. And, I would just like to touch on one other point, and the point was made earlier in the meeting that this is unlike any project that Lake County will most likely ever see. At this point, I know at least for this board, it's something that's unprecedented. And I think in the past, there have been decisions made on smaller things that we're not going to have the economic impact that this project will in the long term for the county. This could be the decision as we move forward, that whether a fund is established or not, we know the economic impacts that will benefit this county through property tax, through TOT, through everything else that are going to be coming down, are going to change what boards going forward will have to deal with economically. This is a game changer, and everyone needs to realize that. We understood, small little 30 houses or 50 houses, being written into agreements. This is an overall county transformation project. And so whether we set up the fund or not, I just want to take that in consideration as we move forward. I think what we're doing today or talking about, we'll be setting a path for more funds to come into the county so we can have more departments and everything else that we've always been talking about. This is one of the big steps to economic development to change the course of Lake County's growth and its future. So it's, when we go back and we look back, nothing ever been done like this in Lake County. And this is going to be very impactful through all the proceeds that will be coming to the county on its behalf for the long-term viability of this project. Okay, Supervisor Sabatier.
I wanted to talk about the water real quick, and maybe Kirsty, and I'm sorry I called you Kirsten earlier, or Catherine can elaborate. But from my understanding, this is not just a private well. This would be connected to Calliomi. Am I correct on that in my conversations in the reading, or would it be a private well that they would dig for themselves and just connect it over to the Maha project?
It would be the latter. At this point, it's not in the sphere of influence for Calliomi. We have an open dialogue with Calliomi. We've had many meetings with them. I will say that we've spoken to the developer, and although in regards to the offsite well, The monitoring is currently as part of a mitigation measure, and that was where they came up with the original 5-year. And for some background for the board, when I was at the Middletown Town Hall meeting, this is where Rosemary, I heard her say 10 years. And so I talked to the developer and said, can we extend the monitoring from 5 to 10 years? And they said yes. So we offered it to the county, and the county increased the MMRP, which is the Mitigation Monitoring Reporting Plan, from 5 years to 10 years. There's no environmental impact that states that it needs to be anything beyond that. So although the EIR can't analyze it as part of an MMRP, the Board of Supervisors, if that's what they choose, they could offer it as a condition of use permit approval that the monitoring of the offsite well happen indefinitely. And I've spoken with the developers and they agree to those terms, if that is helpful for everybody to understand. And I'm sure we can ask additional questions in regards to that. Did that answer your question sufficiently?
No, it does, and obviously I misunderstood. For some reason, I had thought there was a connection.
Chair, I'm sorry.
Yes,
I'm having a hard time hearing. I'm not trying to interrupt. That type of a condition, just that the monitoring of the offsite well would occur in perpetuity, or even a water level monitoring, an annual water level monitoring, those things can be added immediately. You could also add a condition that the applicant will develop a funding mechanism to ensure the control of hazardous vegetation.
Okay.
Which will address your concern without having to go through quite an involved process as to determine which one, and also as times change and laws change, those funding mechanisms may be different. But the applicant would still be required to develop one. So that condition would be there. Perhaps the applicant wants to speak to that.
Yes, I think that would be acceptable to add that language, that we will develop a funding mechanism to ensure the control of the vegetation. And I believe that the water monitoring is acceptable, but I would request that rather than in perpetuity, which is a sort of an amorphous thing, that it should be for the life of the development agreement, which has been what we sort of treated as the life of the project, and that's what is being monitored and enforced elsewhere. So it would make the most sense to have it dovetail.
So
that's actually, from a legal perspective, that's fine, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Supervisor Brown, go ahead.
So I agree with that too. I think that's reasonable. It's unreasonable to expect them to to honor an agreement after the development is done, but or after they're done, the developer's done. What does monitoring mean? I mean, we say monitoring, but it's like, okay, we monitor it, but what are the triggers? What are the conditions that, okay, we've gotten to a certain point, now it's time to do this? I haven't seen any of that. We can monitor a bus headed over a cliff, but that doesn't solve the problem. So I want to make sure that our monitoring efforts are for a particular purpose that we can identify.
Like what's the measurements?
Yeah, that's why I want it to be secondary as opposed to the primary source of water for this project, because another developer, another owner could come in and say, well, let's use up all of Middletown's water before we start tapping into ours. That's unlikely to happen, but if it did, it would be our mistake for not dealing with it today and here.
I see that Ryan Sawyer has turned on her camera. Ryan, do you have a comment on this? You're still on mute for some reason. Can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
There you go. Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, I did want to speak to this issue. So the requirement for monitoring comes from the EIR. We have a mitigation measure in the EIR. It's number 3.9-3. And I'm going to read some of it verbatim for you here. So it says that prior to the issuance of an encroachment permit or grading permit for installation of the well, the applicant shall provide to the county an analysis that defines the safe yield of the well. The safe yield must be set to meet the following performance criteria. It has to avoid drawdown of groundwater beyond 300 feet of the well. So that's a pretty stringent requirements. You have to show that groundwater is not decreasing beyond 300 feet of the well to meet that performance criteria. And the analysis has to be conducted using pump testing and be certified by a registered professional engineer. And then the monitoring has to continue while the well is being used to confirm that the safe yield analysis is effective at meeting that performance criteria. So that's what you're monitoring for, to ensure that groundwater levels are not being affected beyond 300 feet of the well.
Okay, Supervisor Brown, does that answer your question when you're talking about triggers?
It doesn't. In fact, it raises more questions as to why so much pushback on not making the groundwater that's available under the site project be the primary source. So
it is the primary source. This is the backup.
Right. I mean, I think that to speak to that, the EIR does assume that the on-site well is the primary source and that this well is a backup well.
yeah, it's easier for me not to assume it. It's easier for me to see it in writing so that future decisions can be made based on what we make today. And I think you're right. It probably does assume that, but I'm not comfortable with just assumptions.
Right. The other thing to point out is that there are no approvals being sought today related to the well. Like there is no grading permit today being sought for the well. So it's a part of the project as described in the EIR, but there are no project-specific approvals.
I think the approval is assumed as well. I think there's a lot of assumptions being made, so that's what I just want to make sure that it's not.
Good. Okay, any more discussion on this specific item? Okay, so I know that Supervisor Brown raised the issue of a primary and a secondary source of water. We've had some discussion on that. I don't know where the board is at this point, if the information that's given is enough to move forward with or without it. So, Supervisor Sabatier?
So I got a question. Ryan said that if the well has an impact outside of 300 feet, and I guess I have the same question that Supervisor Brown would have was alluding to, which is, well, what is that measurement of impact? Is it less than 10% refill rate? Is it less than 20%? What is there a specific within the language that's already going to be regarded to in order to say this impact has crossed the red line that we had set in place to say that the impact is more than anticipated?
Yeah, it's a void drawdown, so it's any measurable decrease in groundwater beyond 300 feet of the well. It could be 1 inch,
So basically, it's not refilling back to its original amount, or it's taking much longer to refill to its original amount.
Correct. Pete, did you want to add to that?
One of the key issues here is the requirement for a pump test that is certified by a registered professional engineer that goes through what is anticipated, and then there's the follow-up that if the well is actually activated, that it shall actually be monitored to ensure that the compliance with that anticipated study by the professional engineer is actually coming to fruition, and that we don't have a drawdown. So you have first the requirement of the plan to be developed, the prior to use, have it in place, pump test, professional engineer certification, and then the monitoring following that to ensure that the basis of the pump test and the certifications are in fact occurring as specified in the requirements prior to the wells being put in and used. A couple of other quick points, if I may. The water supply analysis that was conducted was very extensive, clearly identified that there is sufficient groundwater for the entirety of the project, both phase 1 and future phases on site. The surface water, which was addressed in a prior EIR on water rights back in 2012, certifies and identifies the uses and places of use for surface water. Those are identified. Some of the provisions of that are moving forward, those only had to be certified and mitigation measures taken as it was developed. This EIR includes a condition that open space for, among other things, for example, coming out of that EIR that are necessary are implemented up front, and that those be implemented now and assured rather than deferred until such time as development actually occurs. So there's certification of both surface water and groundwater have been addressed, that this is a backup well and it has the conditions, has the certification, and if it is placed, if it is used, then there has to be, as a condition of it being drilled and approved by the county, that the plan is in place with all the pump tests and everything else done, and then the monitoring to ensure that that occurs.
Thank you for that clarification in detail. Okay, any other questions or comments from the board? Supervisor Sabatier?
So it's kind of an awkward question because I know that the approval is an approval. However, as was stated, this is possibly the largest project the county has seen, and possibly the largest project the county will see in the foreseeable future. Is it possible to kind of get an annual update at the Board of Supervisor levels to see, to get an update on the progress, to get an update on any of these conditions as far as getting a water monitor, things such as that, rather than, that way the public can be made aware as well as to the decision being made today, how things are moving along. I think it would be helpful to see its progress rather than, I mean, I know we can ask and other individual agencies can ask, but to make it as public as possible as well to show that the due diligence is still continuing and that they're meeting their threshold of what is anticipated of them.
I guess I would pose that question to Catherine or...
Yes, I think that would be acceptable. What I would like to suggest, and what I've seen in similar situations, is a requirement of an annual report, a hearing with an annual report once per year for some initial period. Let's say 5 years seems sensible to me in this case. And then thereafter, the board has the ability to request additional annual reports as needed over the term of the development agreement. So if you thereafter wanted to say, we'd like to hear from you every 3 years or every 5 years or every other year, you can do that after the first 5 years once you have a better sense of how things are going and how active you need to be in overseeing the process.
But that's,
okay.
I see the point of that as a point of curiosity, but there's no mechanism in place of any advisory or changes or requirements to be made. It's just a point of, how's it going? Let us know how it's going. And I guarantee you, after the first one, no one will ever remember to put it back on the agenda, so it doesn't make any difference at all.
The reason that, and that's why I was saying it's a little awkward, because the approval would be the approval, but at the same time, a development agreement is a development agreement, and this would ensure that all parties are following the agreement that was signed. And so this would just be a check-in. If there is a breach of a development agreement, then there might be some actions that could be taken, but this is not the intention of the project developers to do so. So it would help us understand the status, and if there's any issues, then we can have that discussion about the issues and maybe even update the development agreement or whatever it is that might need to happen at the time. And I get it that it's mostly out of curiosity, but I think that we do have a binding contract if approved today, and that contract would allow us to make necessary changes if necessary changes were necessary.
Okay, so you're asking for a yearly update. It sounds like get a yearly update. At least Supervisor Bruno, that's what he was looking for. Just a status update on how the project is going for the next 5 years, and then we could reevaluate that as it moves forward.
Yes.
Supervisor, go ahead. I don't know. Okay, Supervisor Crandall.
No, I didn't raise.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I thought you did. Okay, any more discussion or deliberation? Sound like we talked about taking a break earlier to get those things figured out. What I would like to do is find out with the language that was suggested by Anita, if we accomplished what we wanted to, or the individual who brought it up, Supervisor Brown, if we've accomplished with that language change that was suggested by Anita.
Would it be possible to repeat?
Yeah, with Supervisor Brown, I was just, he had brought up the language change. I guess I'm asking the entire board.
Oh, I thought you were addressing your question to Anita, sorry.
Some language changes that would hopefully accomplish what was being asked as far as vegetation, down the road as far as the developer, so.
No, I think what Anita suggested is appropriate. I still, so I just want to make sure that I'm clear. There's no other interest in solidifying the water usage issue, other than just the language that says we'll just monitor it. So, that's it? Okay. The reason I ask that is because this is a really important project, really important decision. It's important for the county. Water issues are huge in this county. We've been dealing with it for years up here. I know that this board, the makeup of this board has not dealt with it at all that I'm aware of, other than maybe what we're dealing with in South Main. It's a huge deal, and it's, we're dealing with it up Pillsbury. So you get a sense of it, but this is big, and I can't, without having that language in there that protects the water of those other folks up there in Middletown, I can't. That's a deal breaker for me right at this point. The rest of the project I think is great, especially with the language for the mitigation for the fire stuff. But the water thing is that's why I saved it for last, because it was the big thing for me.
Okay, I know that you've asked a couple times at this point. I know that the information provided, I've been very clear.
Well, I guess I'd like to hear a no, if that's, sometimes no answer, maybe they're on mute, I don't know. This whole, this whole method we're using is.
Supervisor Scott or Supervisor Crandall, please.
I figured that Anita had answered it, but it doesn't seem that Rob feels it was. But yeah, I thought that they had made a concession together, and I'm not meaning Rob, I'm meaning both of the people working with Anita. I think her name is Ryan. So I thought it was met, but it's not. What would be satisfying? What would something stating that their water is protected? Is that what Supervisor Brown's looking for?
That the water is secondary, and there's a trigger for the need for that secondary water source if the primary water source is unable to meet their obligation.
Okay, Mr. Chair, may I?
Yeah, go ahead, Anita.
Okay, I understand that now that the board appears as a majority agrees that the requirement that the applicant shall develop a funding source to ensure that vegetation maintenance is maintained throughout the life of the development agreement, that is acceptable.
Yes.
Okay, how about in terms of, with regard to the annual monitoring of the on-site well, and I'd invite Kay to interject at any point here. The monitoring of the on-site well will occur on an annual basis, and that the applicant agrees to meet and confer with community development at their expense should the water level dip below safe yield. That way there'd have to be a discussion as to what and how would happen next. So there would be a trigger and there would be an opportunity for county intervention.
So that would spell out that would be the primary source, because we're saying, I think we're saying something different. The monitoring of on-site well, what they're talking about is the monitoring of the off-site well to make sure that that doesn't impact wells within 300 feet or at 300 feet, up to 300 feet.
Kay, did you want to jump in there in case I've got that somewhat confused, or if community development wants to speak?
I think what you propose is acceptable to us. I believe my client. I'm sorry? I didn't hear you, Anita.
To monitor the on-site well to ensure that the safe yield levels are maintained?
To monitor the on-site well on the Gwinnett Valley property?
Yeah.
No, I think, Anita, what we're talking about is the off-site well.
So it is the off-site well, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, we are willing to monitor that for the term of the development agreement, and we are willing to, your language about if it drops, we are willing to come together with you at our expense. Yes. You said it in a more articulate way, but that's acceptable.
Yeah.
Okay.
There is a requirement in the mitigation measure already that if something is going wrong and the safe yield isn't effective, that the Lake County Health Services Department and the applicant shall develop a groundwater management plan in coordination with the geotech engineer for approval by the community development director. So there's sort of similar language in the middle.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm not going to beat this up anymore, but I'm going to tell you that does not resolve the issue that I have of, that just says we will monitor it. It does not say this will be our secondary source if we can't meet the yield with our primary well on site. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay. All right, so at this point, obviously, I know that Supervisor Brown was asking for it to be named the secondary source and to transfer over afterwards. As far as the board members, at this point, he's also asked, if he had a majority of the board that wanted to move forward with that. And at this point, I didn't see a consensus on that. So you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the changes that the developer has made to do the 10 years, to do those things. Well, Supervisor Brown, you can say exactly what you were thinking.
No, I think you're correct in what you're hearing too. I think I don't have another vote, so.
Okay. All right. Any more questions or comments from the board at this time?
I got another question. And so I'm okay with the monitoring of the secondary source, because that's the one that we're truly concerned about in case that there's a lowering of the water table that would impact the Middletown area or possibly other surrounding areas. I guess my question would be, would there be a necessary remedy? So if you're putting in a fire station, do we have to, does that area have to keep up with fire flows like you would typically do in a township area or a typical water district area, since water will probably be provided somehow or another to that whole project? I don't think it's a piping project like you would see. I think it's going to be all wells or things like that, but will there be a need to meet fire code for fire hydrants or access to that level of amount of water, and that maybe we can look at that being a trigger, that if you're not able to get the fire flows that are required, that then we reconvene and have a discussion and see what the next steps are?
Can Can I just, because it's the issue that I have, so I want to make sure it's clear. You said monitoring of secondary source. That's not what it's called. They're calling it the offsite well. They're not saying that it's secondary. In fact, they're intentionally not allowing it to be called the secondary source. That's what I want it to be, the secondary source. They won't do it. So I just want to make sure you understand that, and also understand fire flows aren't just flowing all the time. It's in the need. It's in case there's a need for a fire flow, hydrants or whatever. In that case, all bets are off. Turn all the faucets on. I don't care. That's to put a fire out. I'm talking about the everyday use, irrigation, household use, restaurant use, hotel use, all that. That's what I'm talking about. That this offsite well should not be used for that primarily. It should be used as a secondary source if the primary source, being the water source under the ground of the project, is unable to meet the requirement to keep all that stuff going. Then they shift over to that. That's what I'm saying. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Thank you for the clarification, Supervisor Brown. Did you want to finish your thought, Bruno, or you were completed?
Well, I've always understood it as that maybe it's not written down as secondary, but I've always been told and read that the primary source, in my words, from the on-site water is enough to be able to conduct the business of the project that is anticipated to, and the way that the EIR was done was based on a much higher capacity than typical, because it's not going to be at 100% capacity at all times. It's going to be some are there, some are not. It's going to be in and out. To have the entire project full at once is going to be possibly a rare occasion. If not, that could be an issue. But I call it the secondary source because I know from everything that the on-site water is enough based on the cumulative water plan that has been already set within the EIR. Right. And so would this make you feel more comfortable, Supervisor Brown, if the word primary and secondary were used?
But that would be fine, but there also has to be a trigger that allows them. Otherwise, it's subjective. It depends on whoever's running the faucet at the time says, I think we need to use this other source. There has to be a trigger that it gets down to a certain level, whatever that might be. Like I said, the language that Jan would use in the event that, one of our redundant water systems would be used in the event that the primary source was unable to keep up.
No, and I understand the issue that you're bringing up, which again is to have an impact on a community that is there in order to bring water to a community that we're discussing right now.
That already has water, but they're saving it because they got all this other water they can be using. I don't think that's good management of our resources, of our water resources.
Okay, Supervisor Brown. Supervisor Sabatier, I guess moving forward at this time on this issue, I know we've hashed it over more than once with the secondary or the primary thing, and now everyone has kind of weighed in on it. So I don't know if we want to continue having this conversation, or are we ready to? Is there any other topic besides this one? I know you saved it for last. I just want to make it clear before we look to move forward here. And I don't think I've heard a change as far as a majority consensus that we're moving that direction. Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
I have a question for Ms. Grant. Let's say we get an annual report, and the annual report shows a decrease in the capacity for the off-site well, which is the one that we're talking about monitoring. What kind of leverage does the county have to ensure that there's a new plan for water access versus allowing that to continue?
I think that the leverage is what Ryan spoke of, that the language that's already existing, that then there's going to have to be a revision of the monitoring plan, that it's going to have to be addressed. I think that's inherent in the language that she cited earlier.
And I would also add that you have all of the remedies that your council has negotiated for you under the development agreement, which is all of our rights to proceed with the project depend on the language in that development agreement. So it's unclear to me what possible additional leverage you could need beyond that.
And I just wanted to make sure that we had the adequate leverage already set in place. And so
the agreement does provide several stopgaps, and Kay's absolutely right about that. But in terms of just the immediacy of the water issue, the meet and confer that dovetails with, again, the monitoring requirements that Ryan spoke of, ensures that the county has an opportunity to address this sooner rather than later, and to do so in a way that ultimately is going to culminate in a more responsive plan. It's hard to be more definitive because, again, over time circumstances change, but it certainly does put the hammer in the county's hand to ensure that happens.
Well, I will say this, at first it was awkward, but now I'm happy, and it seems that the board has approved to have the annual report, because I think that makes us much more aware of what is truly going to happen with this project, and with the leverage being in our potential hands, then I would say yes, let's go ahead.
Okay, any more discussion from the board? Okay, hearing none. I know this is going to be a lot, look like a lot of motions, and we want to make sure we get them all lined up and get them corrected, Anita, as we go through. I think obviously.
Mr. Chair, I believe that Mark Roberts has gone through all of this, and he told me that he has it all prepared so that this can be handled relatively in a streamlined fashion for your board's consideration.
Okay. So is Mark going to present that at this time, or talk with us at this time?
I think they're all on our memo with all the recommended.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes.
Oh, there you are. Good morning or afternoon. I sent out an email to. Let me pull it up. Clarifying which exhibits go with what motion, so it's clear.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Chair, as Supervisor Sabatier noted, the motions that have to occur are already in the staff report. There are some minor revisions of language, which I believe Mark is prepared to address, and which exhibit that references, again, as long as it's not a draft agreement, but the final agreement, then he can take you step by step through each of those actions.
Okay, well, it looks like we're going to go ahead and try and get through all of these. So,
and Chairman Simon, this is Scott DeLeon. Yes. Your sample motions begin on page 16 of the staff report, and as you go down that list, there are various exhibits that are attached to or are part of each of those motions, and Mark or I will be available to help make sure that for example, there are reading of ordinances in title only, and we'll make sure that that you're reading the appropriate ordinance for the appropriate motion. So you can start with page 16, and we'll help you with the amendments that you're supposed to read. And as County Council has mentioned, there are a couple of very minor revisions, and we'll be prepared to clarify those when you get to them.
Okay.
And I have a question for you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
Are you wanting to take on these motions for yourself since this is within your district, or are you looking for one of us to take that on for you?
That's what I was just going over. Supervisor Sabatier, as the vice chair, I would be fine. You go ahead and make the motions and we'll move through the process.
Thanks a lot. All right.
You know what? Yeah, I will do that. So I will hand the gavel over to vice chair, and then I will pull up the documents here and start going through them.
Okay. Okay, without any further discussion, I believe we're waiting for action.
Okay. Give me 1 second here.
And on my memo that I'm looking at, it starts on page 9 under section 7 for the recommendations. I'm not sure if I'm looking at a different
It
memo.
should be under sample motions, Supervisor. Recommended action, sample motions, directly below it.
On page 9, I've heard page 16 and page 9.
Mr. Vice Chair, I just have a quick question because we did talk about the incorporation language and we didn't discuss a time frame. Can we do that? Because that'll be incorporated in the amendments that are made.
Yeah.
And I think, 20 years is reasonable.
I'm good with the 20.
My question would be, I know that when they talked about it, when this topic came up, we talked about the consideration of the length of the development agreement. I don't know.
That wasn't part of this discussion. That was the other part, but.
All right. I thought it was. So, all right.
Mr. Chair, this had to do with the applicant's agreement not to take actions to incorporate as a city, which they've agreed. There was no time frame discussed, and Supervisor Brown had indicated his agreement that the county would assist the applicant in obtaining a zip code. Both of those can be included. The applicant hasn't yet been asked if 20 years is acceptable to them for the forbearance of incorporation.
That's acceptable.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in agreement with that too. The rest of the board, we got a consensus on 20 years?
Yes.
Looks like that's a yes, unanimous consensus. Okay, looking through here to make the motions.
And you're right that the recommended sample motions do start on page 16.
Give me 1 second here, I apologize. Okay, all right, let's go ahead and start. We're going to go ahead and start with the first motion here. I move that the Board of Supervisors adopt let's see, make sure I'm looking at the right thing. Let me know if I'm wrong here, Anita. I move that the Board of Supervisors adopt the water supply assessment certify that the final environmental impact report, EIR 18-01 FEIR, prepared for the Gwinnett Mixed Valley Use Plan Development Project has been completed in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and the state CEQA guidelines, adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and adopt the findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Joanna, can we get a roll call, please?
Yes. Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
No.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I move that the Board of Supervisors make a motion to amend the general plan policy LU 16.12 of Chapter 3, Section 3.9, Economic Development of the Lake County General Plan, because it is in the public interest as it supports implementation of the Middletown Area Plan and policies of the general plan, especially related to economic development and support for economically diverse, job-based, innovative resort residential communities, agritourism opportunities, and resort-related uses, while at the same time protecting significant agricultural lands, open space, and natural resources of the area. As further presented in the supplemental staff report dated June 22nd, 2020, and the memorandum dated July 1st, 2020, to include the following section. Number 6.12, or numbers, page 6.12.3, the provisions of 6.12.1 and 6.12.12 shall not apply for the special study area of the Middletown Area Plan.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I think that's where community development would want to have jumped in with a correction.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Anita. So it should read 6.12.3. The provisions of LU 6.12.1 and 6.12.2 shall not apply to the Langtree/Gwinoc special study areas of the Middletown Area Plan.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
And there was a second, I believe, from Supervisor Scott. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Joanna, if we can have a roll call, please.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
No.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I will offer the resolution.
Resolution's been
For
offered.
the general plan amendment approval.
I will offer the resolution for the general plan amendment approval.
And that,
Thank
that
you,
is,
sir. There's just so many.
yes, there is, and that should be Exhibit F.
Okay. And again, we have the resolution that was offered. Joanna, roll call, please.
Okay. Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
No.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I move that the Board of Supervisors approve the zoning ordinance text amendment AM-04 as applied for the Lotus Land Investments Holding Inc. for the reasons listed in the memorandum dated July 17, 2020.
And I believe you meant 18-04.
Did I read that wrong? I apologize. Yes, I did mean the 18-04.
Okay. You have a
Second.
motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Can I get a roll call again, please?
And this is for the ordinance? What exhibit is this?
The zoning text amendment.
That should be Exhibit
Okay.
E.
Okay. All right. Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
No.
You try?
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt again, but the next action is incorrect. It's not offering the ordinance and recommending it be advanced after moving for the reading. The first action by your board with regard to the zoning text amendment would be to a motion to waive reading of the ordinance and have it read in title only. If that's approved, then your board would make a further motion to advance it to the next agenda for the second reading.
Okay. So we go to the rezone 18-01.
No, sir. First, you'll have to make the motion that the zoning text amendment ordinance, the reading of that ordinance be waived and have it read in title only and call for a vote. And after that happens, then you'll move to advance it to the next hearing for a second reading and call for a vote.
Okay, so moved. I move that the reading of the ordinance be waived and be read in title only.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Joanna, roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
No.
and Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then, sir, there'll be a motion to advance the ordinance for a second reading to the next available agenda, which I believe will be the 28th.
Excellent. So move. Mr. Chair, I move to offer the ordinance and recommend that it be advanced to the next agenda for the second reading. Next available agenda.
Exactly, except you're not actually offering the ordinance today. It's
Okay, I
just
apologize.
That's okay. It's lawyer stuff. Nobody cares but me, probably.
So we have a motion from Supervisor Simon. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Joanna, can I please get a roll call?
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
No.
and Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, on to
Okay,
the
Mr.
rezone.
Chair, I move that the rezone RZ 18-01, I move that the reading of the ordinance be waived and the title only be read. And I offer the ordinance.
The ordinance has been offered.
Excuse me, that's two separate, unfortunately, two separate motions.
Okay, I apologize. I move that the reading of the ordinance be waived and be read in title only.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Joanna, roll call again, please.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
No.
Supervisor Brown,
No.
and Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I offer the ordinance.
The ordinance has been offered.
Okay. Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
No.
and Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next is the
Okay,
general
Mr.
plan.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
I was just
Mr.
saying, the
Chair.
next one is general plan of development, GDP 18-01.
Mr. Chair, I move that the Board of Supervisors approve the general plan development, GPD 18-01, applied for by the Lotus Land Investment Holdings, Inc., subject to the conditions of approval and with the findings and reasons listed in the environmental impacts report. Staff report packet dated June 18th, 2020, the supplemental staff report dated June 22nd, 2020, and the memorandum dated July 1st, 2020.
I have a motion. Looking for a second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Joanna, roll call, please.
Okay. Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
No.
and Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Moving on to major use permit, UP 18-49.
Mr. Chair, I motion that the Board of Supervisors find that the major use permit UPI 1849 applied for by Lotus Land Investments Holding, Inc. does meet the requirements of Article 15, Section 15.7, and Article 51, Section 51.4 of the Lake County zoning ordinance, and grant the major use permit for the Gwinnett Valley Mixed Use Development Project subject to the conditions of approval and with the findings listed in the Environmental Impact Report, Staff Report packet dated June 18, 2020, the supplemental staff report dated June 22nd, 2020, and the memorandum dated July 1st, 2020.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Joanna, could we get a roll call, please?
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Oh. I don't think,
Supervisor Crandall, I think he's on mute.
yeah. Supervisor Crandall, you're on mute still?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Is that an aye?
Yes.
Okay. And Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
No.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, motion carries. On to the tentative subdivision maps approval, SD 18-01.
Mr. Chair, before you go on, to the extent applicable, I'm assuming that your motion included all the amendments that had been discussed with regard to funding for vegetation as well as the annual monitoring.
Yes, so I need to go back and amend that, but absolutely all the language we've agreed to as the board, I would ask you to put in there.
Yeah, I think you made that understood, sir. I just wanted to clarify it for purposes of moving forward and to ensure that none of the other board members disagreed since they voted.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. At any time, jump in there when I'm going, so I'd appreciate that. Go ahead, Supervisor. I don't know if you read the next title.
Yeah, I'm ready for SD 18-01 for the tentative maps.
Excellent. Okay, I make a motion that the Board of Supervisors find that the tentative subdivision maps SD 18-01 applied for by Lotus Land Investments Holdings, Inc. is in conformity with the provisions of the Subdivision Map Act of Chapter 17 of the Lake County Code, and upon that basis, the Board of Supervisors approved said map, subject to the conditions of approval and with the reasons and findings of approval listed in the Environmental Impact Report, Staff Report packet dated June 18, 2020, the Supplemental Staff Report dated June 22nd, 2020, and the Memorandum dated July 1st, 2020.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
No.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
All right, motion carries. Moving on to development agreement, DA 18-01. And I believe this is where there will be some of the amendments that we spoke of.
Exactly. To the extent applicable, those same approved amendments may appear in the development agreement as well.
Excellent. Mr. Chair, I make a motion of approval for the development agreement, DA 18-01, applied for Lotus Land Investments Holdings, Inc., based on the reasons and findings of approval listed in the Environmental Impact Report and the staff report packet dated June 18, 2020, and the supplemental staff report dated June 22nd, 2020, and the memorandum dated July 1st, 2020, and all applicable changes that we discussed today to be added. Would that do it?
That should work.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call, please. Joanna.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
No.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
All right, motion carries. We're moving on to the Middletown Offsite Housing Project.
Supervisor Sabatier, this is Scott DeLeon, and before you move on to the Middletown Offsite Housing, I would like to make a minor correction, and I apologize. We have a number of moving parts here, and it was inevitable, I think. But back on the Gwinnett Valley Mixed Use Development motions for General Plan Amendment Approval, GPAP 18-01. We referenced Exhibit F for your discussion and consideration. And unfortunately, sir, that needs to be Exhibit P. And there was a minor modification to Exhibit T to reflect something that you've already addressed, and that is, and I will read it, 6.12.3, the provisions of LU 6.12.1 and 6.12.2 shall not apply to the Langtree-Gwinnett Special Study Area of the Middletown Area Plan. That was added to Exhibit P. And then also on Exhibit P in the resolution in the former, or the final whereas, the date July 7th was used for the Board of Supervisors certification for the final EIR, and that needs to be revised to July 21st to reflect today's date. Again, I sincerely apologize for the oversight, but your approval of that resolution needs to be reflected in Exhibit F or Exhibit P. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd recommend that you reconsider that item and take it up again and offer the resolution with the corrections as specified by Mr. DeLeon.
Okay, let's go ahead and reconsider that with a motion amendment.
Yes, so amended.
And the resolution is offered as amended. Okay.
Okay, so the resolution has been offered as amended. Johanna, roll call, please.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
No.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for keeping us on track. Now we're moving on to the rezone RZ 20-01 for the Middletown outside housing.
Mr. Chair, I move to have the reading of the ordinance be waived and be read in title only.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
No.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I offer the ordinance.
All right, the ordinance has been offered. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
No.
Supervisor Brown?
Still no.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on to tentative subdivision map approval, SD 20-01.
Mr. Chair, I move.
I'm sorry, did you offer the ordinance for the
Yes.
off-site housing?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't just read it in title only, you also offered it. Okay,
Yes. Yeah, we did two separate motions.
I'm sorry, thank you.
No worries.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. Okay, Mr. Chair, I motion and find the tentative subdivision map SD 20-01 applied for by Lotus Land Investments Holdings, Inc. is in the conformity with the provision of the Subdivision Map Act, Chapter 17 of the Lake County Code, and upon that basis, the Board of Supervisors approved the said map subject to the conditions of approval and with the reasons and findings of approval listed in environmental impact, the EIR staff report packet dated June 18, 2020, the supplemental staff report dated June 22nd, 2020, and the memorandum dated July 1st, 2020.
Second.
Motion and a second. Joanna, roll call, please. We're almost done.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
No.
Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Last one, major use permit, UP 20-02.
Mr. Chair, I move that the Board of Supervisors find that the major use permit, UP 2020-02, for the community clubhouse and duplexes applied for by Lotus Land Investments Holding, Inc., does meet the requirements of Article 51, Section 51.4, and Article 27, Section 27.11F of the Lake County zoning ordinance, and grant the major use permit, UP 20-02, subject to the conditions of approval and with the findings listed in the environmental impact report. Staff report packet dated June 18, 2020, the supplemental staff report dated June 22nd, 2020, and the memorandum dated July 1st, 2020.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Last roll call, please.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
No.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
And all motions pass. Mr. Chair, your virtual gavel is in your hand again.
Thank you. And thank you very much, Vice Chair. Excellent job as the chair. Thank you. All right, moving right along with this agenda item. Good job, everyone. Congratulations and excellent work. Okay, moving right along with our agenda items. We've got a few more that we've got to get through here before the end of the day. We have 4 items left. We have, we'll go ahead and start with item 7.2. Go ahead, Supervisor Crandall.
All right, so this is brought back with the help of Supervisor Sabatier. We were discussing about a month ago with a group called the Cooks Alliance about AB 626 and having a group come forward and try to get permits for home kitchens. And it's a assembly bill that was passed. It's working quite well in Riverside County. And so we've got a lot of information, and hopefully I think Peter and I think Roberto Cabreras will be part of the discussion as well. Hopefully they're patched in here with the call here, so that way they can give their input and whatnot. Attached, I think Supervisor Sabatier attached the bill for us to review, and also the ordinance that we're looking at, in essence, using as a a basis for hours. There's some different things that probably need to be changed, but it's Riverside's regulation ordinance. And so I'll pass it over to Supervisor Sabatier if he has anything else to add.
So just real quick, just to summarize AB 626, it's a low threshold opportunity for people to start a food business, a food restaurant, but it starts in their homes. Before, you would require a commercial hood, a commercial range, a commercial oven. All of these things are dwindled down to saying, as long as you pass the first inspection, and there are annual inspections, that you can go ahead and use your home kitchen to cook food for others. It could be either picked up at your home or it can be delivered to their homes. You cannot sell it in a stand or a specific area. It has to be delivered or picked up. It's limited in the sense that you can only sell 30 meals a day or 60 meals a week, and a maximum of $50,000 in gross sales per year. So this is definitely not it's an opportunity to get something started. This is not the end all for somebody who wants to start and get into the restaurant business. The inspections, as I said, are annual. If there are complaints, then we can go ahead and do another inspection. However, one of the differences from a normal typical restaurant, there are no surprise inspections. I know this was an issue for environmental health when I talked to them back in October. And so this is why I got on the phone and started talking with, his name is Keith Jones. He's the Director of Environmental Health in Riverside. Riverside was the first county to get going with AB 626. They voted unanimously to go ahead and get that started. I waited a full year. They started in May 2019. In June 2020, I received an email from Mr. Jones saying that they have had 0 complaints and 0 issues of food quality, food poisoning, or any other issues coming out of doing this. They have, I believe, up to 60 licenses that they have in various cities down in Riverside. And again, no major issues to speak of when I communicated with him. If you want to be involved in this type of business, you do have to have a Surf Safe certification. I think it's a food handler's certification that you need to have. And obviously, you'd have to follow the rules of the jurisdiction you're in. So if you're in the city of Clear Lake, possibly the city of Lakeport, you would have to get a business license through those authorities. But it would be environmental health that would be the major component of allowing for these licenses to be handed out. In light of the situation that we're in with COVID-19 and our governor pulling back on indoor dining, not all of our restaurants have the luxury of outdoor dining, and so some of them may find themselves in a dire situation where they're trying to keep that name going, they're trying to keep their revenue going, their income, and so this would be an opportunity for them to do so rather than just shut down, close out for the remainder of the time that our governor has restaurants dine-in closed down. So I thought it was great that Supervisor Crandall had already brought this back to the board not too long ago, but after the new shutdowns coming in, I contacted Supervisor Crandall and said we need to bring this back ASAP. There are a few people in the community that are already very interested in doing this, and as mentioned, Chef Cabreros from Woodland Community College, who teaches students to get into the culinary industry, he's interested in also teaching AB 626 classes to get his students prepared for, again, what is a low threshold beginning business and getting into the food industry. So as you see, there's the AB 626, which I just summarized for you real quick. There's also an ordinance from the County of Riverside, which pretty much summarizes AB 626 in there, but then they have their appeal process involved, and as well there is a cost for the license, which is up to the county as far as what the fee structure is. And you'll see inside the Riverside ordinance that they are planning to do a study through the first year to figure out if they need to increase or decrease that cost for the permit. So that would be one of the few things that we have control over, because AB 626 is basically either you turn that law on or you turn that law off. There is no changing any of the internal mechanisms of the micro enterprise home kitchen program. So that pretty much summarizes it here. What we're looking for is direction from the board to utilize the sample ordinance that we have from Riverside and bring it back to us at a later date with a Lake County ordinance for opting in for AB 626.
Thank you, Supervisor Sabatier. Supervisor Brown or Supervisor Scott, I don't know if you have any comment on it at this point.
Just that I think this is great to give our community other options to be able to, provide food and funding for their families.
I see that we do have Director Denise Pomeroy. Denise, go ahead.
All right. Hi. Good afternoon, your board. My environmental health director could not be on this meeting today as he had scheduled off. So I have met with staff and we have met with Supervisor Sabatier separately and Supervisor Crandall separately. And they're already aware, of course, of environmental health's position on this AB 626. And so I just want to go through a few things that we've gathered. One of the main points that we want to bring up as well, your board's decision to implement this environmental health would obviously follow whatever your board directive is. However, there are some things that we would like to bring forward. One is that it is the Department, Environmental Health's big concern of opening up any type of business like this during a pandemic. We don't feel that this is the appropriate time to bring in businesses that would be cooking from their homes where there's very little regulatory intervention or sight, where they could, be sick and can be, contaminating other people. We would encourage your board to consider working through processes with environmental health if your board chooses to set this up at a later date, but be mindful of the fact that we are currently in a pandemic, and starting up any of this home type of business where the sanitation processes are not available according to licensed commercial kitchens and retail food code, in the health department's opinion, is not the right timing. With that said, restaurants, grocery stores, food facilities of any type must meet a series of stringent health, safety, and sanitation requirements to reduce the risk of foodborne illness and protect the public. These requirements include the use of commercial grade equipment, separate sinks for designating food preparation activities, consistent hours of operation, limited access of food preparation areas to others other than the staff, physical facility infrastructure features related to building layout, restrooms, plumbing, grease traps, lighting. On an average, private homes do not have proper controls mentioned above to minimize the risk of food contamination and foodborne illness among customers. Home kitchens are typically common areas that are frequented by children, pets, guests, and others that are not limited to designated individuals for the purpose of preparing food for public consumption. Further, in-home kitchen operations would not have the definite operating hours that would be conducive to unannounced visits by regulators. With the potential that in-home kitchen operations could grow substantially under this measure, the public health and safety could be at a serious risk for infection and cross-contamination and foodborne outbreak. Supporting points on this are the inequity of regulatory standards created by AB 626 creates a potential economic business disadvantage for restaurants and other food facility categories required to meet higher standards, which may lead to the closure of facilities that are better equipped to prevent and reduce the spread of foodborne illness in the community. COVID-19, which I've already mentioned, that is one of our number one concerns at this timing. We consider this a inappropriate and bad timing of opening up this type of a business during a health emergency and pandemic. The increased trash that accommodates these, and with no regulatory processes for the proper removal of such things. Wastewater increase, and I don't know if Jan is on, but when we had talked with her, there was some definite concerns for further conversation. These homes are not equipped with the proper commercial grease traps and processes that can get into the water systems. Portable water source issues, and potential for increased fire hazard. So that is what Jazzajit King and his team, when we talked about and prepared, while we understand the economic sources of some people, this could also be an economic disadvantage to the regulatory facilities that we have across our county, who do stringent work to meet the FDA and Foodtel code regulations and keep their customers safe and their employees safe. I do have Cheryl Bennett on the call. She is our senior food inspector, who was part of this conversation back when we both spoke to Supervisor Sabatier and Supervisor Crandall. if we have any additional detailed questions regarding some of this, she would be the person that I would defer to, as Jet's not on the phone. And with that, I thank your board.
Thank you, Denise. Appreciate you giving us that oversight. Supervisor, my question to Supervisor Colonel, Supervisor Sabatier kind of goes along with Denise's at this point, what we're dealing with. When you say you're going to bring it back, are you talking next year or during the spring? Or were you guys really thinking about trying to implement this? Just a question, now during the COVID-19 pandemic that we're at.
I know that the target date when I talked to Cook's Alliance was like late part of the year. So I'm thinking October, November timeframe. But of course, it still depends on the pandemic and other things. And but to allow time for the ordinance and a couple of other things to be ironed out, we knew that it would take that amount of time. So it wasn't something we would be looking to do right away. I don't know if Supervisor Sabatier maybe thought he might have had, we might have thought possibly a little sooner, but we wanted to have a remedy for certain businesses. I don't know if that, Supervisor Sabatier, I'll let you answer your side.
I was hoping for a more hasty final day of being able to implement this, and I think that part of my reason is we've been waiting and postponing this, and there were already hesitations prior to COVID-19, and so I don't think that COVID-19 should be what stops us. I think that we've always been looking for ways to implement opportunities for our folks, and I think this is an opportunity right now, and what better time than when people are being forced to shut down than to create these opportunities rather than saying we're going to wait till everything's back to normal. I think that waiting too long misses the purpose and reason of bringing this to the board, which is that we need to help our folks at this moment in time. We also know that people have been cooking from home. There's not a single one of us on this board that doesn't know somebody who has cooked from home and sold food. It happens sometimes right outside of school when our kids get picked up. Sometimes it happens in the park. We need to bring those people into the fold, and then there's an actual inspection that occurs. And I think that that inspection and the food safe certification promotes good processes to be had in their kitchen. I think we need to give this a shot, and I think that we need to try to do this sometime at the latest before the end of August. That is what I'm looking at, because I do not believe that it would take much of an effort to turn the Riverside ordinance into a Lake County ordinance, since all it does really is opt into AB 626. There's no changes in the law because you're not allowed to make any changes to the law, but the other parts that would need to be implemented for Lake County is just the appeal process and the penalties.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I would just be right up front and just say my support. I would support it after the first of the year, another conversation, but at this time implementing this program, I'm just making it very clear I wouldn't be in support of it at this time. Any other board members?
I say bring it.
Supervisor Scott?
I'd have to agree with that. I know our health department is right now stretched incredibly thin to get the work done that they have. So I would have to agree and listen to them. If they're saying they don't have the capabilities right now, maybe look at this and figure out how we can put it together, but not implement it till after the first of the year, or maybe even further if COVID continues to take a lot of our energy here in the community.
I say we can move forward with it and see how it goes. I don't see there's any problem with that.
Okay.
It's not going to happen tomorrow. So.
Excellent. Any more discussion from the board at this point?
Yes, and that was one of the main reasons initially why I brought it forward as well, was I was hoping to shoot for something like sooner, because of the fact that I knew quite a few restaurants that were going under and had no other option. Actually, they're just not existent right now. So, I mean, there is a possibility we can move forward. We as the Cooks Alliance group, just foreseen October being the time frame just because of all the other, things that come along with passing an ordinance. But I know that we have Peter Ruddick. Peter Ruddick is on, and I think he's a big part of the group. And so if there's nothing else, then if we can go to him, that'd be good.
Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is open it up. There's no more discussion at this point from the board. We'll go ahead and open it up. And I think, Jake, so hearing no more discussion at this point or seeing any hands raised, I'm gonna go ahead and open it up to public comment at this point. So go ahead.
All right, well, I sent Peter Ruddick a mute request. Looks like you're muted here. You give me a sound check, please. Peter, are you there? Okay, yeah, I can hear you. You have the floor.
You can.
If there's a way he can go beyond the 2 or 3 minutes, he's a big part of organizing. Yeah. So.
Yep. I think he spoke last time, correct? Was that him that spoke at the last time they presented?
Yes.
Can't hear him. Can you guys hear him?
I can't hear anything.
We might be having issues. Yeah, it looks like his sound drops.
His sound or not ours, right?
His sound, yeah.
Okay, well, we'll hold the spot for him. Let's see. I see we have a second hand up. Can we go to that second hand while we're trying to get him figured out?
Yeah. So, the second hand is Denise Pomeroy. Do you have a additional comment, or is that left over from before?
No, it's an additional comment, and I am going to ask for our health inspector, Cheryl, she's got a couple things too, so she's going to ask. I'm not sure she knows how to raise her hand yet on this. So with everything that I've heard from your board, I understand while board members feel like this isn't important and should move it quickly, I respectfully request that you consider the work that the health department is under right now, the timelines that we're under, the hundreds of hours of overtime we're working to deal with the pandemic, and push this off a few months and to let this pandemic get through and settle down. We do really not have the staff to take on new projects. We would request that we be involved in the ordinance process and the fees and the processes of the regulations regarding this. That is environmental health specialty. That's what they're here for. And I would request that we take just a step back and let this pandemic get through a little bit. I understand the urgency from your board. Obviously, the department will do whatever the board directs us to do. But with all due respect, I wish you would consider the amount of workload that we've been under for the last 5 months and will continue to be under probably for another 5 months at least. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Okay, Jake, did we get the situation figured out?
Yes, I think Peter is back and working now.
Okay, Peter, go ahead.
I can hear you folks again. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful, we're back. Not sure what happened. I went away as soon as Jake unmuted me. I don't have a lot to add after what I said. I think we were back in May, and what Supervisors Crandall and Sabatier have said. I appreciate that this is a hard time for environmental health. We have had Santa Barbara, City of Berkeley, Solano, and Imperial opt in, and they're all waiting for both an easier workload and a safer environment for their inspectors to go out. Riverside has implemented a virtual inspection, and it seems to be working. Of course, they've had the advantage of having done physical inspections. We are working with UC Davis on a study that has to do with cook feedback, responsiveness, safety. We've been in communication with Riverside DEH, heard the same things that the supervisor has heard, that so far it's going very well and it's very safe. We strongly get the impression that while there aren't that many unsafe home cooks out there, that those who want to go through the permit process are on the safer end of this. It's hard to get statistics on restaurants. We don't believe it will hurt restaurants in the long run. It's complementary. In the short run, everything the supervisors have said about restaurants being able to use this as a fallback seems to us to be very true. We are here to help. We have quite a bit of experience. As a reminder, we were the sponsors of this bill, working with Assemblyman Garcia through the whole process, and have continued to work as a nonprofit afterwards. We have some small thoughts on the ordinance, slight improvements. We're happy to work with the supervisors, with the Department of Health, with legal counsel. Call on us, as Supervisor Crandall has repeatedly, and we can help.
Excellent. Peter, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, Jake.
All right, the next hand we have raised here is Cheryl B. Cheryl B, I sent you a unmute request, so go ahead and confirm your first and last name.
Good afternoon. I'm Cheryl Bennett, a registered environmental health specialist with Environmental Health Division. I just kind of wanted to touch base on the inspections that would be required for this. The restaurants that the inspections we do for restaurants, we do those unannounced 2 to 3 times per year. The inspection that would be done for the micro enterprise home kitchen, those are not unannounced. You have to schedule it, and you have an agreed upon date and time. That's the same for if there's a complaint. When we get complaints at food facilities, if we get it in the morning, we go out a lot of times right away, unannounced. In this case, it's the same thing. You have to schedule it and have agreed upon time and date, so you're not really seeing what's happening like you would in a restaurant. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Okay, it looks like we have a gentleman raising his hand, Robert Cabreras.
That's Chef Cabreros from Woodland Community College.
Oh, okay, sorry about that.
He's been a big part of this as well. There's Chef Robert Cabreras, Peter Ruddick, and then there was another lady.
Hi, guys.
Hello, Robert.
Hi,
Go ahead.
I just wanted to comment on the safety of doing this in your home. As somebody who has been through many inspections and teaches food safety, I'm one of the only proctors and instructors of ServSafe. I can say that you might be safer at eating from one of these homes than in than some of the restaurants that I've seen. So I would have to say that I respectfully disagree with this moving forward and being unsafe food to consume. And thank you for your summary of this. It's really good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I don't see any other hands up. Do we have, Jake, can you open up the room?
Yes, I will open up the room.
Please do.
All right, the floor is unmuted. If you would like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
Like to make public comment on the 7.2 item, please do it at this time. Okay, Jake, go ahead and close the room up. Do we have anyone in the room that would like to
Yeah,
make
maybe we
public
need to
comment?
say something about that. You say don't skimp on.
We do not have anybody in the boardroom left for the public comment.
Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Sabatier?
While I understand the plight of the issue of COVID-19, my problem is, and granted, we can use the excuse that it's the governor that's making the decisions, not us, as to what's shutting down. We're definitely not making a stand to say no. We're following suit. And so if we're allowing things to be shut down, but we're going to say we're going to wait to try and reopen it in a different fashion that allows people to still make an income and a living, while simultaneously environmental health is going out and stopping people from doing this right now, we could be using our energy and our efforts in a positive way to try and implement them inside a program where we can license them to do it rather than using our energy and efforts to go out to stop people from doing it. Because again, people have been doing this forever. This is another way of ensuring higher level of safety. It's never going to be 100%, just like a restaurant is never 100%. But the fact that we actually get to go inspect their kitchen that they're going to be utilizing allows us a better standpoint than if we say that this is not going to happen, because it's going to happen whether we do this or not. And I think it's best for us to allow a legal workforce to be activated than to allow that workforce to remain in the dark, which is where they've always been for far too long. And I think this gives us the opportunity to. Maybe we don't need to go as fast as I'm hoping we can go, but I think that we're going to be surprised. It's not going to be that many licenses. I mean, even in Riverside is a huge area, only has 60 licenses. So I don't anticipate us to see a huge line out the door trying to get these types of licenses. And again, I do believe that a maximum of 2 to 3 weeks for revamping the Riverside ordinance to meet the needs and requirements of Lake County, I don't believe that it would take much more than that. And of course, we'd want to sit down with environmental health and figure out what the fees are and make sure that the appeal process is structured to their liking as well. The rest is already written. There's nothing we can change within it. So those are my last words for that.
Thank you, Supervisor Sabatier. Any more?
And I'm sorry, I had one more comment, and I apologize for that. My other problem is we don't have an end date for COVID-19. So it could be 5 months, it could be 10 months, it could be another year and a half. And I think we need to figure out, kind of like the fires, we have to figure out how to live within the new norms that we're given and make sure that we can do these positive steps for people to have greater capability to take care of themselves, not say we're going to wait till it's all over, because we don't have an end date.
Okay. Any other board members? Supervisor Brown, did you have your hand up?
Nope.
Okay. Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, so yeah, I'm fine with moving forward with just getting these ordinances in place and whatnot. The group I've been working with understands that, you know, there would be some questions about a lot of the different questions when it comes to like grease traps and things of those natures, and they're willing to hash those out. And they've been working with other counties and different cities to make sure this goes forward. So, you know, I think that that if we just start lining it up, I mean, it could work out to our benefit. And I think we should be able to go from there.
Okay, excellent. All right. You know, as I started out with my comments at a different time, and it's not using COVID-19 as an excuse or anything else. I understand everything else that's going on what I did hear from our environmental health department is how stretched they are. And we hear that every time in the EOC calls, everything that's going on. I just want to be very respectful of that, because this is just like we said, we're still in the beginning. It's not an excuse. I do support the program. The last time it came up, I just think that what we're going through right now would just, add a burden. I also heard with the environmental health, they want to be involved. We would like to be involved, or have folks sitting on this as we draft the ordinance to talk about fees, licenses, everything else that would come along with that, because that's right, as they said, right? That's what they do. And I know right now they do not have the time to take on an extra project. So those are my thoughts. I'm very clear about it this time. I do not support it implementing it by August or by October. So that's why I made the comments that I made. So at this time, I just want to be very clear, I won't be supporting it. If that's what we're looking at, a later time frame, when it comes back, I definitely think it's a good program and an opportunity, just not at this time. That's all I have, Supervisor Scott.
And I would have to agree with you. I think this is a great program that we need to implement, but hearing our director of health services, this is just not the time to do this right now to that department.
Okay. All right, closed public comment. We brought it back to the board. I don't know if there's any action or consensus to be taken on this one.
And I believe that there was consensus, and I'd just like to check to see if there is still consensus after the conversation, both public and board conversations, to move it forward and come back at a later time. Let's not be specific on that right away for the ordinance to come back.
Okay. And I did hear consensus too. There were 3 board members that were in favor of moving it forward. So yes.
Yes.
Okay. We'll move to our next agenda item, item 7.3, consideration of update.
Mr. Chair, you want to consider moving to the consent item that was pulled?
Oh,
tax collector.
yeah.
The treasurer tax collector has been in the room for a few minutes.
Okay, I do apologize. Let's go to item 5.8, which was pulled by Supervisor Sabatier. Go ahead, Supervisor.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Ms. Ringen, for coming into our meeting to discuss this real quick. So I was doing some research last night as far as what does the timeline look like for the excess proceeds, and I'll let Ms. Ringen correct me if I'm wrong, but from my reading, a individual who has the rights to the excess proceeds has up to 1 year to claim these proceeds. And I'm guessing that once the year is over is when we can start processing those excess proceeds based on the claims that we've received. As we see here in the details, there's about, I think it was, $500,000 total in excess proceeds, or $416,000 total in excess proceeds, with $51,000 unclaimed. And so my question was, and the reason that this question comes is, the reason this is my question is because of emails that I've seen of a gentleman who's been asking for quite a while about these excess proceeds. If we hold it for a certain amount of time, are we paying any interest on that since we're holding someone else's money? My second question is, for the unclaimed, does that just go right back into general fund, or does it go to a specific area? Those are my 2 questions.
Barbara, are you there? Chick, can we see if we can get her unmuted?
Yeah, so it looks like she's joined via Zoom, but doesn't have audio enabled. She might have joined with a phone. Barbara, is this you by chance?
Yes, that is me.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, Barbara, go ahead.
Okay. So yes, so at this point, we do not pay interest on these claims. Sometimes there is a delay in processing depending upon what is going on in the office as far as other processes that we need to complete first. So unfortunately, some do take a little longer than we would like also. The other question, and if there's more questions that you need me to answer regarding that, I'll be happy to. And as far as the unclaimed, yes, that goes to general fund.
Okay. I just wanted to check in. It's not no longer have any questions, just because it says the claim period closed July 27th, 2018. So I'm guessing that the claim period probably opened up July 27th, 2017, and so that it's been approximately 2 years since the claim has closed, or the claim period has closed. Is this correct analysis?
Yes, that is.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Any more questions from the board? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and open this up to public comment. I don't see any hands raised at this point. Jake, can you unmute the room?
Yes, I will unmute the room.
Probably has it too. I'll put that.
He's right, I know. It's setting up a worker class here. It's setting up more of a worker.
The room is unmuted. If you'd like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
Sometimes it's dangerous to unmute.
All right, Jake, go ahead and close it up and we'll bring it back to the board.
All right. Thank you again, Ms. Ringen, for coming to answer the questions. Mr. Chair, I move to approve the distribution of excess proceeds in the amount of $365,125.41 from tax defaulted land sale number 155 held on June 9th, 2017, Group 2 per RNT code 4675.
Okay, thank you very much. Seconded by Supervisor Scott. Johanna, can you do the roll call vote?
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move to item 7.3 on our agenda. Consideration of updates to return to work to protocol. Carol?
Yes, Mr. Chair. As you know, you are reviewing our COVID-19 return to work protocol for our departments and employees every 30 days. And in the course of that review last Tuesday, you gave staff direction to partner with our public health officer, Dr. Pace, to develop a rewrite of the section entitled Workplace Protections. At that time in discussion, your board raised some concerns that the language we had might have been dated and not as consistent as it needed to be with the state order. And so you directed us to make it consistent with the state order. And so if you look at page 2 of the document, the area highlighted in yellow does that. And in fact, gives a link directly to the California Department of Public Health guidance around masking. As you know, there's a statewide masking order in place. And so what we're proposing today is that we revise that section highlighted in yellow, and with just one minor change. Yesterday, Supervisor Sabatier and I met and we were reviewing this, and he pointed out to me that we still had a couple of words that may promote further confusion on the park staff. And so if you look at that section, the third paragraph of the highlighted portion on page 2, in any in-person interactions where a member of the public will not or cannot wear a face covering, Supervisor Sabatier pointed out astutely that to say will not wear a face covering is essentially inconsistent with the state order, and had recommended to me that we delete the words will not or. So it would simply read in-person interactions where a member of the public cannot wear a face covering, and then the rest of the language would stay the same. In addition, in looking at it as we're continuously looking at this document, we want this document to be as to the greatest extent possible, an easy to follow user manual for our employees and our department heads, because issues do continuously come up. And so you'll notice some additional highlighting on pages 4 and 5. Dr. Pace, in taking another look at this, pointed out to me that we should take out the word self-isolation and insert the word quarantine. So we did that in all spots where it previously said self-isolation. And then also to update, that you'll see this in highlight on page 5, we had discussed prolonged contact of being greater than 10 minutes in the earlier version. Now, on the latest CDC guidelines, there are 2 places where we're revising that to make it 15 minutes. And so that's the summary of changes for now. And this will continue to be on your agenda every 30 days.
Thank you, Carol. Supervisors, questions or concerns? Supervisor Sabatier?
Just to set the record straight, I did have a conversation with Ms. Hutchinson. I was not the astute person who figured out to get rid of will not. I was uncomfortable with the statement, but it was her suggestion to get rid of will not mine. So thank you for the suggestion.
Okay. All right, any other questions, comments? Okay, hearing none or seeing none, want to raise their hand or put it up, we'll go ahead and open it up to public comment. Jake, I don't see anybody with their hand raised. Go ahead and open the room.
All right, I will unmute the floor here. If the floor isn't muted, if you'd like to make a comment, please state your first name.
If you'd like to make comment, time is now. Go ahead and do it. Hearing none, Jake, go ahead and close it and bring it back to the room.
All right.
All right, we'll bring it back to the board. It's just an update. I don't think any action is required at this point, or okay. Thank you very much, admin. Thank you, Carol.
It does say consideration of updates. Is that only a, since there were changes, is that only a conversation, or does it require a approval? It sounds to me like we need to approve this.
Yes, you do.
Just approve additions.
All right, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve additions to the County of Lake COVID-19 Public Health Emergency Return to Work Worksite Protection Protocol, authorizing the County Administrative Office and her designee to initiate the meet and confer process with labor groups as amended.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Crandall. Go ahead, Johanna, go for the roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, item 7.4, consideration of a letter of opposition to SB 474 Stern. Carol?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Susan Parker is going to present this item.
Good afternoon, Board. Staff recently became aware that the Rural County Representatives of California, the RCRC, and the California Association for Local Economic Development, CalEd, have voiced strong opposition to Senate Bill 474, introduced by State Senator Henry Stern. Senate Bill 474 would prohibit all new retail, commercial, industrial, and residential development in very high fire hazard severity zones and state responsibility areas. Much of Lake County falls into one or both of these designations. Staff recommends approval of the proposed opposition letter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan. Any questions from the board or comments? Hearing none or seeing no hands up, we'll go ahead and open it up to the public for public input or public comment. I don't see any hands up at this point. Jake, can you unmute the room?
Yep, I will unmute the room here. The room is unmuted. If you would like to make a comment, please use your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, hearing none, go ahead and bring it back to the board for action.
All right.
Okay, would anybody like to take action? Supervisor?
Mind if I just make a comment real quick?
Go ahead, Supervisor Spatier.
This is one of those rules where the state of California sometimes, and granted this hasn't been approved, but where it gets into the capabilities of a local jurisdiction to take care of itself and do what it feels is best. Representative Stern is from the Calabasas area of California. If he wants to do this for his county, that's fine, but we need to do what's best for us, and I see this as one of the most restrictive offers I've ever seen on any future economic development for us. So I will gladly approve this opposition.
Excellent. Will you be making the motion then, Supervisor?
I believe I'll let Supervisor Crandall continue what he started before I interrupted him.
Okay.
It's fine. So I would just motion to approve letter of opposition to SB 474.
Second.
Excellent. Motion and a second. Johanna, please do the roll call vote.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, board.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, so we'll move to our item 7.1, Supervisor's Weekly Calendar, Travel and Reports. Supervisor Spatier.
So I'm trying to get to my calendar, but for some reason my laptop is not enjoying the internet here at the courthouse, and so I have nothing in front of me. And since it's towards the end of the month, typically there's not that many meetings, but I just don't have anything in front of me to tell you.
Okay.
So I apologize.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Scott?
Tonight I will be attending the Lakeport Unified School District Zoom meeting where there will be discussing going back to school. I would suggest that all parents look at their local school boards and find out when they will be meeting, because I believe all school boards will be meeting on going back to school. Lakeport Unified is tonight at 6 o'clock. Tomorrow I'll be meeting some constituents in the office and then heading to the COVID center to help some of the guests there with some paperwork. And then I have a shelter meeting at 1 p.m. on Thursday. I have a governing board meeting of Hope Rising at 9 o'clock, and then a governing board meeting with Area of Aging at 1:30, and meeting with constituents on the 27th, and then back here on the 28th.
Thank you, Supervisor Scott. Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, and so I have a number of constituent issues I'll be meeting on tomorrow and Thursday. And Friday, the Blue Collar Committee, I think, meets 10. And Monday, COVID recovery meeting back, and then the CAO meeting on Monday, and then back here on Tuesday.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Crandall. See Supervisor Brown has lost room, so I'll go to mine and see if he comes back. I got agenda review after today's meeting. I will, just report back. Yesterday we had our discussing our risk reduction authority meeting, which, we're kind of laying out a plan as we move through everything. It's still early in its infancies, and we'll go ahead and be meeting with here before the end of the month with Carol to talk over some staffing issues and other things. But it was a good meeting, continues to go on. Supervisor Crandall, thank you for attending. But I know that there's some good discussion that's always happening each month, and collaboration is really starting to build with that program. And I can see it really having some growth this year. Moving along with the rest of the week, don't have anything on the calendar for tomorrow. We'll be doing the same thing as Supervisor Crandall. A lot of folks that are reaching out. I've had some follow-up questions on some early activation and some other stuff on cannabis in the county I got to follow up on, and then just other emails for folks going through the COVID-19 struggles that each and everyone else is going through. So I'll continue to return those calls and have conversations with constituents. On the 23rd, I'll be unavailable. I've got a family member. I've got to get to some very important doctor appointments. And then on Friday, have the EOC call in the morning. And then back here on Monday with the EOC call and also the reopening committee back here on the 28th for our meeting. Looks like Supervisor Brown has left at this point. I don't know if he's coming back. So,
Supervisor Simon,
yes.
I just wanted to, last week we met at we had a special WANB meeting, Workforce Alliance North Bay.
Thank you very much.
And we voted unanimously to bring back Bruce Wilson and enter into contract with him so that we can move forward. As I think NAPA pulled from where the office would be held from here forward. And so we're looking to move in a different direction and having an established group outside of that area. And so we've been able to work that out with Bruce Wilson. So it's a good thing because he's been doing it already for a couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for reminding me on that one. You know, that special meeting only took a few minutes, but yeah, that's one more step in the JPA for the Workforce Alliance in North Bay of the restructuring and having our own employees. So I think that's going to be positive down the road for that organization. Okay, that's all that I have. I don't know what happened to Supervisor Brown, but we will go ahead and that covers everything on our agenda for today. We're going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much.
For those that stick around for agenda review, if you would just stay right here, agenda review for the 28th.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Good job.
Thank you.